Hello, my name is David and welcome to the Virtual Race of Remembrance 2025, brought to you on behalf of Mission Motorsport and powered by Positive Perception. The Virtual Race of Remembrance is a 4-hour endurance race on the Assetto Corsa competitor zone that is taking place on Paul Ricard circuit. We will be racing GT4 and the faster GT3 category cars. This race has been created in order to help raise money for an amazing charity, Mission Motorsport, who do so much to help service leavers, their families, veterans and wounded service personnel in finding a future outside of military life. We welcome all of you watching to please come and donate to our Just Giving page and help us to make a difference. And in the meantime, we've got an action-packed afternoon for you all, so please sit back, relax and enjoy the Virtual Race of Remembrance 2025. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the Virtual Race Remembrance 2025. Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry about the delay, having some slight technical difficulties due to this wonderful stormy weather that we've been blessed with on this lovely summer's day. We're going to go straight into our Remembrance ceremony, which is a very short start ceremony that will precurse the start of qualifying. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming, and we will begin as we hope to go on. They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to the Royal Navy photographers and to HMS Queen Elizabeth for that amazing video. And thank you, everyone, for taking part there. The time has come for me to give back the baton to our commentary team as we now prepare to go into quali. Gentlemen, over to you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, everybody, and welcome to the Virtual Race of Remembrance. 2025 takes us to the 4 hours of Paul Ricard. My name's Tom Knight, taking you through the next couple of hours of racing action here, and alongside me, the absolutely wonderful Zabi. Zabi, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you with this race moving forward? Pretty looking forward to the qualifying session, and surely hope you're doing good as well, and definitely excited to begin.
Absolutely. We've got a thrilling event for you all to keep your eyes and feast your eyes on here. A mixture of GT3s and GT4 cars will be taking to the circuit in a split qualifying session, so 15 minutes apiece, before heading for the event that we're all here for, the 4 hours of Paul Ricard, where it is every man for themselves. And of course, in the team format that we have, a maximum of 65 minutes on the stint timer, and we have got drivers already beginning to head out as qualifying gets underway in the next few moments. Apologies, folks, for those of you at home that are wondering why the stream has started somewhat late. A few technical issues due to the storm, mainly from our end, but we have managed to get you a stream up and running, and there will be live coverage over the entire event for this afternoon. Of course, we're into qualifying in the next few moments. 15 minutes for the GT3s, 15 minutes for the GT4s. How are we expecting the sort of rough timescale to go here?
Well, let's see. I mean, we're just having, of course, the first session beginning right now. Looking at cars coming out on track. Drivers would be looking to put some good action out on track as we see a car hit a bollard on the track out here. But surely I think the session should be a good one, and definitely, of course, cars having different GT3 and GT4. That's an interesting one as well. But I think in terms of them getting separate sessions would surely be a good thing as well, as there won't be too many cars on track for them to get a lap, and they'll have a lot of time and space to put a lap on the board.
There certainly will be, and again, it's going to be an interesting session. All of our drivers trying to set the fastest lap time. We're estimating roughly around the 2-minute mark for the GT3, slightly slower for the GT4s here, and of course we're using the Paul Ricard layout with no chicane as we head down this back straight. It's going to be an incredibly long run in towards that back sector, and all the overtaking opportunities for our drivers to make their moves count.
Just looking at these out laps, and already, as you said, the long back sector, we're waiting for the cars to start their flying lap, waiting for them to get to the end of this lap and begin with their flying laps, of course. Looking at these ones, I mean, getting these cars, drivers, trying to go as easy as they can on this out lap and start with the flying laps, post as fast times as they can.
Absolutely, we're on board with Simon Wilkes at the moment, driving the number 750 car in one of the McLarens for this afternoon's event, hoping that they can push that British power across the line to try and set the fastest time overall. And of course, we do keep an eye as they all make their way through. The split qualifying will be an interesting one to keep your eyes on. Of course, we have got pretty much first band of cars to head across, and then the second will take the field after that 15 minutes has elapsed. Current time in game is just 3 minutes past 3. Of course, over the 4 hours of racing, we will cover a full 24-hour period in terms of racing action, so our drivers will have to adapt to the dark and the sun, especially as the sun rises up in the morning. These cars will look absolutely stunning with the French sunrise.
Still, they will. I mean, learning about different times of the day, different conditions. Surely the track is going to be same, but different times of the day they will have to adapt to everything. Over 4 hours, they're going to be experiencing surely different conditions. Maybe if there's some sort of rain, if somehow it ends up coming up, they would have to be being a bit careful and drive in a different way. But still, I think going over 24-hour periods over, of course, on track would still be challenging, regardless if there is dry conditions or any change of it.
Absolutely. We're watching on board with Dingo Photographer, the second of the GT4s. A little correction to what we had earlier. The GT4s are taking to the field first, with the GT3s coming out at that 15-minute mark. So keep an eye out as the first set of cars comes to make their way up to set the fastest laps that they can possibly achieve. We've got 5 cars at the moment that have set runs. The current best, of course, being by Wilkes at the top of the timing charts, or at least according to myself at the top of the timing charts. It might be completely incorrect, as what's being told here is not lining up exactly with what's on the left-hand side, but we will keep an eye and keep you informed, of course, as we go through.
Yeah, unfortunately, that overlay, I believe, is a bit delayed as it updates a little bit later than it is out on track. So looking at cars, we're going to see Wilkes go over the line right now and top of the timing chart, then with a time of 2:03.857.
Absolutely. Good time from Simon Wilkton. And you can see the top 10 now setting that time. So it has updated, thankfully, on our end, although I'm trying to figure out a way to get the times up on the screens for you. Once we figure that out, we will, of course, keep you updated, but we can tell you, at least in our little sides, what the best laps have been. 2 minutes 5, roughly, for the GT4s. We may see a few of the GT3s into that low or the high 150s, potentially, as they make their way onto the field within the next 9 or so minutes. But for the time being, it is going to be the GT4s. And one name that I certainly know, David Renchi, that wants to head out, part of RAF Lightning Sim Racing team, currently doing a 2:04.567. They're keeping an eye on how it all improves. For photographer, David, believe the name is, Dingo Photographer, set their personal best just a few moments ago, 2:05.830, in an absolutely beautiful Genetica.
Yeah, that great car, and just looking at photographer, of course, Dingo, currently out on track. Surely we'll be trying to get some nice laps out on track for us to see a photograph of his car. But over the line, there's going to be another driver. That's going to be Alex Wood over the line. I wonder if their time has improved. That is 2:07 then, quite slower than the drivers at the front. So we'll need to do some more laps to get themselves inside the top 5 at the moment.
That'll certainly be the one to keep an eye on. Joel van der Valk, obviously the Canadian entry in the McLaren here this afternoon. Beautiful, almost sticker bomb livery that they're running with stickers front, back and centre. They make their way down what is going to be the incredibly long back straight. It's all important, and this will be the main overtaking zone as we head into the race situation. They'll have that straight line speed. The slipstream will come into effect. They'll be able to almost send it down the inside as they make their way into what is, in some cars, pretty much a flat-out right-hander here. In GT3s and GT4s, you're backing off slightly to make sure you don't overextend those track limits. But at least in, let's talk about modern-day Formula 1 cars, that is a pretty much flat-out section of the circuit.
Yeah, sure is, and especially in this, even in these cars, it would be the case of who's the bravest, or who has more courage to go for it. Because some drivers will see back out of it, some maybe a bit careful, but some less careful. Want to be going for that position. They would be really sending it, and surely pretty excited to see those moves by these drivers.
Absolutely, keeping an eye on the McLaren as they come around what will be the final corner onto the start-finish straight as the run down towards the first corner applies. Can they go faster? Can Joel improve on a personal best? They cross the line, and it will be, I believe, an improvement at 2:05.410 for the McLaren. Puts them fourth fastest overall, and they will be looking to try and hold on to what is essentially the top elements of the GT4s here.
Yeah, at the moment putting as quick times as they can. Of course, as soon as the GT3 cars are out on track, there's going to be these times are going to feel a little bit slow, but I think at the moment still they're going to be doing all they can. And over the line for Alex Wood here, do they do an improvement? Yes, they do. No, in fact, it says 2:06.750 their last lap, the best. It shows a bit slower than their last lap, so maybe updates a little bit later than what we see at the moment. Meanwhile, it's going to be another driver flanker over the line. How good is a lap going to be by them? It's at 2:04.945 P4 at the moment for them, as we have multiple cars going over the line now.
We certainly do indeed. Quite a few in the pits as well, which is a rather interesting development. Few just maybe refueling, getting a fresh set of tyres with what will be just over 5 minutes to go in their run of qualifying. Of course, the split being controlled by our race director and the stewards team, which has been so kindly provided by Positive Perception. Those guys doing a lot of their live stewarding here this afternoon. There is forms for drivers to be able to submit complaints within their teams with incidents that do occur, and trying to keep the racing as fair as they possibly can. But I've been always guaranteed that when you get such competitive drivers on a circuit as what can be as free-flowing and as almost exhilarating as Paul Ricard, there will be side-by-side racing, there will be a little bit of rubbing as racing, but I can guarantee there will be moments and highlights for sure. Let's not forget, this is only qualifying. Races still to come in the next 20 minutes.
Already seeing drivers, race yet to start, but qualifying going out at the moment. Toby to a P3 to a 4.572. So as you said, a bunch of cars in the pit. So maybe they're waiting for cars to run on track, maybe for the track to improve, track conditions to get a bit better with this, whereas some rubber gets out on track. So the later, as later you do the lap on track, the better time you have a chance of doing it. So at the moment we are just looking at that McLaren to go over the line. We're yet to see him go over the line, but I think that we should be seeing them. Are we going to see them find an improvement? We are about to find out.
Certainly are indeed. Through the final corner comes Toby Lowen. Out of Beachburg Racing, the number 551 car. And note they decide it is going to be peeling into the pits for themselves. So currently sit third, and they will be looking to try and improve. They've got just over 3.5 minutes left of this GT4 qualifying session. You see more cars coming across the line. Another one of the baby blue and orange liveries crosses the line. Got Dasher with a lap complete. That'll be Tristan Dasher, part of our car. Number 38 racing here. Best so far, a 2:07.437. For themselves. That finds them in 11th place, although according to me that puts them in 3rd place. So I think just taking a second to update for the leaderboard on the left-hand side. Just a note, folks, ladies and gentlemen, watching along at home, we are going to have a brief changeover. Our main producer has managed to get their computer back up and running, so we will be just switching over streams very briefly when we hit that 15-minute mark. So do just bear with us for 30 seconds or so whilst we get the stream switched over, and then hopefully everything should look just a little bit nicer and all polished and professional. Keeping an eye though on Tristan Dasher as they make their way down the back straight, just prepping themselves what could be one final run here, Zabi.
Yeah, they're trying to get the maximum out of this one then to do everything they can in the final minutes of this GT4 qualifying at the moment in P11 for them. What about Rough West in P6? Towards the end up to go as fast as they can. He goes a little bit wide there, trying to, as we said, go flat out. Different in GT cars and in Formula 1, so she have to go over the line and have a valid lap at the moment, as we're just looking at this clear car coming around the final few corners and seeing them through the cockpit, then looking at how they are inside the helmet. They must be going to be trying to go as fast as they can as well, but just now making their way around the final corner where we're yet to find out into pit. Surely they will be in fact going into the pits then. A late entry to the pit lane, but not what we were thinking going not there.
So, as it stands, Dingo Photographer still stands amongst the top of the GT4s, at least according to our data that we've got here on the left-hand side. Maybe just waiting to update ever so slightly, but they will run towards the line. Is that going to be an improvement? It certainly will be. A 2:05.435 for the British Army GT4 GG team. They're running the 938 here this afternoon. And I must admit, an absolutely stunning Genetta car that they will try and take to the top. 15 minutes and 53 seconds left in our qualifying clock, and that will mean within the next minute or so we will see the GT3s back out on the circuit. The GT4s are pretty much running till the final end of their qualifying. Of course, the split half and half that we have here over the 30-minute qualifying. First, the GT4s, the GT3s, who've sat oh so patiently in the pit lane, will be waiting for their moment in the sun to get their way out and underway prior to that 4-hour endurance race. Now, it is worth remembering, according to the rules and regulations of the event, and yes, I've read them, any driver in a team are participated to try and set the fastest lap in qualifying, and any team that wants to go for the challenge of last to first will not be allowed to do so. They have to try and put their best lap on the table. Of course, we want to try and keep it as competitive as possible. 15-minute ticks over in towards where the GT3s will start to come out, and folks, we're gonna just go to a brief pause here whilst we switch the streams over, get you back to HD quality and get yourselves ready for the GT3 qualifying. Bear with us for 5 minutes whilst we be right back. Well, welcome back everybody, and thank you for the brief patience whilst we just got the streams switched over. 13 minutes and 40 seconds left on the qualifying clock, and it's now time for the GT3s to have their moment in the sun. The beautiful Porsche there, driven by Freddie Coleman Evans, as they make their way through what will be the final little sector of the circuit. And we'll be seeing who has the best battle, who can try and top the GT3 category before we go racing for the 4 hours of Paul Ricard. In case you missed it earlier, my name's Tom Knight. Alongside me, Zabi in the commentary box. Zabi, how are we?
Quite good, how are you? I mean, just getting ready for the GT3 qualifying then at the moment. Of course, we had GT4 cars earlier on, now trying to keep this one as good as we can as it stands. Surely excited for this GT3 cars now. A bit faster times and better times on track, so we should be good.
We certainly should do. We are expecting in the high 150s if they're able to try and pull off a good qualifying run. Certainly quicker than we saw with the GT4 class that was out mere moments ago. There is obviously a slight benefit to being in the GT3s. They are quicker overall, but when you're doing this sort of multi-class racing, you don't have to worry too much about competing with the other classes. It is pretty much an internal battle within your own field, and a lot of our drivers will be trying to keep an eye on how they make their way through. At the moment, Freddie Coleman Evans in the Porsche car, they find themselves in 30th place, and they are making their way through the first and second sectors. They did set a 2-minute 54 on their outlap. Of course, they will be improving that as they make their way through. First sector, 1-minute 30. I wonder if something might have gone wrong with their first sector.
Might have, because it's pretty slow as compared to even you know, their outlaps, and then this one as well on the flying lap. So surely they might have just done something got a bit wrong, maybe made a mistake, or bailed out of this lap earlier on. But we're about to find out whether how good is this lap going to be overall when they go over the line.
Absolutely. Well, through the miniaturesque section here of Sector 3 of Paul Ricard, as they make their way through Bender, through Village and through Latour as well. The final few corners, 11, 12 and 13 of this Paul Ricard circuit. Of course, we've taken out that middle chicane as they head down the Mistral Straight into Ossignes. So they won't have to worry too much about braking all the way down from turn 7 to turn 8, but it is all about straight line speed and pretty much about slipstream as they get into that section as well. Through the final corner now of turn 13, the really cute right-hander. They'll make their way down towards the start-finish line. And what can they do as they cross the timing beam? Where are they going to go? And it is first overall, a 1-minute 55, 1:55 for the Porsche that currently stands top amongst the rest.
Surely is, and that was a pretty good time then, if we say far, the pretty fastest of them all so far at the moment, as we have Luca come over the line as well. We're going to see that amazing Red Bull of race car come over the line as well in just a moment. How good is this one going to be? About 2:22, so that might have just been a outlap as it stands. What about Christoph in this one as well, just coming around the final corner? Another car which we'll see go over the line, slowing down a little bit for a moment, we could have thought, but no, they're not slowing down. They're going to go over the line at 1:59.132, 7th fastest at the moment as it stands.
Absolutely, lots of time still coming on amongst the board, and our drivers just getting themselves prepped and ready. And I must admit, that is a stunning livery on that Ford Mustang GT3 that Luke Cleland is running. So they make their way up towards the timing being currently 38th, make that 30 positions higher as they go 8th place in the number 31 Ford. They of course are still into class at the moment, so this is just the GT3s. But it is Scott Darville that still stands amongst the top of the GT3s. Car 173 that is the top dog at the moment. Watching with Eric Jansson. I've probably pronounced that wrong, apologies if I have. The Swede, as they make their way down in the BMW I believe the M4 GT3. Comes up towards the timing beam, and they now go 5th fastest, so 33 places higher than they previously sat. Yellow flag in qualifying. I'm assuming a car probably just finding their way off the circuit, but have recovered it as green flags fly once again here in the beautiful setting that is Paul Ricard for this race. And of course, just remember that we have got 4 hours of racing coming up in the next few minutes.
Yeah, really. I mean, drivers just trying to get stable, just trying to get set up for the race coming up because it's going to be a long one. So they want to get as smooth as they can in qualifying as well. As we're going to see Jeffrey come over the line, goes P4, then a really good improvement from them, 156.1. As I wonder if there was a bunch of cars behind them go over the line. As we see them drop 2 positions from where they completed their laps. Just 8.5 minutes to go in qualifying, and we're surely exciting going to see the drivers going quicker and quicker. What about Craig Fitton at the moment, 14th as it stands for them? How good is this one going to be over the line for them? Do they find an improvement? We are just yet to find out. In fact, no, at the moment, as it stands, then they did not find an improvement on a cool-down lap than might be, but surely more and more drivers are finding improvements and faster lap times. What about Dan Jones over the line? Is this going to be a better position? Yes, it will be, as they move to P11 now. Maybe not going to be not an improvement in that middle sector, but surely first and the final sector were good enough to push them into P11. What about George then? How good is that one going to be? Currently P23 and over the line only P22, and again it was the middle sector, so drivers struggling in that middle part of the track.
They certainly seem to be, especially as you head through what is the top of the circuit. That turns 8 through sort of 11. It's a really dicey part of the circuit in these GT3 cars because of how light and nimble they can be. The power to weight ratio sometimes throws it off ever so slightly, but you go through that right-hander of Signes, and the car just seems to unsettle. The moment it unsettles, you have to try and slam the brakes on, hope for the best, and actually that can cause you to run off one as you're trying to save the car. We're watching here with Jeffrey Van Excel. I wonder if he's going to excel here on his lap at the moment. Currently sits P6 in the 102 car, up 1 place from where they were just a few moments ago. We have got just under 7 minutes left on our qualifying clock. I'm sure the GT4s will be sat at this moment going, gosh, I wish the race can just start and we can go racing, because they will be itching or chomping at the bit to try and go racing as quick as they can. Of course, they've had their moment in the sun already. We now wait for the GT3s to experience the highs and lows that qualifying can quite often bring us.
Yeah, surely. With 6.5 minutes to go, you just never know. I mean, at the moment, you could be sitting at the top, but still see cars coming later on in the session and put faster times. What about Aaron Morgan there? Currently P7. Do they find an improvement? No, not at the moment. They improved certainly in that final sector, though, but not the first 2 sectors, which are yellow. So 6.5 minutes, of course. Drivers heading into the pits to maybe refuel and get prepared, get ready for the final moments in qualifying. Of course, the race is going to be an interesting one as well. 4 long hours of racing here. So, I mean, surely maybe we might see them go race hard for the first couple of laps, but then they might want to be cruising and then just trying to go. 4 hours is a long time, so maybe they won't be going too aggressive in the first few hours, but still trying to fight for their positions. What about Eric then over the line in P12 at the moment? Do they improve on this lap to the end? No, they don't. They might have been just starting a lap out here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like what could be either an invalidated run. The red sectors could indicate that they have unfortunately extended the track limits, so the stewards haven't been too happy with them, or as you said, just on an outlap, getting themselves prepared and ready for what will be a last chance hurrah, a final run here at Paul Ricard. And this first sector just looks absolutely stunning. I wish I was here for when sunrise happens, at least over the course of this 4-hour race, which replicates 24 hours IRL time. So it is going to be a beautiful and stunning race as the drivers head through that darkened night. I don't believe there's many, well, there's a few lamps here at the circuit, but not too many to consider it completely lit up. And it will be interesting to see how they make their way through. As I see the wrong thing on my screen now.
Yeah, that's back again.
Well, we do have all of the cars back on the screen. Riding on board with what is bonnet cam, essentially, or not bonnet cam, bumper cam. With Eric making the way through that illustrious turn 8, the one that is going to be, I think, the most tricky to get right in the race, because they'll have the differencing of opinions where they're really light at the moment, the cars are a little more nimble, and then we head into the race situation. 65 minutes worth of fuel loaded in, because that's the stint time and maximum that they can run for at any one time, so they will be considerably heavier than they were at the first.
Yeah, surely they will be. I mean, just trying to fuel in to go as long as they can to give them the best opportunity to really stay away from the pits, from a pit stop. Unless and until there's some damage, they would not be wanting to go into the pit lane to really lose any time. So as we saw, Eric did not go over the line with a valid time on board on the previous lap, and they do it on this one, and this one is even better as they move in to P9 with a time of 1:55.790. So improvements now seem to be coming up from these drivers as it stands at the moment.
Certainly does indeed. 3 minutes, 18 seconds left to qualify. And of course, the moment they have to try and set or start their final run of the session. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a lot of the GT3s going right at the last moment of asking, waiting for that track evolution to really hit its peak and then use the tyres to the complete advantage. As we watch here with Mark Christopher, currently sat lucky 13, jumps up to 9th place in a beautiful Aston Martin, making their way down towards turn 1. I wonder if they're going to try and go again. They've got enough time to, or maybe go for one cool-off lap and one hot lap once again.
Yeah, I think that one cool-down lap and then a flying lap would be the better option, in my opinion, at the moment as it stands, though. I mean, they can go for another one straight in, but then that might not give them the chance to go for it in the final moments of qualifying, which is remember what you want to be doing. Maybe gives yourself the best chance over the line. At the moment, we're going to see Peter coming over the line in that. Can't recognize that car. What that car is? That must be one of the Ferraris over the line. How good is this one going to be? Did they find an improvement? No. As it stands, still staying in P24 with a time of 1:58.360. So an improvement in that first sector, but the final two just unable to get it. Unable to go quicker than the previous times. What about Freddie as it stands in P31, far away from the top drivers, but then 2:04, I mean, not a competitive time as it stands between these drivers, so surely they would be looking to put a time on board in these final moments of qualifying and really give themselves a chance, and for us to see how good are they going to be able to do with only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in the session.
That they absolutely are. Ryan Worley making their way through round what will be turns 9 and 10 in the beautiful Mercedes. Currently sits 16th, looking to improve. And of course, they have to start their final runs by the time the clock ticks down. And that will decide our order for the session. For the 4 hours of Paul Ricard here for the virtual race of Remembrance.
Just 8 minutes to go. Drivers looking for improvements and quick times as they can, as we see some finding improvements, some still looking for just bits of times, bits of improvements on their times, as we see Ryan Rowley behind the car, McLaren ahead of them. So over the line, we're going to see both of them together come over the line as Ryan Rowley only goes P15, 1 position of an improvement. So staying behind that McLaren maybe slowed them down a little bit in that final sector, unable to find that improvement in time in that final sector.
They would have been hoping to try and do so. We're into literally the last stages of qualifying now. Drivers will be absolutely giving it their all. Mistakes are probably more likely to happen at the moment as they make their way through the final runs. They'll be pushing the cars to the absolute extreme, knowing that if it's going to go wrong, it's probably already gone wrong. And of course, they do have the opportunity to gain the all-important hundredths, tenths and thousandths of a second. Watching on board with Harry Kember in the beautiful McLaren, comes around the final corner, looking to improve from P19 at the moment in the 94 McLaren. Goes 16th fastest on the final time of asking. I think they'll be certainly happy about that. The checkered flag waves on qualifying then. Just over 3 minutes until all of our drivers have mandatory to finish their final runs by. And at the moment, still quite a fair few out on the circuit here, Zabi.
Yeah, quite a few of them out at the moment on the circuit. So everyone who comes over the line, of course, will be taking the checkered flag, and it'll be end of qualifying. So just a little less than 3 minutes now remains for the mandatory for the mandatory laps to be over for them, as you said. But we are just about to find out to see every one of them to go quicker and quicker they can. What about Scott Darwell at the moment? He's the fastest of them all. Does he find another lap or goes even faster than his previous lap time? How good is this one going to be? Yes, he does, as he finds the even faster time, 1:53.615, if I can see that correct. So he pushed that faster time. He was fastest and he goes even faster now. So a challenge for others to go and find better times than him at the moment.
Still could happen, and it still is absolutely possible. Still 2 minutes for our drivers to get times on the board if they haven't done so already. Watching with George here, comes around the final corner towards the start-finish line. Or Freddie Coleman Evans as well, not far from that timing beam in the Porsche, one of the first GT3s that I think they're riding on board with, right when the switch over happened. 3:31 in game time. Of course, we're slowly getting towards the early mists of the afternoon and the evening, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some headlights coming on in the next few minutes, or at least the early stages of this 4-hour race, which has got somewhat accelerated, I believe, in game time for the race situation. But it is Freddie looking to try and take away what is provisional pole at the moment for Scott Darville. The number 173 car at the top or at the front of the pack, with Jack Simpson looking to start from second. Can Freddie try and make a name for himself here? Comes up towards the timing beam. Is he going to be able to do it? Crosses the line. Doesn't look like it's going to be an improvement here for the Porsche. We'll start from a maximum of 7th place.
Yeah, 7th for him in the end. We saw drivers trying to go faster, but it was none other than Scott going fastest and taking provisional pole by over 2/10 for Simpson in P2.
We'll run through the complete starting order in. There we go. We got Scott Darville on top with Jack Simpson in 3rd. Corneve starts 3rd with Vernon Higgs starting 4th. Berry in 5th. Zielinski in 6th with Coleman Evans 7th. Van Excel in 8th. Still looking to excel here this afternoon. Dubois starts 9th with Christopher in 10th. Morgan starts 11th with Elenarsson in 12th place. Griffiths starts a lucky 13th with McDonald in 14th. Kemba starts 15th. Worley starts 16th place with Johns in 17th. Clark, Newton and Bent all rounding out your top 20. Danchev starts 21st with Cleland in 22nd. Walton 23rd alongside Patriciaka, my apologies, in 24th. Gifford in 25th with Fitton 26th. Paulinsund, my apologies, in 27th. Knight in 28th. Renchi starts 29th with Wilkes in 30th. Chong 31st. Lauren in 32nd. Van der Valk starts 33rd with Flanker in 34th. Vest starts 35th with Photographer in 36th. King, Wood, Besant, Dasher and McAndrew round out your grid for this afternoon. A few minutes before we get going proper. 5-minute comfort break for the drivers. You can see the countdown on your screens. We're almost ready to go racing, folks. I cannot wait to see how our drivers fare.
Surely, I mean, we're more than ready at the moment. Of course, multi-class as well, so we should be seeing some great battles out on track. Not only, of course, between different classes, but of course, in their own class as well. These drivers should be fighting with each other and giving us some great action.
They certainly should. Well, there we go, everybody. You can see our faces for the first time this stream. Welcome in. Pleasure to have you alongside us, and thank you for tuning in to the broadcast as well. We had a bit of a rocky start, as always the best events do, I find. They always seem to recover quite well. But it's fantastic to be here for what is going to be the 4 hours of the virtual race of remembrance. Now, I don't want too much of a history lesson before we get started, but let's cast our mind back. 2020, when the first virtual race of remembrance came into fruition, the Silverstone 6 hour, which had a race pause in the middle of it to attend the drive-in service at Thruxton for Remembrance weekend. Obviously, 2020 being the year where COVID pretty much took over everything, with the real race of remembrance cancelled. I believe a lot of the Remembrance Day celebrations postponed or cancelled as well. It was still an opportunity to pay respect, with over 300,000 people tuning in to that Thruxton drive-in circuit. It is going to be absolutely fantastic. See, the event has managed to keep going over all these years, with people signing up quite literally from all over the globe, coming along to race, all in aid of Mission Motorsport, which, of course, if you're watching along in either of the live chats, you can click the link for the Just Giving and give what you can, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, quite interesting to know a bit on that history, Tom. For someone like me who wasn't around here back then, so interesting to know. I mean, going back in time as well. Sometimes it's nice to have a look at things. What started back in 2020. We're still going for it, so surely looking to start this one strong.
Absolutely. And of course, let's not forget this race somewhat complements and benefits what is the real Race of Remembrance that happens up in Anglesey and has been over the course of many, many years, will take place over Remembrance weekend with 150 drivers and 50 teams in a 12-hour endurance race with a suspended element of the race for a special pit lane service on Remembrance Sunday. And we just get a look of some of the cars here from the drivers' deliveries they put together, the Poppy car, and many other liveries that the drivers and teams have put together to make, which are, I must say, Zabi, absolutely stunning and a fantastic effort from all.
Surely is. I mean, sometimes it's like only a few drivers, like one or two liveries, you could say. They're amazing, but most of these we're seeing out on the screen surely look stunning and fantastic, especially different times of the track, especially if we see sunset, sunrise, or sometimes at night. These cars are going to look absolutely amazing.
They certainly will. And whilst we have this brief moment just to get ourselves prepared and ready, let's just run through a few understandings that people at home may want to just keep an eye on. Just a massive thank you, first of all, to the team over at Positive Perception, who are live stewarding the 4-hour event here this afternoon. So they will be keeping an eye out for maybe some dirty drivers, maybe a few incidents that do occur. And key rules that we've been told about: aggressive driving, especially on lap 1, will be penalised. Blue flags, so the slower cars, especially the GT4s, should remain predictable. The faster cars are the ones the element is on to overtake safely. And yellow flags, overtaking is prohibited until past the incident. Full course yellows may be called as and when needed. But you've got 10 seconds until the race starts. This is going to be a good one.
Surely will be, with just 5 seconds to go now to start of this one. As we are looking at this one, of course, I wonder if it's a standing start. No idea about this one, but surely we are waiting for these cars to go and begin with this one, of course. So formation lap before we have a start, but definitely as we are just getting started for the 4 hours of the Race of Remembrance.
Yeah, formation lap underway, and we did see one car returning to the pits already. 4:05 in time in the sim, and our drivers will probably have headlights at the ready. Obviously, specs probably roughly around darkness, coming around 6-7 o'clock in game time, so they will be not far off wanting or needing their headlights already. Will be a rolling start procedure for this race, and our drivers will be prepared, and hopefully we'll see some separation between the GT3s and the GT4s. Whoever's leading the GT4 category pretty much in charge of that separation and maintaining an appropriate distance to the GT3s in front, because as everybody knows, as you try and barrel roll in towards the first corner, especially here at Paul Ricard, 3 or 4 into 1 doesn't necessarily make good mathematics. We're watching with David Wrench in the McLaren, the number 1 car, currently sat in 28th place, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, the lead GT4 car. Just ahead of them, Sam Knight, I promise no relation and no bias here, who will be the tail end of the GT3. So David Wrench in charge of the GT4s, and a few of the others just trying to keep an eye on how it goes through. Beautiful liveries, I must say. Absolutely fantastic work from each and every one of our teams and drivers that have put the effort in to really go the next step with their liveries and specking out their cars to look absolutely stunning on this racetrack. The 4-hour timer will begin when we cross the start-finish straight out of the final corner, and it's going to be interesting to see when indeed our 2 class leaders drop the hammer. The most notable place to do would be out of turn 13. It's an uncomfortable right-hander to try and get correct, but it's a nice one if you want to get a jump on your opponent. Alternatively, through turns 10 or 11 are an ample launch zone. If you want to try and go for something, especially on a full course yellow, they have opportunity to try and run down into that heavy braking zone of turn 13. Now, Zabi, just before we get into the main race, any early predictions from yourself?
I mean, let's see. Pretty excited. Surely, as you said, the fight between, I think some sort of a fight between the leader of the GT4 category and the bottom of the GT3. So I think especially that pack the end of GT4, the end of GT3 and the start of GT4. Some cars in there. There should be some fights between those guys, which I think will happen at the start of this race.
Well, it's all excitement here in the commentary box. I, for one, cannot wait to see how this race develops. You can see all the cars just proceeding their way down towards turn 8 in towards the third and final sector. Probably the sector or the corner where we'll see the most overtaking in towards turn 9, that elongated right-handed segment before we flow through 10, 11 and 12 into the essentially hairpin of 13 to get ready to go racing once again. It's going to be Scott Darville that leads us away. Pole position in the McLaren, and they crawl their way down towards turn 12. Latour, they will be almost ready to go racing for the 4 hours virtual race of remembrance. Just teasing the cars behind, warming the brakes, warming the tyres, making sure the throttle working as appropriate. They'll peel through turn 12 now, the left-hander of Latour, in towards Virage DuPont to finish off the lap, or finish off the formation lap. And we await the starter's orders.
We are waiting for the starts. Drivers just making their way around the final corner now. The green flag is waved. As soon as they go over the line, everyone will be able to overtake. And already, look at that at the back. So many cars getting together, bunched up at the back of the final corner, just getting ready to get started for this one. As it's green flag racing, we go racing here at the virtual race of remembrance here at Paul Ricard. Already, we're seeing some action towards turn 1. They're going to be an overtake as we see the Lamborghini on the inside line. Ooh, that was close between Darrell and Simpson for a moment. Meanwhile, Zelski and some drivers at the back fighting each other as Simpson is going to be on the inside line, and a little bit wide goes that BMW out there. That's going to be side by side. Who's going to be later? They're already seeing some great action. There's 3 wide by these McLarens almost for a moment, and then behind comes James King around the outside. There's going to be an overtake, and is there an incident? There is a few cars going wide and multiple cars involved here, and it looks like to be have a incident even just at lap 1 at the start of it, and already we see a first spin as well. So many things happening at the start then.
Yeah, it looks like Powersland's gone around in that McLaren, just got tagged on the inside, couldn't do much about it, and unfortunately finds himself tumbling down the order, now in 40th place with only Zolotov behind them. But watching on board with Mark Christopher in the Aston Martin being challenged, what is going to be the long straight. Traditionally, in Formula Racing, you take the little exit to the left-hand side through the chicane, but none of that here in Paul Ricard for the GT3 and the GT4 racing. You watch from the rear wing of that Aston Martin. The Mustang just thought about a move on the likes of Danchev, who is in 19th place at the moment, just making their way through nice and calmly. It looks like Dubois might have had an instant. They have, and that's going to be the Ferrari just stuck onto the outside of turn number 9. But they are going to get themselves ready and racing again. I'm just keeping an eye on. There's quite a bit of front bumper damage there, it looks like, for the Ferrari, who almost slams right into the back of the Ford Mustang driven by Patriciaka.
Yeah, struggling already, losing another position there, and surely would want to be focusing a bit more on that. Meanwhile, Freddie, Coleman, Evans ahead of Van Axel and Burry behind, fighting each other in for P6 as it stands, as Burry gets ahead of Van Axel, as we're looking at this amazing view from the rear wing of Freddie Coleman as it stands, is on the inside line, later on the brakes than Burry was Van Axel, and he's ahead of that Mercedes right behind him, but still they're going side by side. We're still watching from this view. Now we're in the bumper view at the top of this one. At the top 2, Simpson and Scott Darwell are going at it as well. Stop! Ooh, that was close. He almost tapped him onto the back of his car, and that might have been closer than they would have wanted. And in fact, it's not only the fight between the top 2, but 2 more cars right behind them as well, with Coleman not far behind as well. So this should be interesting. The top 3 within 1 second of each other.
Certainly is. It's going to be a great battle for the lead here. We watch from the rear wing of Stephen McDonald to the McLaren, just making their way through the bottom section, through turn 6 and turn 7, and now through David Renchi we're watching on board with on that McLaren as well. Just got passed, I think, by one of the Ferraris in front of him. That's Dubois making his way back up the positions after what was an earlier incident for the Frenchman. They'll be hoping to try and recover what they had lost. It's easy to do when the GT3s are alongside the GT4s. The 3s just have a little bit more pace, a little bit more traction in them to be able to pull away from the corners. You can see the separation there from Reggie Dubois, just the pull away. Looks like King's somewhat stuck, or sorry, Knight's somewhat stuck in amongst this pack as well, after what could have been an earlier accident. It's Van der Valk we're watching. Just ahead of him, Wilkes of, well, Simon Wilkes, my apologies, in the 750 car, I believe that is. They're making their way through the top of the circuit. We've raced for, what is it, 2 laps, nearly 4 minutes of racing already, and I think if this is summing up how the race is going to go over the next 4 hours, everyone at home is in for, a massive treat of racing action today.
Surely they are. I mean, already seeing a bunch of overtakes and incidents, to say the least, even at the start. So it's interesting to get things going already. We're looking at another battle between these 3 cars at the back. There's going to be Harry Kember trying to defend, I believe, in that number 24 car on the inside line. That Mercedes, for a moment, we could have thought was going to be an overtake from Worley behind him, but not just yet. So just able to keep his car ahead as it stands, and we're just 5 minutes in, and to see this much of action is interesting to say the least, because surely there is some already overtakes going on. So drivers still looking for overtakes, they're looking for opportunities to move forward and get themselves in a better position.
We've got a replay we're watching here. Tristan Dasher, I believe, alongside. Is this going to be Bezant behind? We've got photographer just in front. What's gone on with the Aston Martin? Tried to slam the brakes on. Oh, this looks like a bit of an interesting rejoin. 3 or 4 wide from this, what would have been, I believe, the race start, as everybody's trying to navigate their way through. Is that the final corner? My apologies. Back on board with Harry Kember, though, heading down the long straight, down Minstrel Straight. Minstrel Straight, my apologies. Down towards Signares of turn 8.
Going there as this movie we're looking forward, thinking that Ryan Worley in that Mercedes would be coming up for a move. It just doesn't happen just yet, so still looking at least one. They're still looking for a move. Meanwhile, wide goes the McLaren. There's going to be an opportunity for that Mercedes driver on the inside line. He's going to be through ahead of him, but again, he's going to be inside line. Is going to be to that McLaren once more. Who's going to be coming out on top of this one? It's between Ryan Worley and Kember as it stands. At the moment, Ryan just able to stay ahead and keep himself ahead of that McLaren, and he's tapped down, then he's spun round, and both of them have stopped on track, and that is another incident in front of our eyes there.
They certainly have indeed. Wow, oh my goodness, more carnage further back as well. As what are we seeing here? 3, 4, 5 cars all getting involved at what will be the top of the corners, the final corner of turn 13. Just every single one getting it wrong.
Yes. We're looking at the replay here of what exactly happened with Ryan Worley and Kember going wide, then into the final corner. Oh, there came a spin for one of the cars there, and oh, they're going into them. That is interesting. They're trying to recover, but surely not able to recover the best way possible. That was one of the Ford Mustangs, I believe, with a bit of damage to them, as Jason Clark at the moment stopped on the side of the track. Multiple drivers trying to recover and come back out on track, but surely a couple of drivers involved, and many incidents. Looking at this one, of course, so drivers going wide and really going out of, I wonder if anybody's out of this race as well, if I'm not mistaken, but so looking at this one, of course, Freddie Colesman is still in P5, fighting right behind Vernon Higgs as it stands. So surely something to play for them as well, but I think the top of this race has been fine. They've been just able to keep their positions and stay out of any incidents, but at the back there is something that might be going wrong.
Well, we'll keep on board with Aaron Morgan at the moment, the British driver of car number 68 in the McLaren, in towards what will be that tight right-hander to finish off the lap. Just behind Simon Griffiths, who's riding in the number 300 car. It's going to be the run down towards the first corner. We could see an overtake here. It's quite a favoured overtaking spot for many of our drivers to try and progress their way down. The gap only 0.4 of a second, but not opting to take a lunge. And this is very smart racing. in the grand scheme of things. They want to try and hold on. Many times endurance racing is more about longevity, looking after the car, looking after the tyres as well, and making sure that you have the ability to get that car until the end. We see this more and more proficiently with the 6, the 12 and the 24-hour stints quite often run in the high-level endurance events that they have to just try and essentially damage control for the first 90% of the race, and then they can try and continue dragging their way back up towards the top. That is going to be the long and short of it for most of this race, probably the first 3 or so hours, especially as we head through the nighttime stint, the headlights really causing a glare bouncing around this circuit. It's going to be a case of trying to keep an eye on how they can look after the car they're driving, make sure that it gets to the end of the 4 hours here of the virtual race of Remembrance.
Yeah, trying to manage everything there, you know, overtakes. Interesting race, still filled with endurance, trying to, you know, endure their way through the 4 hours of this race. They don't want to get out early. They don't want to get, don't want to be causing too many incidents. So at the moment, just keeping it as safe as they can. At the moment, looking at Iwan in P23, just behind Rand Worley. That should be, I believe, in that Mercedes, about to be overtaken. Oh, that was close as we saw that bumper cam. Not too close, but still there might be some sort of move coming up for that BMW driver. We saw Ran having involved in an incident earlier, but just trying to recover at the moment, but not quite able to do it as it stands in P22. Now in a bit of pressure from the car behind as well.
Absolutely, keeping an eye here with Ivan. It's currently sat in 23rd place in the BMW, and now jumping aboard with Freddie Wally in the McLaren. 21st place, car number 98, and that's going to be a dive down the inside, I think, for Wally, who wasn't quite sure they had the move on the inside. The Mercedes thought about it as the run down towards the first corner begins. We've got the likes of Zolotarev just sat in 23rd place, I think, just licking like a Cheshire cat, waiting for an opportunity to come to them. In towards the first corner, that McLaren has a little bit of track position to try and help him hold on to what is 21st place on the circuit. Wally will have to wait for another opportunity, which could lend itself as they make their way down that long straight towards turn 8. And that is going to be the prime overtaking spot with the slipstream, but it doesn't look like the car of Zolotarev is going to wait in place. Wally's been caught out as they go side by side now through the bottom section of the circuit, turns 4, 5, 6 and 7, and they have managed to make the position up in the BMW. That's absolutely fantastic racing.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, they were, for a moment we thought Worley was going to be through, but then came Ewan, and they've just made the overtake. So once more, at the moment, looking at Adam Bent in P12, just behind Johns in P11. Are we going to see them go for a move, as we already see drivers have their headlights on, and for still not dark enough to have them at high, but still I think some sort of light they'll need on the track, and we've already seen that from these cars.
They certainly do. Keeping an eye on Adam Bent, currently riding in 12th place. We've got the I believe the Ferrari of Johns just in front of them, the 101 car, 1.5 seconds up the road. The Lexus is infamously good in straight lines and has been proven before, and it looks like George Powsland has gotten round in the McLaren, almost coming across the circuit at the wrong time of asking. Knight had to, I'm almost sure of it, had to take evading action there to not crash into the McLaren that came barrelling across the circuit with very little concern as to what was coming up behind them. And we have got more carnage here, going left, right and centre. Dubois just watched Newton go sliding off into the distance, and that Aston Martin unfortunately now faces the wrong way as they make their way through the left-hander, I believe the Vendor that will be, so up at turn 10, and it's not the best way they'd like to see the run through at the moment.
Looking at this one, and let's have a look at this one right now. Between these drivers, the Aston and a McLaren, ran towards turn 1. How is this going to be shaping out? Just going to the back of him, straight bumping him into the back of that Aston Martin and sending him straight closer to the walls, and almost a race-ending incident for that Aston Martin driver. Just one little error of judgment, and that proves costly for others around you as well.
So it does indeed, and it can be the most little of mistakes like that that do see cars go spinning around and unfortunately dropping considerably down the order. And we spoke earlier about longevity and just looking after the car, and it's sometimes silly mistakes like that that can add up when we head into this endurance atmosphere. And it is going to be a case of, you know, we've still got over 3 3/4 hours to go in this race. There is a long time for mistakes to happen. You don't want them to happen in this first hour, 2 hours, because the rest of the race feels like somewhat of a recovery slog. You're trying to continually bring the car back from an earlier mistake that happened. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see the likes of that from Newton, who had the spin in the Aston.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of recovery, sometimes some are able to recover, but for some of these drivers, the whole race goes trying to recover. Meanwhile, another going wide for the Newton in the car right behind, and that was a little bit wide going for them, a little mistake, and that allows for Luke Clayland to be going up ahead and through ahead into P19, a position up for them. So a happy one for any problem.
Keep an eye with Luca Dubois here. They saw the incident occur with a few drivers slightly earlier on. Newton was just in front of him when that Aston Martin went, I can only describe as spinning off into the distance just a few moments ago. But we get back on board with Dubois as they're trying to chase down Christopher for P14. They make their way through turn 7 of Le Col and down the Mistral Straights towards Signes of turn number 8 once again. It's going to be an interesting one to see how they try and make the move. They're in the slipstream. They're certainly in the groove in that Ferrari. The Frenchman in their native track. Are they going to go for it here? Left, right. Yes, they do. They switch to the left-hand side. Are they going to be able to try and sweep it around the outside? Because, of course, it's an incredibly long straight here to swoop around the outside. But no, it's late braking here by Christopher, who regains the position for 14th place. And that is an absolutely fantastic run of form from car, or place number 14.
Yeah, trying to do all they can as it stands, just overtaking, trying to overtake, trying to move forward, and just at the moment, meanwhile, the Red Bull liveried Ferrari pretty close for them to the back of Christopher there. We're watching them from that spoiler, but that was going to be close once again. For a moment, we would have thought that they're going to be closer to that car down the inside line. This time, you would have thought they're going to be going for a move here. They're almost side by side, and just about for a moment, we would have thought they're going to be going for it on the inside line. Just not enough yet, though. But another opportunity heading towards turn one is going to be popping up for them. They good defensive moves from Christopher there, just not allowing the Ferrari right behind to move forward and get ahead of them just yet. So nice defensive drive for there.
It's good battling we're seeing at the moment. The McLaren, though, still right on the tail of that Mercedes, who has essentially been challenging them all throughout the race. It's going to be an interesting one. Freddie and Wally trying to battle. Wally just in front of them, 98 versus 30 in terms of car numbers, and then about a 3-second gap up the road to Cleland, Newton, Zolotarev and Gifford. They're all in a bit of a train at the moment, just making their way through down towards turn 8 again. That incredibly long straight, providing excellent opportunities for moves and overtakes. And speaking of moves and overtakes, Zelensky has managed to make the better of Vernon Higgs here in the McLaren, getting passed by what is the, I believe, another McLaren just in front of it. Can't quite tell from our broadcasting up here, but it is Bailey that drops down to 4th place. And it is a McLaren 2, 3 and 4 with a Lamborghini leading by the name of Simpson, who is somewhat checked out of this race. To the inside goes Bailey, not taking any prisoners in towards the final corner, turn 13. And I would not be surprised if we see a steward's inquiry into the moves there of that McLaren.
He's not trying to back out as well. He was just thinking that he's made the move, but Vernon Higgs not trying to back out of it at all. Meanwhile, Zelensky might be coming back at him in no time out here. He falls back a little bit out there, but moving forward throughout this lap, he should be coming back at him. Meanwhile, another move is going to be coming up from Glenn Burry there around the outside, or in fact, a move for them on the inside line through towards turn 1 and ahead of the car behind and going into P9 now. So a nice move to move themselves up the order as well. So nice driving, I think. Still over 3 hours 40 minutes to go in this one. Just 20 minutes into this race, but surely racing has been nothing less if this was going to be towards the very end of it. I think surely it's a long race, but still seeing a lot of overtakes in terms of, you know, how long they finding the position, still looking to you know, give the importance to the positions that they're fighting for even early on in this one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you can see the splits on the left-hand side here, just informing you GT3s versus GT4s. And it is still David Wrench that leads the GT4 endeavours, with Wilkes and Van der Valks just in behind him. It is a close battle, actually, between Wilkes and Wrenchy. Only about 0.8 of a second to consider them. But the top, what is that, 6 cars in the GT4 category? All of them McLarens, which is absolutely incredible. So I wonder how they're trying to make their way through. But it's going to be Harry Walton here on the back of Wally in towards the long straight. They have an opportunity to try and get past the McLaren in front of them. They've got a better straight line speed by the looks of it. The slipstream has got it working. They look to the outside. This will come into the inside line of turn 8, and it is side-by-side racing. But they have got that extra bit of straight line speed. The McLaren can't quite keep up at the moment.
Not at all, just trying to do all they can, but not at the moment. Just maybe thinking for a move, for a chance for them to get ahead, but not at the moment. Meanwhile, one man who doesn't think they need to wait anymore, as Ram Woolwey makes another position ahead of the Ford Mustang behind and into 28th place now. Of course, remember, ran on a road to recovery at the moment after an early on incident early in this race. So just 4 positions now down on where they started. So I think road to recovery seems to be good for them if they keep on with this overtaking rate, trying to get some more cars. And they're going to go for another one out here down the inside line into the final corner. They are going to be able to just fight it up with Clayla Newton. That should be, I believe, and ahead goes Ryan William, makes that place into 20th place, but has he made it though just yet? Heading towards turn 1, the McLaren might just try and come back at him, heading towards to it. Who's going to be late on the brakes? Is he going to be Ryan? Is it going to be that McLaren? It was going to be Ryan, and he's made that move ahead of that McLaren behind them at the moment. As it stands, that is Clayland, I believe, right behind them. It's not updated, I believe, or it's a different car. It's not a McLaren. I might have not judged that right, but surely nice move there from the Mercedes.
Absolutely, keeping an eye on the progression through. We've got still over 3 hours 39 minutes to go. It's 4:30 in game time at the moment, so of course the lights starting to come on for a few drivers. Investigation still going on between Walton and Wally here, as they got the warning triangles next to their names, and you can see Wally there just having the warnings cleared. So maybe stewards have made their decision about what could be the outcome of that situation. We've got a replay. Coleman Evans battling into what is the final corner side by side with, I believe, Zielinski here. And they've got a GT4 just in front of them. This could cause a bit of carnage. It could have caused a bit of carnage. They go 3 wide into the first corner. The GT4 nice and easily dispatched. They come back together. Are we going to see them make contact? That would be the inevitable replay. Goes around the outside. Oh, that is fair racing, but it is by the barest of margins. And that is a very good move there, I believe, from Freddie, just to hold on to the place. But it was not over yet, as Zelensky wants to try and was trying to have him defend again from Coleman, who looks to the inside, tries to stick a nose in. Are they going to? No, just by the barest of margins. They can't quite get the car in front.
Just not yet, going for it, trying to go for the best opportunity they can at the moment down the inside. Meanwhile, one behind them, Jeffrey's going to be going for it as well, trying to get ahead of Freddie Coleman. Evans at the moment just can't quite do it, but now this little 3-car fight might be turning into a 2-car fight, as we see Zelensky moving forward and a bit forward ahead of these guys. But these two, Coleman, Evans and When Excel, as it stands, oh, in fact it's Jeffrey when XL, apologies, bit of names mixed up, but looking at them in P5 at the moment. Round the outside now, there's going to be another opportunity for the Porsche driver, for the Ferrari driver to get ahead. Are they going to be able to do it though? Not quite just yet, as we're going to see Freddie just able to stay ahead and keep their position for the moment. But this fight for 4th place is on, and that battle is going to be on as it stands.
Certainly are riding on board with, or at least watching along with, Jeffrey Van Exel, who is excelling at the moment, has had a good run, up 3 places from where they first started in the number 102 car. And it is going to be the Ferrari trying to keep hands on Coleman Evans just in front. We saw that battle earlier on between Evans and Zelensky, who third and fourth respectively. Vernon Higgs wanting to try and get involved in what could become a three-way scrap down towards the first corner, but just ever so slightly off the back of the leading to 1.3 seconds versus the 8.7 seconds between Excel and Evans down towards the first corner. It hasn't been the best start for Bailey, who's dropped 2 positions from where they qualified in P4, but the McLaren, of course, going well. Longevity, they have an opportunity. They will be expecting their first stop probably within the next half an hour or so. The rules and regulations dictate that they have got a maximum 65-minute stint timer, so even if the car doesn't in theory need to come in, they do have to. And who's that making a mistake? That's Zelensky, whose run is to run off the road. Oh, 3 wide does not go in. That's going to be Higgins into the back of the car. That's sideways. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the first major incident I think we've seen for a long while where a car got stranded in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, it's similar to what we saw at the beginning of the race into the final corner. Somewhat similar there. The car trapped in the middle of the track and others bumping into it. So, or they bumping into others, or one way or the other, surely. Another incident here out there, and seeing some more actions at the moment as we see flanker in P30 with a bunch of cars behind them, made for a move coming up for King out there down the outside. Is there going to be a chance for them to get ahead? Yes, they will be able to get ahead and move forward. Or in fact, that's a different car from them, because I don't see a Mercedes in between those drivers. But there's going to be a move coming up for Luca. Is that going to be them getting ahead? Just yet to find out who's going to be there at the top. It's going to be that BMW ahead of that Ferrari, just able to stay in P11 and keep their position at the moment. Are we going to see the Ferrari behind go for it on the inside, go for a move going forward? Not just yet as it stands, just staying behind, trying to go for the opportunity, trying to look for an opportunity, but just not yet.
Absolutely, with just under 3 hours and 35 minutes left of the race here. Just want to remind you, if you do wish to donate to Mission Motorsport, you can do so from the GoFundMe. There will be in the YouTube and the Twitch chats. As for myself, I'm going to hand over to the early Ben Sapsford, who will be taking you through the next few hours of this race. I've been Tom Knight. It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for watching along as this race unfolds. Let's see who wins it in 3.5 hours.
There we go. Well, Tom, thank you very much for that, and thank you for dealing so quickly with the technical gremlins. It was my PC that was having some issues and also got hit with a power cut, but luckily we were able to get things back up just in time for the GT3 side of qualifying. So thank you to, as always, the team who have been working pretty hard, especially at the start, to get things ship-shape, and also to Tom and Zabi as well, who have been here to carry the start of the race. So I'm going to be your guide and your host through the next around hour and a half, and we will see how this all shapes up. Let's take stock of the field, but first Vernon Higgs going for a jump on Coleman Evans. Let's see if things are going to get spicy as they come to the end of the Mistral Straight. He's got both a chance to really send it here, but again, game of chicken at the end of the straight. Nobody's going to necessarily go for it just yet, but I think they're trying to build up some pressure, bide their time a little bit, and then go for a more decisive move later on. So they've had quite a fun entrance to the race here. We had a pretty interesting qualifying, so that gave us a good idea of some drivers to watch, some drivers who will be showing their A-game, racing to impress out here today. We'll of course have a good tab on them as the season, and not the season, the session progresses, sorry. Worley just got overtaken by Darren Newton, of course, hot on the recovery from his incident just a couple of laps prior. He's now on the path to redemption. He's seeing what he can get, although it looks like he's overdriving the car a little bit. He's scrubbing a lot of speed, particularly coming out of the exit and into the final corners of the circuit. In Sector 3 now, he's scrubbing and sliding quite a chunk, but hopefully he's able to get that car under control. More than anything, we'll have to see how the consistency of the drivers is tested, as we do have, of course, 3.5 hours of racing yet to go. This is an endurance affair, ladies and gentlemen, 65-minute stints, There is no mandatory pit stop, mind, so drivers can strategize their running of the car. But we will see how they do, how the teams run and can handle such a long distance. We've got multiple drivers and multiple cars who have already taken a pit stop at least 1 point in the race, although that's not entirely their fault. We have Patriarca, of course, with the incident earlier. We've had Fitton, McAndrew and McDonald also take a swing at the pit lane, although in the case of the number 236 car, so that was Mr. Gifford, that was to clear a drive-through penalty, likely automatic, for the track limits infringements, most common application. So see if there's anyone who's going for a major move right now. Christopher teeing up something on Danchev, but he's not quite got a chance yet. He's just not close enough. He's got a little bit of damage as well, so that might be affecting his ability to handle the corners. And it looks like we've actually got some cones in the middle of the track as well, so we also have to be mindful that will pose a bit of a hazard, a little bit of a risk. They'll have to negotiate accordingly. Looking at the GT4s, looks like Renchi has been overtaken by none other than Simon Wilkes. The two McLarens have been stealthily battling it out, while we've had a lot of GT3 action to focus on. The GT4s have had a bit of a quieter affair, up until now anyway, as we had the major incident with one of the McLarens crashing with one of the GT3s, and then that was a whole domino effect, concertinaed the cars right back up together. You can see Wrench on the back of the 750 car, hungry to get his lead back. Has overall made up positions, but that is in part due to some cars pitting in. You can see the GT3's much more aggressive aero kits, but it can use that to his advantage. Use the wake, the slipstream generated by those aero packages to get a few extra kilometers per hour. Start to try and close the gap to Wilkes. We'll see as well how the GT3 traffic is navigating the situation, given that they do have the job of getting around to the GT4s and doing so safely. It's the faster car's responsibility. Standard racing etiquette is in force, and of course the stewarding is going to be handled by the great teams who are running this event, like some, of course, Mission Motorsport, Positive Perception, just to name a couple, as well as the team over at Royal Air Force Esports, of course, allowing us to use their channel for the main stream, both on here at Twitch, here on YouTube as well. See a couple of cars not necessarily teeing up for moves per se, but keeping their opponents close. It's a good exercise in racing strategy right now. Don't want to push it too hard. We'll get in a little bit of trouble. See Zoltarev going for an attack on Jordan, the number 12 spot. The BMWs face each other off right now. Getting down the start-finish straight just to complete lap 16. And now looking for a chance to go on the offensive, heading into this first corner. Zoltarev tees up on the left side, but hasn't got the proximity to send the car through. Can't quite make the move just yet. And they will have a bit more waiting to do. Renchi's also getting quite close to the back of Wilkes in the GT4 lead of the race. We did see Scott Darville get displaced by Jack Simpson. And if you watched our ACC season at RAF Esports, that'll be a name that is familiar to some watching at home. He was a very dominant driver in that season towards the second half. It looks like he's continuing some fine form here today, as there are more GT3s now squabbling. Zoltarev has managed to get past Danchev throughout all the chaos and has got a GT4 holding them up on the way to the Mistral Straight, so that could be Danchev's chance for a counter. See if he's going to be able to do just that as they head to the end of the straight now. So Johns and Newton also trading positions, likely in a similar spot, with Ryan Worley also going on the offensive. Danchev closing in behind, but just can't get the move locked down. Looks like Wally's coming up on the back of Dan Johns, but also looks like he's got a little bit of damage. We go to inspect his car. You can see rattling hood jumping up and down. The hood pins are working overtime. Get that car centered together. The KFC mobile, now in Mercedes AMG trim, is going to be under some heavy pressure. But here we go, coming up to the end of the start-finish straight. Looks like Reg did manage to get a good run out of the final corner to take back the lead of the GT4 class. But big slide out of turn 2. That's going to scrub some serious speed, give Wilkes a chance to catch up. Trying his best to close in right now. Going to be a tough run here. See if he's able to get a good chance to run closer. This is, I do believe, the number 750. I believe that this is the Positive Perception car, their official car here. So, certainly representing right now. Here's Peter Gifford on the back of Powsland. Now, Powsland hasn't had the best race so far, but there's still plenty of time for him to recover and for him to redeem the first stint. So hopefully things turn around for him. You also look at Aaron Morgan trying to get a move on Simon Griffiths for 6th place here. It's all about picking your optimal times to go on the attack. It's the number 68, lying in wait. Can he make it happen? Wilkes getting once again quite close. So let's check in with our 2 GT4 leaders. Greg Fitton in the GT3 is going to be working his way through the slower field. Right, to reunite following a 75-second pit stop. So quite an extended run in the pit lane. But there you go. There's one of the GT... Oh no, Petriarca! Just spinning too much of the curb there. Getting the rear end hopped up on the sausage curbs. And unfortunately, that work has been undone. Avoiding action coming in from one of the GT3s that just went by. I do believe that is, if I can get a home in on them, that is Adam Bent and I think Luca Dubois right there. Both of them fighting and then having to take some serious avoiding action. Prevent catastrophe. As we now head into post first half hour, the stretch section of the race where everyone is just trying, short of their small micro battles, just to get the laps in and prepare for the next stint. So beautiful livery designs as well coming through some of the cars. See the nice touch with the poppies on the rear end of that Lexus RCF. It's always good to see, as mentioned by Tom and Zabi just prior, it's really good to see the amount of work and effort that everyone is putting in, both on the livery side, on the team practice side, all the way down to the event administration, and it's here today, all in service of the common cause, to remember what has come before, remember what has been sacrificed, and move forward with respect in our hearts. Looks like Adam Bent has gone off the side of the track following the Mistral straight. Trying to rejoin now. This race is more about just racing. More than about just racing. It's also about carrying that symbol, carrying that respect. And ensuring that we commemorate those through a new age tradition, granted, but it's our way of commemorating nonetheless. Here's Glyn Berry on the back of Aaron Morgan now. So there is a hefty squabble shaping up in the GT3 grid. It's like Simon Griffiths is leading this charge, but he has got a little bit of a gap at least between himself and Morgan. So he has a safety net, he has a bit of a cushion. Morgan on Berry, not so much, as he's really getting up very close and personal through the Mistral straight, peels to the right side. I think that Mercedes is going to go on the attack here. Actually, no, he dips back. Looks like there's a yellow flag coming in. That's going to be Johns and Worley, both off the side of the track. I think the two came together. Let's see what the replays make of that one. So, on board with the helicopter, you can see, and yes, that is Johns making contact in the Ferrari. I think just classic, too late on the brakes, and that was all she wrote. Both of them off, luckily able to take to the runoff, and no lasting damage, but still a problem to overcome. Is Wilkes on the back of Patriarcha as the GT3 once again making their way past the GT4s in recovery to rejoin their respective fields. But Wilkes is certainly pushing his car, in fact going ever so slightly wide of the circuit, try and get as good of a exit as they can heading into this third sector. Frenchy now a second behind as he's trying his best to chase the other McLaren down. Piloting, of course, the Lightning's car. And suitably liveried, but looking up the furthers of the field, we said that a battle was teeing up, and this has come to pass. Griffiths, Morgan, Berry, all together now. Here's Jack Simpson, though, briefly getting a yellow flag being flown in their direction. Looks like they had a slight off on the course, and that is something that we might want to quickly see exactly what happened. So, on board, he's flashing the lights, trying to get past the slower traffic. There's the GT4 that they both passed. So Scott Darville is going to be just following behind a couple of seconds later. He's on the inside of the McLaren as it goes through and on the exit of the Mistral straight. But it looks like there was no major issue, just more specifically a bit of a latency hiccup. Same cannot be said for Dan McAndrew. He's had a rough race weekend thus far in the number 6. He started in the pit lane, he was down the bottom of the timing order, but he still continues on strong. Despite the odds looking against him, he charges forward nonetheless. Here's Harry Kemba. He's alongside the 191 of Mark Christopher. Goes for the overtake on Simon Wilkes in the McLaren for the GT4s, as he's got his own mission on his hands right now. Kemba's very close to the vantage. Is there going to be a chance for him to stage an overtake? Wilkes is using the slipstream in his own way here. Oh, looks like there's going to be a hefty exit speed difference coming in for Kemba, but he cannot make that into a move. Couldn't get the nose up alongside. So that gave Christopher the option to close the door, and that was as good as done. Dubois and Zoltarev still going tooth and nail, as these two have been squabbling for about a lap and a half, or at least been in close quarters with each other, and now the penny drops. So we will be joined by other commentators throughout the evening as well, folks. We have not just got myself, so a little bit later on today we will be joined by Omi, who is another very solid member of the DriveLine team, and then we'll finish off. Omi tags out, and Max is going to be swapping in to finish off alongside myself. I'll be the guide as well for your rest of your evening alongside the other two commentators, so while producing we'll have some great racing to look forward to. There's going to be Berry going for a send on the inside, as that is going to be Morgan potentially conceding. Or is he? These going to both be at their absolute VMAX, and nobody's going to get a slipstream advantage. I think Berry is going to be on the ropes, or at least he's not able to position himself well. It looks like there might be a chance here, however, as the number 87, I think he actually backed off there. I think there might have been contact between himself and Morgan, and Berry is going to show that sportsman conduct and the respect by yielding off and letting him keep the place, considering that it would not have been gained fairly. Oh, there's Cleland with a big slide as he makes his way up to the Mistral straight. Big slide there with a very nervous looking car. Favorite livery in the event? I've got to say, it may be a bit of a bias. It may be a bit of a running joke coming from the ACC season at RAF, but I gotta give it. The KFC machine is one of my favorites. It is certainly one of them. That definitely is one of my favorite cars that I've seen on the grid. That will be, say, currently piloted by Ryan Worley. KFC machine. We have got some really nice other liveries out here on the track as well. We've got the adapted Golf livery that is being run by 3 of the McLaren GT4s, and I think looks really nice on that 570S right here. You can see they're all running together. Is Vest, Van der Valk, and Lewin. So they are 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the GT4 race. We've got plenty of very nice liveries adorning the circuit today. So we've got Dingo's car right here as well. I am a sucker for red. I'm a sucker for black and red, and this ticks both of my boxes personally. So this is definitely a very high on the list one in the Ginetta right here. I'd say a lot of creative expression around the course, and a lot of very nice paints. You've got Jason Clark right here in the Olympus Esports BMWs. There you've got the nice rich blue with the poppies on it. That's a really nice design, especially the half and half. So very nice as well. But looks like things have quickly shaken up in the interim when we haven't really been all fully trained at the top. Jack Simpson has had quite the turn of events because Scott Darville has managed to get by. I think he's managed to get use of the GT4 traffic to box in Simpson and sweep ahead. So now this is going to be Simpson on the attack once again. He started off behind Darville. He managed to get ahead for a while, and now the tables have been flipped back against him. Then Morgan and Kemba are also on their own attacks as Renchi is going to once again challenge for the lead of GT4, so we'll periodically check on all these drivers in due time, but it looks like Simpson's been really left out to dry here. He is the sole Lamborghini in this event as well, I believe, so he is going to be a lone wolf in that regard. In a sea of McLarens and, say, a few Ferraris. On the GT4 side, we've got a mix of McLarens and Ginettas. Yeah, I do believe Simpson is the only Lamborghini being piloted on this grid. Kemba and Christopher going at it. Looks like Christopher's had to drop down. I think that damage might be affecting his corner speeds, as looks like Kemba's being able to peel away a lot of time in this chicane. Already peeled over half a second through that section. So very trying to close in as well, as Aaron Morgan is struggling to control his car a little bit. You've got Simon Griffiths a little bit further up the road. He's under a lot of stress, under a lot of pressure to see what he can do with this next sector of the race. So in about 15 minutes time, we will see a good chunk of cars heading into the pits to swap stints. There's a 4-hour race, 65-minute stint times. So that allows for 5 minutes of flexibility between races. So that will account for about 2 laps worth. You can flex your strategy by about 2 laps, and that will be a crucial factor for many. As we can see Jack Simpson here going for the run on Scott Darville down the straight. He peeks to the right side, maybe hoping to box in, as he does see an orange Ferrari on the horizon. He cannot get the move done though. Dips back out of the apex on that right-hand corner. Just looking for the chance, and it's not a chance that's coming just yet. You've been seeing a little bit of skittishness on the rear axle. Berry is going to get past Morgan, and there's going to be some of the traffic getting displaced. That is going to be the 101 car of Dan Johns being overtaken by the two, and there's Jack Simpson. He's going to go for the overtake here. He's going to hold firm on the apex, but that's going to leave that Scott Darville, and all contact made between the two racers, going very much all to the line, right to the edge of the track, squeezing one side to the other. Simpson does manage to get it, minor contact on the final corner. That is a heck of a move coming in from the Lamborghini. How will the McLaren respond? Darville certainly knows his way around wheel-to-wheel combat. Let's see what he's got in the tank here, especially with some of the traffic coming up. That could be a blessing in disguise. Could also be his undoing if he doesn't play this right. Looks like we have had quite an issue. Actually, no, not an issue, but a pit stop coming in from Simon Wilkes, as it looks like he got a drive-through penalty. So the number 750 car that was leading the GT4 pack has been summoned in to complete a penalty, most likely for track limit infringements. And that is going to completely undo the work that was done by the Positive Perception GT4 entry. Real shame to see. We also had a penalty earlier being executed for the number 41 car. That was for Jordan Dunchev. Or most likely a similar reason. And a penalty coming in from the number 300 car. That is Simon Griffiths. So he's going to be dropped down to P11 right now, as Vernon Higgs has a chance now in the top 5 to challenge for P4 against Coleman Evans. A hefty swing, but will it land? Vernon Higgs does have some racing prowess and ability behind that wheel, so let's see if it comes out. Let's see if it shows. The session is going to be progressing quite nicely now, as Vernon Higgs is still putting pressure on Coleman Evans, but the rest of the field has started to space out quite a lot. You can see that there is a very large coverage across the entire racing surface, many drivers spacing out by about 2 seconds or more, and that's going to allow them to put down their best work. Last section of a stint is all about getting the distance in and getting to a nice safe place that you can hand over to whoever's driving the car next. See, a little bit of GT4 traffic might put a spanner in the works of that attack. It looks like Vernon Higgs has lost a good chunk of time. He's lost about half a second in the pursuit of that position, owing to the GT4s that adorn the field. So he's coming up to the back of one of the McLarens. That is Wilkes, who, following that penalty, is now down in P3. Only one of 2 GT4 cars who have taken to the pits. The only one other being Alex Wood, who suffered the same fate. But here's the number 75 car under some pressure here. Coleman Evans is going to stay a little bit more to the inside, cover off that apex, prevent any switchback shenanigans. Very smooth running from the both of them. Great attack and defense. There's a good ebb and flow between these two cars. Unfortunately, Dan Johns, it looks like he's gone off the side of the track, just coming out into the sector 3, so he's going to drop down the position to Peter Gifford. Luckily, a quick recovery. Patriarcha as well is going to be attacking on and challenging for the move against Sam Knight. Patriarcha having a very rough first stint, having a very rough start here. Spinning out twice, one through an unforced error and the other through contact at the final corner of the circuit. The Knight's going to give him a run for the money. Patriarcha has taken a full-length stop by this point, so they do at least have a bit of a strategic advantage. They have technically reset their stint timer, I do believe. Harry Kemba against Adam Bent right now. The Lexus against the McLaren. Bent's going to get slightly overtaken here, as the Lexus is going to remain permitted to the inside. No, just contact quarter and quarter, and that is the two cars being forced into a spin. Evasive action coming out from the likes of Newton and Christopher, avoiding further damage. It's just as simple as the door closing and a nose still being through the gap. See, very late on the brakes coming in from Zoltarev as they're chasing down Enarsson. Vernon Higgs could be going for a challenge on Coleman Evans properly this time. Backs off at the end of the Mistral straight as the 101 car is going to have a further slowdown. That is going to be Dan Johns right there, as we saw. I'm going to actually see what happened there, because I don't think we fully captured exactly what went down. So they're chasing on the BMW. See in front of us. See, here is the cockpit view, so alongside the BMW, and looks like just contact made, unfortunately. So both cars are going to be off the track. Some cars looking a little bit beat up by the end of this race, or at least the end of the stint even. We just looked at one of the cars, and it looks like they have seen quite a hefty amount of wheel-to-wheel. You can see this is Enarsson. It has been overtaken by Zoltarev, but he has got a little bit of a pocket in the racetrack where he can focus on getting his pace up. Leyland is going to get overtaken by Danchev down the Mistral straight, but can he use the slipstream to get back at him? Looks like he's already gaining a little bit. We know the Mustang does have a pretty good top end, so it can certainly put the pressure on coming out of some of these corner exits. Just biding his time, looking for the chance. No such luxury being offered just yet. Think about with GT4 as well, as things have been mostly quiet that side of the aisle. Wilkes is hot on the heels of Ralph Vest as he tries to recover from his drive-through penalty. Of course, that would have dropped him about 30 seconds. 30 to 35 seconds, give or take. So Renchi is in a very strong position, but that's not going to stop Wilkes from trying his best to close the gap to get him up to now P2 as he goes alongside the other McLaren of Vest here. Takes the apex, holds the line, and does not yield back. Goes a little bit off the side of the track there, but still barely apparently within track limits according to the stewards and the telemetry. Still had two wheels on the curbs, but declared fair game. Cleland's into the pits and is going to join the likes of many others. Looks like he might be taking an early stint here, considering the flexibility. An early stint swap. So let's find out exactly how this goes. But that is a Wilkes with the position gained, although 25 seconds adrift from Wrench. He's going to have an uphill battle with the rest of this race. Here's Kemba and Bent now drag racing each other down the Mistral straight. And Bent is going to be the one who comes out on top for the time being. Vernon Higgs and Coleman Evans is also going to be another battle we have to pay attention to. The both of them going so close, and even getting certain Jeffrey Van Exel involved. As Vernon Higgs has dropped down significantly, I think got bogged down with GT3 traffic. Now Coleman Evans has a challenge on his hands. You can see the orange Ferrari making his way around. I think that is Renchi right there. Yes, that is in the number one McLaren. Figuratively and literally right now. Van Exel is on the hunt. for that podium finish. He's not going to stop until he gets there, but he's not going to have it without challenge. You can see just in the background there, Coleman Evans is waiting for any chance he can sniff at. He's come up right close through Sector 3 now. He's got a real chance to make something out of this here, but oh, big squeeze and big snap in. Coleman Evans trying to slice something to the apex of the corner, but Excel's having none of it. Dubois also catching up on Inarsson. And we'll check in with those two as they are on the edge of the top 10. Looks like they are coming through together. Inarsson is going to concede the position to Dubois, so maybe just put out a position there or something's going on. Pausland into the pits now for the GT3s. And Gus Peters is piloting the 331 now, the GT4 car. Like there's a little bit of contact between Van Exel and Coleman Evans, but Coleman Evans has managed to get himself into P3. I think we'll wind back the clocks and see exactly what happened here. So he's chasing behind. You see a little bit of a slide, a little bit of a shaky run out of turn 2 for the Ferrari. Let's see, do they go for a move? Looks like a tiny bit of contact there. And then Van Exel dips out wide to try and avoid further contact and re-establish control of their car. And Van Exel is going to be under pressure already as Vernon Higgs is going for a chance to make that a 2-run attack. Going to push him down to the edge of the top 5. After being unsuccessful against Coleman Evans, he wants to try his luck against Van Exel. Kemba and Christopher both heading into the pits meanwhile, along with Lowen and Vest in the GT4 class. So let's see if we do have a couple of trades rounds. The number 190 car now being piloted by Robert Besant. See who else is going to be swapping in for their respective races. Remember now, we've had some pit stops before, but that was for the drive-through penalties being administered. Now it's all pure driver swaps and raw pit stops here. Lowen coming out of the pits. We'll get an update in a moment as to who is piloting that car, if it has changed over. That was a crispy Banco 103 car right now, but will soon be coming in as we are in the last minutes of the stint transfer window. Many drivers are going to be heading into the pits simultaneously. I wouldn't be surprised if all the leaders are going to go in at once all together. There's Jack Simpson getting stuck behind one of the GT3s and nearly getting squeezed by a GT4. That is the 51 advantage of Sam Knight alongside the BMW. We can see more cars now coming out of the pit lane. See, there is going to be Jack Simpson, race leader for GT3, coming into the pits. Wilkes and Wrench both having taken now one pit stop by this point. Wrench is going to be in fully as James King is going to overtake him. Wilkes has taken a stop technically, but it was for a drive-through, so we'll have yet to take a full proper stop, although the stint timer I believe was reset through the drive-through. I'll have to get an exact confirm on that one. Many cars in the pits. There's Griffith, Worley, Enarsson, Bent, Newton, Walton, just to name a few. Blanca, Dasher, Dingo, Wood, Vest, all in there. We are down to 39 cars. We have unfortunately lost 2 racers through the course of this event so far. Down to 39 racers from 41 starters. But let's see how the rest of the field shakes up. Darville opted to stay out just a little bit longer. I think he's going to have to come in at the end of this lap though, or will be in violation of the stint window rules. Simpson's going to be coming out of the pit lane now. In that Lamborghini, Coleman Evans was promoted into second place. Zoltarev's going to jump into the pits here. They had a damage repair pit stop early in the race, and now they are going to be back in once again. Simon Wilkes is into the pit stop, or into the pits as well. This is the major changeover point of the race, folks, as everyone is getting themselves ship shape. Getting themselves ready for stint 2. So there is going to be many cars out in the field as Jake Woodward piloting the number 8 car. Going to have a bit of a surge in position here, as more of the names are going to start chopping and changing a little bit here. For example, Ben Beams now piloting the 117 Vantage GT4. Going to have a bit of an uphill battle. There's going to be Dixon Hurst in the 551 McLaren. Going to get overtaken by Patriarcha. Gifford and Christopher still out there. Although both of them have, by the looks of things, had their damage repaired. So we'll soon be seeing them back to their nominal pace. Jack Simpson coming across the line following their previous pit stop. Will they be able to beat out the likes of Darville and Coleman Evans? That is the question, and will he be able to do so? Coming across the line, and you can see he's just beaten them out of the exit, so Jack Simpson is going to remain out in the lead of the field, and the same is going to go for David Wrench. As we do have a swap in, as Mark Raddenberry is taking the helm of the 750 car now. A lot of driver change-ups, a lot of swaps, and with that, a lot of opportunities. Now we do also have worth mentioning that we do have live stewarding courtesy of the teams, and as a result we do have a couple of updates. So we will have, of course, stewarding taking place throughout the session with the incident logs that are also being output, and that will be a crucial part. Lisa Louise Keane is going to be taking over from Coleman Evans in the number 75 Porsche. There's Chris Woods going to be going on the attack, and major contact between the two as he tries to go on the outside. A rough re-entry for Lisa Louise Keane. And Mikhail Kornev is going to now be piloting the 555 BMW. Nelson's going to stay down. Vincent Tuzet is going to be taking over from Dubois in the Ferrari. You can see a lot of new racers now having to reacclimatise to the car and get themselves ready for the next hour of running. Aidan Larson now in control of the 44 Lexus. You may notice some names have stayed on the track. Not everyone has had to change over. Not everyone has changed over. That might be a wider strategic play with the team. Not sure if we've got anyone who is Ironmanning this entire event, going all 4 hours. We'll have yet to see on that. We'll have to get confirmation. We'll see with Simpson now 5 seconds ahead of Darville. That's going to be a crucial advantage. Rennie Wally heading into the pits, one of the last ones to do so. So now, by now, everyone on this field has taken at minimum 1 pit stop. Stephen McDonald is going to be down and certainly not out, but still got a lot of work to do. So we have got a confirmation that Dingo and Chris Flanker, they are going to be Ironmanning this entire event. They are going to be taking all 4 stints, ladies and gentlemen. So they're going to be under immense pressure. And they'll certainly be feeling the strain as this session continues. So Dingo right now in P32, but P5 overall in the GT4 class. So right in the middle of the road. Got quite a challenge ahead. But massive respect to the both of them for being able to put that up. Same for Flanker here in the 103 car. He's going to be running that McLaren all the way to the bitter end. Gifford and Christopher is going to be going tooth and tail. But we do have a couple of stewarding updates as well. So, first off, these are direct calls from the stewards. We have a 5-second penalty to car number 7. That is a Patriarcha right here in P16 currently, for causing a collision. It's most likely linked to what happened in the final corner of the race. I'm not sure if they're referring to the first or the second incident, but they have been given a 5-second penalty from the stewards as a result. Meanwhile, we also have a 20-second penalty coming in for Tuzet. Was at the time piloted by Dubois, but the number 28 car was hit by a 20-second penalty for causing a collision and maintaining position. So that was posted earlier. So I do believe that that is in reference to Dubois, although we need to check exactly what incident that is in reference to. I haven't got it immediately on my logs, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would jump to a replay of that, but I haven't been able to track that exactly. Here's Corneve on the back of Morgan now, really getting close. Really getting close through those first couple of corners of the circuit here. We had Ivan in here previously, and now Mikhail pushing that car as much as he can. Of course, if there are any further updates regarding the grid or any changes, then we'll let you know as soon as possible. Apparently, it looks like number 441 car received a DSQ. So we're trying to see exactly what's going on here. Looks like they... Let's say, so this is the 442 car, Ralph Vest. So we're just trying to get exact clarity on what happened with that. But according to a couple of messages, and we're just getting internal confirmation from the team, DSQ for car number 441. Now, this could be due to technical issues, or there could be something else at play, but there is, of course, something to monitor. We've seen GT3 and GT4s alike mingle. Dingo's going to get overtaken, as Wally is on the back of Kemba right now, looking at any chance he could get to push himself into the top 15. We had a couple of hiccups, couple of moments, shall we say, a little bit earlier on in the session. Let's see exactly how this one plays out. So Worley on the heels of Kemba himself is chasing Patriarcha down in a three-way fight as we head into the Mistral Straight. Now, the question is who's going to pull the trigger first? Who's going to be the one to go for the jump, for the move, as the number 94 car is going to remain to the right side. He's not going to give any chance for the attack. Coming in from Worley, tries to stick with a little bit of slipstream, and isn't quite going to have the speed advantage compared to the two. Looks like we had a brief hiccup with our timing boards. Do apologise for that, but big slide coming in from Worley. Worley, no. Just a bit of, I think, lift off oversteer there. Completely drops the rear and goes out into the runoff. having to quickly recover, get themselves back on the surface without disrupting other cars. So that is going to take them out of the fight against Cleland and Patriarcha. And they're going to be squared away in P16 as they're now behind the Ginetta of Dingo. Got to try and re-find his footing as he's potentially flat-spotted his tyres and generated a lot of surface temperature. Have to get that car regulated again if he wants to push it once more. Greg Fitton now into the pits for the second time. As to give you an incident update, we had a drive-through penalty being administered to Erik Inassen in the number 39 BMW. That was administered, as well as another drive-through from the 750 car. That is, say, Raddenberry. Most likely, again, automatically triggered through track limits, as well as the number 551 car getting a drive-through. That is at Dixon Hurst. So, just an update, folks. We are seeing, now piloted by Remco Ton, the number 442 car has rejoined the circuit. Granted, they are significantly down. They are 0 laps compared to the 33 of Ben Beams, the next closest car. So they will be most likely in last for the entire event, but that is going to be the car returning to the circuit, so always good to see a car back. We are down to 38 entrants. So should be okay. Should be all okay now. We had a brief yellow flag coming out for Patriarcha, as well as some incident warnings coming in for a couple of cars. Hopefully those get cleared fairly soon. Here's Gifford on the back of Knight now, James Knight. A little bit of a slide coming in from the Ferrari on the exit as they go very wide. And Gifford stays fairly narrow, both in attack and keeping it on track now. Yeah, Gifford is going to be getting closer to the position, goes wide and fast, trying to close the door in on the outside, but is going to need no such thing as they fully power out ahead out of the corner, and that's going to be a quick swing. There's also going to be Jack Simpson going for the overtake and trying to displace the drivers who will be subject to blue flag conditions. See a little bit of a wiggle coming in from Simpson. So that could be either temps or just pure flamboyance and enjoyment of the race, as he's currently 6.5 seconds away from Scott Darville. See Stephen McDonald going for and overtaking one of the GT4s. That is going to be Raddenberry, as he's, like others before him, trying to rejoin the GT3 queue. We will see who has what it takes. Now we're getting a bit of an update as well that number 44, that being the Lexus of Aidan Larson, currently piloting the Lexus anyway. The reason for their long stop, 180 seconds, keep in mind. The reason for their long stops was for some technical issues, so had a brief tech issue, luckily managed to get it resolved within a couple of minutes, but still did harm their race. Now they are in a position where they can continue pushing forward. 15 seconds between themselves and Patriarcha. It's not out of the realms of possibility. But that's why they had such a long stop. And now Vernon Higgs is going to be attacking on Keane as a fight is reignited. Higgs is still here. Coleman Evans is out though. And their teammate is going to be carrying the torch in their stead.
Peter Gifford still on the chase. James Knight right there, hungry for the position. Simon Griffiths going to head into the pits, the number 300 car. Gifford is going to be displaced, as that is going to be Scott Darville making waves and slicing through this battle, pushing Gifford down to an entire second's gap. Corneve looking at multiple cars as he heads down the Mistral straight. There's two GT4s that need to get out of the way and gets boxed in very close to the back of Louise Keane. And there's a close call there. Vernon Higgs managed to get out of there unscathed and ahead of the other two. And Corneve's going to go for much of the same. So Keane is now down into P7 as this straight has proven to be quite a scary one. A lot of speed from the GT4 or the M4 of Corneve, but going off the track there, so track limits will be a concern. Last thing you want to do, say Corneve has already done, is have to take an additional pit stop. Last thing you want to do is get anything coming in from the stewards for drive-throughs or for track limits. Drivers who are all squabbling for position right now. So Corneve's managed to get past Bailey Vernon Higgs here with a very strong run. Really going to be pushing forward now. If Vernon Higgs is going to let him go, for the moment, but I think certainly will be teeing up another move as Gifford's managed to get past James Knight finally. Houseland could be looking in the same way. Jake Woodward in their sights. Houseland going alongside Woodward here. Both of them drag racing into the end of the straight now. So Houseland does have the advantageous line. We've got the apex into these next couple of corners. Just need to get this right on the brakes. Well, goes a little bit earlier on the brakes than Woodward. Woodward's taking a bit more speed. Okay, the BMW's managing to come out on top of this one for now, as there is a very wide stray from the track for Pousland. I think the composure is faltering here. The compulsion to go for all the attacks, not so much an issue as there is one to just stay on it. As the field has spaced out even more than previous. They're really great to see some of the chatter as well from everyone here on course. And as multiple drivers rotate in and out. Professional etiquette coming through. So we did see some sportsmanlike behaviour. Oh no, Pousland fishtailing out. Drop a lot of time now there. So Corneve in a similar position, dropping a lot of time. So as we get to, say, coming up to 2.5 hours remaining. We'll be seeing a couple of change-ups course, the field is still going to push forward. Unfortunately, we are getting news that Innovation Racing, one of the teams who were running today, received a DC. They disconnected, and they are unable to continue for the remainder of the race. So that will be one of our disconnections of today. Really a shame to see, because the last thing you ever want to have is anyone who was all teed up, ready to go today, and it just hasn't quite happened. Again, want to advocate for everyone, if you haven't already considered, to head over to our Just Giving page if you are willing to contribute to the cause. Any and all would be much appreciated. They're well on the way to the £1,000 goal that the Virtual Race of Remembrance are looking to raise. And with that, we're going to introduce another character to the fold, as we have got Omi, who's joined us in the commentary box and is going to accompany us for the next hour or so. So Omi, if you can hear us, how are we doing, buddy?
Hello Sappy, hello everyone. Doing quite well, and I've heard you guys have been having quite a lot of fun so far in this race, so great to be here for such an important event, and a great event as well, the Virtual Race of Remembrance.
So great to have you here as well. And to say, we've had a few sort of moments, a few key moments. We've had a lot of interesting battles that have scaled up in the hour and a half that we've been running so far. Have there been any sort of highlights from what you've been able to see?
Oh, when I came in, some of the racing we were getting was absolutely fantastic. Some close and great battles when it comes to the mid-pack has been great to watch as well. You're currently seeing one of them in your picture. Knight currently in 20th, looking to try and defend all the while from Valley, who's trying to go on the attack. So yeah, lots of these battles that have just been forming, keeping everyone entertained over the last 30 minutes or so, have been really, really great to watch as well, and we're basically cutting to them absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, so we can't look anywhere for more than a few seconds at a time, because just as quickly there's another fight that is scaling up. I mean, take right now, Woodward is on the back of Christopher, and while he's just managed to get past James Knight down the Mistral Straight. So there's so many little sort of moments and battles that are happening at any given time. Looks like Glenberry, though, is having a brief warning being placed on his car, maybe contact with a wall or contact with another car briefly, but that's going to put him right in the firing line of Corneve, who's been chasing down in that BMW, and this is a fight for the podium for GT3. GT4 has been a little bit quieter, and we have seen, short of a fight at the front between the number 750 car and the number 1 car, both the McLarens, we haven't seen much for the GT4s, and I think they've just been biding their time for maybe later in the race.
Absolutely, it is a long race, so a lot to consider for the teams as well, along with the different drivers in the stints that they all currently have as well. So there is a lot to navigate through in an endurance event, so you definitely have to think about the bigger picture rather than prioritizing things right now. But that's exactly what we're going to actually see right now into words this straight, as Corneve is going to be battling up against Bury. That will be a move that will be complete, a bit of extra slipstream momentarily being had, and then he's going to be able to get the momentum a few meters on and take that position. So it is Corneve and Bury, 3rd and 4th now currently in this order at the moment, as they battle away for position. But lots of these drivers will be assessing where they are. They'll be in discussions with their teams, and there will basically be a bit of a race plan discussed in terms of where they're currently at. Everyone does have an expectation. If you can better it, then it is then I think you're having quite a good day as well of racing so far.
Yes, I can certainly say. I mean, look at Corneve. He's on an absolute roll right now. He's took the reins from Ivan on the previous stint, and now Mikhail is really pushing that car, giving it his all, and he's managed to work his way up into P3. Decisive moves on multiple races. Not too long ago, we were just talking about him chasing against the likes of Vernon Higgs and Keane, and now he's currently sitting up in P3 and sitting very confident, albeit Darville and Simpson are in another league entirely right now, because there's a whole 77 seconds between those two, and even then Simpson has got 10 seconds to Darville, so he's certainly unlocked some speed in this second stint.
Yeah, an elite performance so far, but It's all about, can you continue that? Can you carry that all the way through till the end? Still 2 minutes and under 32 minutes on the clock to go. So it's been a good advantage, but as we've seen, there can always be a bit of drama. There can always be things that can go wrong. So you have to be on full alert, and you can never get comfortable, even at this phase of the race, if you have got that 77-second gap, which is between second and third. And even Simpson, well, only 10 seconds back to Darville. So it is very close. It is very feisty still, and things can definitely happen in this battle at the moment as they make their way back down on the Mistral Straight. Does our leader of Simpson, of course, in that number 29 machine for the RAF Lighting Sim Racing car as well, as we now just see a bit of the wheel-to-wheel taking place. Lots of different cars, GT4s, GT3s, and you're all having to battle up against them and try and get the track position at the same time.
Yeah, I'm going to say Raggy as well, jumping in with the 14 viewer raid. Thank you for bringing everyone in, and I hope that everyone so far, whether you've just joined us or you've been here since the start of the race, hope you're all joining the virtual race of remembrance today. Of course, brought to you by Mission Motorsport and supported by the teams over at the likes of Positive Perception, as well as us over at DriveLine, so providing the broadcast for today. So Powersland is going to be off the track, unfortunately. P17 dropping right down. Let's take a bit of a replay and see exactly what happened as he's going along side by side. It looks like he managed to get past one of the GT4s, and I think just a classic case of pushing the car a little bit too much there. Looks like, yeah, a bit of lift off oversteer that he tried to catch, and unfortunately fish-tailed the car out of the exit of the corner. So that was a bit of a sad sight, but ultimately minimal damage done, no contact made with anything, just a little bit of scrubbing of the speed.
Yeah, not ideal, but at least everything is still up and running, and they can just continue with the race rather than an unfortunate scenario of any kind of damage coming from that moment. So they've got away with it with, of course, the huge amount of runoff that you get around this Paul Ricard circuit. There is a reason why a lot of times previously we have seen a lot of no rules races being done here, just because of the amount of lines you can take, and especially when you get down. Of course, we don't have the chicane here today, but there's so many different lines you can take down there. There's so many options with this Paul Ricard circuit as well. So it is just one of those circuits where you can afford to have those moments at most part of the circuit, and luckily not find your way to the barrier.
Well, one of the great things about Paul Ricard, also known as Le Castellet, it's versatility. While it doesn't have the most verticality as a circuit, it's no Spa, it's no Mount Bathurst, it does more than make up for that in the versatility of the format. It can be configured in hundreds of different ways to produce unique racing experiences every time, and this is one of the two most common formats. You have the full circuit format, and then you have the full circuit with chicane, which you typically see, as Tom mentioned in the first stint, in Formula racing most prominently. But with this configuration, at least, it allows for a hefty amount of slipstream battling, as well as a lot of technical prowess and technical fighting between multiple apexes, multiple corners, and even if it isn't the most vertical circuit in the world, it certainly has a lot of options and opportunities. James Knight trying to chase back onto Freddie Wally, as the two drivers have been very close for some time now. And then looking back as well as the GT4s progress, Chris Planker is in third place. Now, he's one of two drivers confirmed to be taking all 4 stints. He is fully Ironmanning this event here today, Dingo being the second car to do so. And I think that P3 is a great position to be, but is it going to hold? Looks like the GT4, though, getting a little bit stuck behind, I believe that is Dan McAndrew, who has been running a lot slower than the other GT3s this event, but still pushing forward regardless.
Absolutely, still pushing through, and that's the only thing you can really do at this phase. Even if there might be that pace deficit, and you know it, you can only put in your best and, well, try force mistakes out of your rivals. Mistakes like we were just seeing a few moments ago. If you can try heat the pressure and just try be a bit of an annoyance, then you give yourself every opportunity, and well, you are doing the best that you can at that precise moment. So it is all about just pushing on and continuing on in this race. A lot can happen, as we already mentioned to you as well, so you definitely have to think about the bigger picture. But yes, we have quite a lot of talented drivers in this field, all with huge tasks ahead of them, and they are absolutely going to be chasing exactly those as the battling will continue between these drivers. But yeah, we've had some close gaps and they've been remaining close within range, so that's some drivers who are settled in formation, but there will be that moment where they decide, okay, now's the time to push, now we need to get on with it. And I think we're exactly seeing that now in this battle, as well as Kemba is trying to move up to 11th.
Well, there's not a lot of immediate urgency around the field, but there doesn't need to be. We've still got 2.5 hours left of racing to go, so you can slowly whittle down the time and then go for a decisive move a little bit later on. I think there was a question that came through about whether Flanker could potentially catch up to the likes of Wrench up in P1. And for a reference point, Flanker's a second behind Peters in the 331 car, but then there is an entire 51 seconds between himself and Wrench. But that was bigger. It was at one point 77 seconds. So I think with enough time and push, I think that these cars can come back together. And oh, massive slide! That is Danchev completely off the side of the track as he loses control out of the straight. And again, luckily, the track does have a massive amount of runoff. So there's no contact with the wall, no major damage, just damage to the talent and maybe the tyres. But Danchev losing a ton of time out of that, and no amount of, say, push is going to save and undo that mistake, as Worley's going to have much of the same. It's a similar case as before. I think lift-off oversteer coming out the straight has just undone him here in the number 30.
Yep, absolute drama for those two drivers then. So this is now the moment where those drivers are beginning to just push that little bit, and they are finding the limits of what is possible as well. But yes, the tyres won't be the biggest fans of those type of moments that we were seeing. Here is Peters at the moment. We're looking back at Flanker. He's the driver getting closer and closer at the moment. Of course, you get this long straight with no chicane, and then you find yourself just getting closer into this third sector. Alternative different racing lines can definitely be trialled at this part of the circuit to try and get better traction. But as you mentioned, there's no urgency. You don't want to risk contact at this stage because that would do you, of course, no good in the long term. So you have to think about everything now. You can see how close Flanker has been getting over to the back, but you have to be cautious with how you try and do this one. You've still got a long time. It is all about settling in and picking the right moment, or like we've seen already, try and force an error out of your rival. But you definitely don't want to be getting into any forms of trouble in terms of losing time due to contact, and then the stewards as well in terms of what they'll have to say.
I'm not sure how these racers are going to be planning for the next stint, because 65 minutes per stint, so that's going to mean that we will have in about 30 minutes, so we're about halfway through the second stint right now, in about 30 minutes we'll have the next potential driver changeover / pit in. And as long as you have 4 stints to your race, that is the bit that matters, and you can flex things around. So if you want a bit of a longer stint towards the end, make your 3rd stint shorter. If you want to have a last final dash with someone who is pushing 110%, of course plan for that also. It's all about how you manage the racing surface, as it looks like Inarson is having a bit of trouble as he's gone off the side of the track and is having to rejoin just coming out of the second corner.
The ideal situation there, yeah, having a little bit of a struggle at that specific moment. We now jump on board with a Flanker as he's going to try and look for the opportunity, an opportunity that could be coming his way in a few meters time as they make their way through. Of course, so much traffic to try and navigate your way by as well, and it means that gaps that can be minute at times can extend and become larger at the same time. So you've got to try and be cautious with where you try and make that pass on some of the other cars as well. But yes, the stint management is so important, as you were mentioning. The stint that will be discussed. They would have discussed about who will be seeing the car home all the way till the finish, and all of those bits of information. You need to be prepared for that type of scenario. So you've got to be ready for any opportunity that could be coming their way. As there we see the overtake actually come in for Flanker, who's been able to finally get through. Of course, we are going to see Peters dive it straight back up the inside into the final corner, and then it becomes a bit of a drag race on the start-finish straight towards the first turn, and it does look like it is advantage Flanker, unless Peters can try fight this one, unless he can get back up to the inside line. No point doing so, he'll get more chances later on to fight back, but a bit of an interesting battle going on between those two drivers.
Flanker with a great move there and looking very promising. Considering he is going all the way with this one, he is going to have to get his moves done early in order to preserve his strength and focus just on bringing the car home by the end, because he'll be worn out, he'll be quite tired by the end of it, and racing even just for an hour at a time can be quite draining physically and mentally. So to retain that level of focus for multiple hours on end is its own kind of racing challenge. So Flanker really wants to get those moves done early, hence him currently sitting in P2, and then he can focus a bit more on just getting the miles up in focus for the end of the race. So Roddenberry is going to potentially make this one a twofer, as Peters is on the defensive. He lost the position to Flanker, and now he's going to be potentially losing the position to Roddenberry, but it's all going to be coming into this corner at the end of the straight. Will he go for it? Roddenberry is close, but he's not going to be able to get alongside, and with that he remains in P3 for now. Meanwhile, James Knight and Aiden Larson, Lexus B Ferrari, is going to be the Lexus coming back in after James Knight made an attempt at position, and the Lexus is up into the 20s now. So Gifford is going to be having much of the same as he fights against the very American looking Luke Cleland in the Mustang right now. And in terms of the leaders for GT3, it's Jack Simpson 15 seconds ahead of Scott Darville, and then for GT4 it is David Wrench, who is a whole 50 seconds away from Chris Flanker, although the time is fluctuating and we could see that come down.
Really could. Gaps will continue to fluctuate, especially at this phase of the race, but if there is any major changes, definitely could have some indication of how things are going. Going back to this battle that has been going on, Peters, as you've mentioned, possibly at risk of now losing another position after Flanker was able to fight his way by. He's now got 2.6 seconds, and now Roddenberry is going to try and get to the inside line, just assessing his options at the moment. It is a circuit here at Paul Ricard where you have many choices, where you have many options, where, as I've mentioned, you can go for some different alternative racing lines to try and set up the move to complete it in the easiest way possible, which of course is without risking contact as well. James King has made his way into the pit lane as well, as we now make our way onto the Mistral straight. This is one of the overtaking opportunities, and Peters running slightly wide there, and it's going to be open the door for Roddenberry, who's going to definitely try and go for this move. This is exactly where we saw the move come in for Flankers earlier on as they were fighting their way by. Looks like this time around Roddenberry is inching ahead, and he is moving up then another position, and he's about to go 29th overall if he can just secure this one into the braking zone, the little lift-off braking zone. This is because, of course, you're not fully committed. It's not a hard braking zone, but it is one where you have to get off the gas, and Roddenberry does so now ahead.
They've got to modulate the throttle to be sure, because too much lift-off and you get lift-off oversteer, and that's what's claimed so many GT3 cars on the exit of that straight in order to try and get their cars under control. So there you go. That is Peters down into the 4th position as Roddenberry takes the last podium spot for GT4. Aiden Larson on the chase for that is Jake Woodward's position, as we do have a couple of penalties to catch up on as well. The number 98 car
receiving a drive-through penalty about 5 to 10 minutes ago in the race. So that is Freddie Wiley. He has lost about 30 seconds and he's now in P23. You have a drive-through penalty as well for the number 31 car. That is going to be Luke Cleland, hence his position down in P17. So that was also about, I'd say, 5 minutes ago, though he had to take that and is now on his charge back up. He's peeled out more time to Peter Gifford, but he's got a whole 13 seconds before he even gets to Powsland, let alone anyone else ahead of him.
Absolutely, that is the state of the play at the moment in this race. We look over to Morgan as well, as he is trying to get himself closer to this battle. Can he keep the car pointing in the right direction? All over the curb, still currently facing in the right direction, luckily getting away with that one, but that was a hairy moment. You don't want to be getting to moments like that out there on the circuit, where it was all at risk of losing much more time. Getting away with it though, in this case for Aaron Morgan, luckily on the 53rd lap of this contest as well. Still 2 hours and 15 minutes to go on the clock as well. Yes, Morgan there, just about surviving, just about continuing, and now we'll look on to continue in this race.
As I see how they all shape up as they back on a familiar fight, as now Larson, Gifford and Cleland are all in a three-way scrap as they go to the start-finish straight, and they're about to complete lap 51. He's going to see what the Lexus does first. It looks like he's peeling all the way to the left side. This could be 3 wide into the first corner. Someone's going to have to yield. It is going to be the other two, as Cleland is going to take top spot. Gifford's going to be demoted all the way down into P19, and the Lexus is going to go for a second attack on Cleland now, as he gets a much better exit speed. He runs the outside of the corner, and the Mustang tries he might to take the apex back. It is going to be powerless against Aiden Larson. What a beautiful double take by the two of them, and what a beautiful overtake by the Lexus. Amazing racing and amazing stuff. Just a quick update, folks, as well. So we do have, say, two fundraisers going on right now as part of the virtual race of Remembrance. So we've got the actual virtual race of Remembrance team, but we also have the Nix team, who have also done a massive contribution, and because of that we have managed to cross the £1,000 mark. Now we're still trying to aim to cross the £1,000 mark on the virtual race of Remembrance specific fundraiser, so any contributions to that would be more than appreciated. As always, say the Mission Motorsport team and everyone putting a massive amount of work in to these events to make them possible. So massive thanks to both teams who have managed to allow us to cross that £1,000 threshold combined between the two for the cause, and we're still going to be pushing forward to hopefully reach £1,000 target by the end of the session today. So you could be instrumental to that, and all contributions are always welcomed. So the link is in the Twitch chat, and hopefully someone will be able to find it in the description over on YouTube's side. But Larson now back to the racing, and we can see Larson's managed to get a clean break against Cleland and Gifford, as over 2.5 seconds have been claimed already, and Morgan is now on the back of Keane as they come out the Mistral straight.
Absolutely, this battle then rages on at the moment in time as they make their way through, and it will be Lisa Key just trying to hang on at the moment, but Aaron Morgan has regrouped after that moment that he had, and now we'll assess things from this point onwards on what is the best route to end up in that 6th position. That is the aim, definitely at the moment, but an interesting fight, an interesting comeback now being made by Morgan, who's put that moment behind him, and that's so important in an endurance race, because across a race you are going to have so many different moments as a driver, as a team, that it's all about just putting it behind you, because you cannot let it affect you for the entire duration of this endurance race. You've got to be cautious, and you've got to have that mentality to just forget about it and focus on the job at hand.
But for a lot of drivers, it's all about damage limitation. Stephen McDonald on the number 19 car has gone off into the rare patch of gravel that actually exists on this circuit as he's made his way out and down from turn 2. So managing to recover back on the circuit, but did call out the yellow flags owing to his brief excursion off. And that is going to be unfortunate for him as he's now going to have an uphill battle to try and regain position. Meanwhile, Keane is on the defensive still as Aaron Morgan is on the chase in the McLaren. Say Porsche versus McLaren right now. We have a couple more drive-through penalties being administered as there are a couple of hiccups and incidents between GT3 and GT4 cars, as well as time being spent off the circuit. So there's a number 50 being the recipient of a drive-through penalty, so that is going to be just trying to find it here. Number 50 is that is Bailey Vernon Higgs, so he's been dropped down now to P8 in order to serve that. And then the number 938 car, so that is Dingo in the GT4s, has also had to serve a drive-through, putting him down to 5th position with a significant time gap.
Absolutely, a significant time gap indeed, as we still see this battle raging on. Aaron Morgan got a good run, and you can see how he was getting closer with the slipstream down Lee Stroll straight, but just ran out the opportunity on that specific occasion. And he just need to be a little bit closer, and then I'm sure he'll definitely be within range as well to fight his way by. That's exactly what he'll be aiming to do over the next phase of the race. That'll definitely be one of the targets. 11.4 seconds then up the road to Chris Woods, who finds himself in P5 at the moment, and they've also got 45 seconds in behind. So they kind of find themselves alone out there on this circuit, not in terms of course, the on-track, but in terms of the people they are racing up against. And there you can see Keane just able to get his way past some of the traffic in an easier fashion, and that's given him a little bit more of a gap, a bit more of a buffer, arriving to one of the main overtaking opportunities, 1.6 seconds. But yeah, expect these gaps to fluctuate. That is what we usually get, and sometimes it'll go in your favour, sometimes it won't, in terms of where the other cars are that you're not actually racing against.
So got to be playing this race smart now. As we're coming up to the halfway mark, this has become more of a strategic affair than an outright combat one. And you can see that being exemplified no better than the front of the field. Jack Simpson currently 15 seconds clear of Scott Darville in second place. But they are going to come up soon to that stint timer. So the most important thing here is that he's going to have to keep his wits about him, because he could get very easily under or overcut by his rivals. And that pit differentiation could be the difference between him holding that massive gap and then being under potential threat. Because remember, 65 minutes, that gives you 15 minutes of stint flexing about. So you can have very long or very short stints, depending on how you play your time. And that's how he's going to have to be thinking about as he holds on to a good lead on track, but that could be quickly diminished.
Really could. It could disappear any moment, so you've got to be careful with how you play that out. As we arrive back down into the first braking zone on the circuit. That was very tight, as Keane making contact there momentarily. Morgan being able to get his way through as well at that same specific moment. This is one of the closer battles out there on the circuit. Larson is also getting very, very close to 16th position as well. So some great fighting could be about to come between those two drivers. James Knight is going to be looking for it up against Gifford. So there is still some close drivers in terms of proximity out there around this venue who could be eyeing up some possible opportunities that could be coming their way. Talking about possible opportunities, I think this is one for Morgan, because Keane kind of had to get out of it with some traffic. So his momentum was broken, and that is going to allow Aaron Morgan an opportunity to try and drag his way by. You can see he is alongside down towards the braking zone of scene, and it's going to be close between the pair of them. The Morgan with that ideal line into that corner, able to fight his way by and take that position, a position which he's been trying to get for a while. Now just belong to him. P6 for Aaron Morgan.
So Aaron Morgan looking very strong right now, and certainly one of the drivers to watch as we go through into this crucial next phase of the race. So Pausland as well could be one to watch, as he's had a bit of a dismal start, but he has slowly been recovering and has been pushing that time down. You can see now in his own pocket of the racetrack, he has got a bit of a chance here to really gauge the field and start to peel back time. He got P17 now, but that could very easily change. Meanwhile, we have the likes of Corneve, who is over a minute down compared to Scott Darville, but he's 16 seconds up on Glenn Berry. So some good running here will help him really lock in that P3 for his inevitable switch to the rest of his teammates.
It will indeed. So it is an important part. It is an important phase of the race. This now, the drivers that are navigating their way through. Of course, it is an effort across the entire event, which puts together the result at the end. So you have to be alert, you have to be on it at all specific moments, and if you can do so, then you give yourself a great opportunity to be celebrating and to be getting the roll call of the victor by the end. But most of all, of course, this is the virtual race of Remembrance, and that is specifically what we are currently here to do, and also here on this Saturday evening, we also get to enjoy some great racing out there at the same time.
Yep, and so of course everything going together towards a great cause, and no other better way to show that by drivers giving their, of course, mission Motorsport being focused on providing opportunities, providing programs for, and say, any personnel post-service to be able to live a life after they have served in the forces, in the services. And that is vitally important, and say their mission through opportunities like, say, motorsport training and so community outreach as well. There's a lot of effort that goes into it, and say really happy to support a cause through an event like this. So looking towards the field, as we do have 2 hours and 5 minutes left to go. That means within the next 15 minutes we will see the second driver changes and second set of pit stops across the board. Some racers are going to go for double stints here, so many team compositions are, I believe, teams of 3, so they have gone for a driver to start, a driver to cover stints 2 and 3, the middle section of the race, and then one driver to switch in for a bombastic finish. So if everyone's gone for something like that, then it's going to be absolute fireworks in the final hour. But let's see how this pans out in the meantime. We're going to see, I believe that is the Mercedes AMG coming through. That is going to be, if I can actually find him there. Oh, we've just lost him. They clicked over to the wrong place. There you go. That is going to be Ryan Worley in the number 30. Just making his way round one of the GT4s, but trying to keep Danchev at bay, as we have Peter Gifford off the side of the track, coming off of the Mistral straight, trying to quickly reintegrate to the circuit.
Such a shame, was running in a good position to have a battle, but that battle, well, he can forget about it now and finds himself in a complete different part of the race, where a lot of the progress has been lost due to that moment that he had on the circuit, able to get away with it critically though, as we have already mentioned, and that is one of the great things that these drivers can have, in terms of they can get away with it due to the runoff that we've already talked you through around this bit. But yeah, lots of drivers having issues to that part of the circuit when it comes to this contest, so a lot's definitely taking place and a lot still to manage. Remember, the further that you progress to in the endurance races, as well as with how long the certain stints might be, the end of stints, driver concentration can start to lack a little bit, and it can lead to an increased chance of moments like you've just seen.
And so this will be a crucial changeover point, as everyone is now just trying to navigate where they want to place themselves after the stint. Now, where you come out of the pits is just as important as when you come out of the pits, because If you go in a little bit later, that's going to stretch out your later stints inevitably, but it also means that you have a chance to come out in significant traffic. You do run that risk, and if you come out in traffic, it'll be a lot harder for you to get back up to your optimal pace and to maximise that undercut advantage. In the same light though, overcutting could mean that you are in, say, a pocket of your own for a little bit longer, and you can get some more pace out of your car, but that'll be more in service of your later stints. So it's a big question mark about how you want to navigate this race on a strategic front. We're on board with Danchev right now as he's trying to chase Ryan Worley back down. He's lost a little bit of time because of the GT4s and a couple of fumbled corners, but he's managed to pull himself back to within half a second so far. We'll see if that improves as he goes through, heading his way into Sector 2 now and into the Mistral Straight here. Let's see what he's got in the tank, although looks like he has a little bit of a shaky exit and ran very narrow there. So he's dropped down to 1.3 seconds.
He has indeed, so that's what the gap now is as they make their way down the straight. You really need to tuck in, get closer than that to get that slipstream effect as well, as we currently make our way through on this circuit, and the field looking to continue to try and jostle it out as well. But a race that has been going by very, very quickly indeed is now going to be entering an important phase off the road. Slightly wide goes Danchev, gets away with it as we now cut over to Kemba, who's entering the pit lane.
Yeah, many cars now heading into the pits. So there's Kemba, Palsland, Patriarcha, Wally, all heading in alongside McAndrew and Torn. So there will be many cars coming into the pit lane now, either to serve penalties, as we've had a couple more cars be adorned with a penalty here. Say specifically, that'll be the number 68 car getting hit with a penalty. So that's Aaron Morgan, who previously went in. And then also the number 7 car, that was Patriarcha, getting hit with another drive-through. So certainly has had a very rough race. Things have gone bad to worse with them, but we'll hopefully see that stabilise in the second half. And we'll see anyone who is going for a driver change as well, as there are a couple of cars who are actually treating this like the proper pit stops.
Absolutely, you are getting that at the moment indeed. So it is being treated, as you mentioned, as a bit more of a proper pit stop as well, as we now journey our way into the final 2 hours now of the contest. As you can see, it has been a race that has been progressing, and now only under 2 hours remain of it, and this is now the important phase. So we are now sprinting our way all the way till the finish, and whatever the drivers do now sets themselves up and sets their teams up critically for a better result by the time that the checkered flag will fall, and we will end the virtual race of Remembrance as we see them come over the line. Here's Woodward at the moment as well, has James Knight ahead of him on the racetrack in terms of positions, and there you can see he's actually very close to the back of James Knight as well. So this could be a battle that also begins to develop over the next few minutes.
Yeah, so Woodward hot to the heels of James Knight here, so we've got a couple of laps left before drivers will be inevitably forced to come in. So if they took it right to the very edge, that means that they'll be able to go up to 1 minute 50 on the overall race timer before everyone has to come in to end stint 2 and to commence stint 3. We see Glimberry coming in now, and we'll see potentially any driver swaps being executed from this point onwards. So say Cleland heading into the pits alongside David Wrench, leader of GT4. And we'll see just how the timings span out as Ben Beams is exiting the pit lane. Dan McAndrew remains in there for an extended period of time, so that could be a potential issue brewing for them in the number 6 car, as they have been in there for a significant amount of time. Now they were in there for say a while, and they've also been running a little bit slow around the rest of the course, so it does make me wonder if they are going to continue, because sometimes we have seen in the past in previous events, or in other events I've certainly seen, where drivers who are a little bit further behind will often just stay in the pit lane till the end of the event. Hopefully not the case here. Hopefully it does re-emerge, but we'll have to, of course, wait and see.
Yep, time will tell on what will be the case when it comes to that. In terms of this battle, a similar story. We'll soon find out whether Woodward will be able to fight a way through. Now sitting back at the 1.3 second range as well, which has seen plenty of battles be at today. But the gaps will move up and down. They will continue to fluctuate, and they'll get close like it has just done as well in a space of a corner, because Woodward with some better traction, and then James Knight's able to fight that one and just move it further up the road once again, as Woodward now loses a bit of on-track position at the moment. But yes, it's all about just sticking with it and trying to note who your rivals are, where you find yourself as a team. That's what it is important, and basically set up some goals as well from this point onwards for the team. I'm sure they'll be having some discussions, because while of course the ambition would have been very high, if you don't find yourself at a position where you can challenge, or where your initial hope would have been, then definitely re-evaluating and going from there can definitely be a good idea.
See how the rest of the race stands, though, as we do check in with a couple of cars. So the number 40, now piloted by Frederick Wrench, has not long made their way out of the pit lane. The number 94 car is now going to be helmed by Imantas Bird in P16 right now. A couple more cars are going to be going in for some switches and various permutations of cars and driver combos. So let's see how the rest of them come out as more heading into the pits. Flanker is going to be going in for his second stop, so he'll be re-emerging, of course, going all the way with this event. James King is going to be heading in his BMW in GT4 trim, and then a couple more GT3s are going to come in too. So there is Mark Christopher just exiting the pit lane with the number 191 car, and anyone else will be soon making their way. So Glenberry remains out on circuit after 2 pit stops, so I think he might be another car who is Ironmanning this one, and say certainly a scary prospect as a few more cars come through. Say Joel van der Valk in the 331 car. Doing this whole event by yourself is being massively taxing.
Absolutely, so much skill and talent, and not only that, just the endurance factor of it. Trying to survive and try and perform at an elite level as well. Try and maintain the performance all the way through the entire event is so important. Not just sticking it and drive it, but also performing at the high level, which when you have people around you who are constantly changing and constantly getting new drivers coming into play, fresh drivers coming into play, can definitely be quite difficult to contend with. Yes, fair play to anyone who is attempting that at the moment, as well as they continue to navigate their way through. We are currently taking a look at Van der Walk at the moment, as he currently brings it onto the Mistral straight. Here is Aaron Morgan, who's just made his way into the pit lane. A few more pit stops taking place. Larson's also in as well, so is Morley, and so is Vernon Higgs as well. So a few pit stops coming in on this lap.
So we have Roddenberry, Besant, Dingo and Larson, along with Worley, Vernon Higgs, Morgan and Newton, all coming into the pits as we speak, and all making their way either in or out. Jack Simpson and Michael Corneve are going to be doing exactly the same thing, so Darville could potentially get a bit of an overcut here on his main championship rival, and so to speak, or his main event rival, as the two have been squabbling a little bit. They have been trading blows, and Darville does look to be staying out and using the tail of the Ferrari just in front of him. I believe that is belonging to, just trying to get the driver number read here. Trying to get exactly who that is. That is James Knight, so currently P15, but briefly served as a tow for the incumbent now race leader, as many other GT3s are now going to dip in owing to blue flags. See Dingo right there, and he's going to be on the outside, and he's going to be yielding the way, but too deep for Knight. Is going to briefly go into the runoff and come right back out ahead of the Vantage of Mark Christopher, who's chasing him down, who himself has just gone off the track.
Absolutely, has just gone off the track indeed. At the moment, we currently continue on then and make our way through in this contest as well. A lot of moments being had now at this moment as the time ticks away. The importance gets even higher and higher of trying to secure a good result by the end of this one. And when the finish comes on, James Knight, by the way, will be looking to try and defend. He's currently in 15th. We already mentioned him a few moments ago, but he's soon going to be having a battle with Christopher, who's directly in behind, and will be looking for an opportunity and any open door that could be coming their way to try and go on the attack.
So as we jump on board with Christopher now, see him on the attack against James Knight. He's going to peel to the left side, get a much better exit through this third sector and power all the way through to try and beat him to the apex. Going to have the inside line there against the Ferrari, but could there be any switchbacks coming in from the orange car, the number 101? No such luck as he bumps a bit over the inside curb, and just like that, this session is going to quickly flip in Christopher's favour. Knight is actually going to head into the pits, so he's going to undercut that fight entirely, and that is both Knights in the pit lane to that effect, as the P24 standing car is going to join in all the same. Henry Walton, now piloting the number 8 BMW, is seemingly having some kind of technical issue as he's running very slow and in fact dropping speed down the Mistral straight. What is going on with that BMW? He's come to a complete halt.
Question. Yeah, something's definitely going majorly wrong, because as you mentioned, it is not running at the speed that it should by the time it reaches that part of the straight. And yes, something definitely going on there for Walton, looking to now try and continue. But yeah, that was a bit of a weird one.
Well, it looks like he's back up to racing speed anyway, although his steering department is going to have a word with him now as he goes very deep out the exit of the straight and is really struggling with that car for some reason. I wonder if there is some kind of tech issue on the back end, some kind of underlying technical fault, and is now going to be limping his car throughout the rest of the lap. Checking in with the rest of the field, here's going to be Jack Simpson now back ahead as Scott Darville has just taken his pit stop and come out a whole 23 seconds behind the Lamborghini. Zoltarev is going to retake the helm of the number 555 BMW and is going to be continuing to try and whittle away at that gap between himself and the two leaders, although he has got quite a mountain to climb, as Glyn is in P4, Chris Woods is going to be in P5, and Coleman Evans, now back in control of the Porsche, is going to be in P6, ahead of Aaron Morgan, Bailey Vernon Higgs, Darren Newton, and Eric Enarsson. Dan Cheb into the pits now, as well as Freddie Wally. Meanwhile, the GT4's Wrench is going to be now 23 seconds ahead of Chris Flanker, as he's been chasing down some of the other cars and is going to be potentially held up ever so slightly, as Flanker's in P2 being split by himself and Frederick Wrench. Simon Wilkes now back in control of the number 750 entry, as Roddenberry has stepped out of the car following the pit stop. Van der Valk, as mentioned, in control of 331, and Tristan Dasher is in the 38. Dingo remains in the 938 Ginetta, with James King in the 23 BMW. Robert Besant remains in the 190, and then we have Alex Wood, Toby Lewin, and Remco Torn completing your GT4 grid.
Interesting order as of yet then, as well at the moment, as the race now begins to settle in and we get a bit of a further idea of how things are looking as well. So it is all now really starting to play out as we take a look out there on the circuit. Just Sleeland at the moment in time, just looking to try and control things from this point onwards, and we'll just be looking to try and bring this one home through this stint. It's got a 10.4 second gap ahead, finds themselves also 19 seconds, 10 seconds drift, and then finds themselves 19 seconds with Gifford in behind as well. So kind of running their own race at the moment in time. So a bit of a controlled drive at the moment. Nothing having to be done, just navigate this phase. But I'm sure with the gap still being feasible to try go on the attack, could be an opportunity to see some there could be an opportunity to definitely see a bit of a contention come for a higher position.
Yeah, we do have a bit more insight as well on what happened to that number 8 car. Of course, we did see that Walton in the Beamer slowed to a complete stop down the Mistral Straight and then booted back into life. Turns out that the ignition actually went off, so they either mistakenly hit the ignition or a freak technical issue within the car caused the ignition to stop and the car to stop firing. So they had to come to a complete stop before they could reignite the car and get rolling again. But they're otherwise in perfect operating condition, and they should be fine for the rest of the race if all goes to plan. Stephen McDonald, now in the 19, is going to be ahead, just holding the line as he emerges from the pits, and the number 41 car is taking an exorbitant amount of time in the pit lane. It does make me wonder if there is some kind of problem, or if we might potentially see a DSQ. Hopefully we get some confirmation on that in just a moment. But here's Imantas Bird in the 94, chasing down Aidan Larson in the Lexus.
Absolutely. This battle then goes on at the moment. Larson just trying to hold off. Remember, Larson, of course, having their own battle, or trying to chase down rather. Christopher, who is directly ahead. 13 for Christopher, Larson in 14th, and then Bird in 50th with a struggling few corners, because you can see that we have seen Larson just move further up the road. Two reasons for that, because Larson now finds themselves all the way on the back of Christopher directly in front, and Bird also running slightly in deep as well. That's time by as we make our way now down this straight, 8/10 of a second across the line, further ahead between Larson and Christopher, but they'll be getting closer and closer in towards the first turn, as well as this battle continues to rage on there between these two. We mentioned as they came out of the pits earlier on that this could be one to keep an eye on, and it is absolutely delivering, as now inside line coming the way of Larson should be position gained, is position gained. P12 now taken for Larson, and Christopher drops in behind to P13.
And this is despite him having what at least looks like front end damage, so that will be affecting his aero package and his cornering speeds as a result. So even in spite of that, he's still managing to make the move done. He's got himself up into P12 for now. Could we see much of the same happening for the likes of Dubois, who's now back in the number 28 car, taking it back from his teammate. He's got 24 seconds to make up between himself and Bird, but he did see promise. Just needs to make sure that it keeps it on track, because it got a lot of drive-through penalties before. We've seen drive-throughs since for the number 8 of Walton, the number 19 car of Stephen McDonald, as well as the stop-and-go penalty that was administered to the number 28, which I do believe belongs to, if I've got my numbers right, say Dubois right here. The stop-and-go was administered to this car just not too long ago, and that is all harming the race significantly now, as a drive-through for the number 102 car was just completed. That was for Chris Woods, who is now in P6.
Absolutely, that's the case at the moment in time. P6 for Chris Woods. He's just going to be trying to look and see what he can do from this point onwards in this race. Still plenty of opportunities, still plenty to take place out there around this La Castellet circuit which has allowed us to have some great wheel-to-wheel combat as of yet, and as we were describing to you, it's all going to heat up near the final stages, where every team will surely be giving their best. That's where it's going to get interesting, and that is where you absolutely need to make sure that you are with us. So stick with this one. It's going to be giving us, I'm sure, an absolutely fantastic finish to end the virtual race of Remembrance and end such a brilliant race. It has been a great evening of action, and I'm still looking forward to seeing how it's all going to play out in terms of all of the battling.
Yes, they've got to have a lot of racing still to do, but over the halfway point now, they have quite an interesting story to tell. A lot of drivers have had some interesting runs throughout this competition, throughout this event, and we're going to see that fight and flow continue. Dan Johns, for example, on the back of Gifford, and so a couple of drivers who have had certainly a bit of a following in the live chat here, at least on the Twitch side of things. We can see it clear as day, and hopefully say YouTube doing it just as well also, as the field has spread out for now. We'll certainly see them reconvene at some various points throughout the race, and we'll be seeing lots more coming in due time. Let's just confirm and see exactly where everyone is. Let's have a look at the three leaders, or say the leaders for the two different classes. So first off, Simpson remains up ahead with 25 seconds gap on Scott Darville. Both of them very competitive drivers in their own right. P3 for the GT3s is going to be Ivan Zoltarev in the 555 BMW, and then on the GT4 side of things, it is Reggie in the number 1 Lightning's car for the GT4s. Not too far behind, about 20 seconds later, it's going to be Chris Flanker, and then Simon Wilkes. Now back in the 750 car is going to be continuing the good fight. Great stuff to see, and good to see everyone going all in on tonight's race. So 1 hour 40 to go, 100 minutes remain, and with that will be about 50 laps left.
Absolutely. So that is all still yet to come your way. What might be about to come your way though a little bit sooner is going to be Johns applying some pressure to Gifford directly in front of him, and actually it's going to be a move up the inside. Gifford slightly in deep, and John says thank you very much and takes that position, a position that should be for keeps, as he's got now a few tenths over Gifford, and now he's definitely going to try and pull away and consolidate that position as well by pushing on and getting a good buffer in behind. But a nice tidy opportunistic move there, being able to remain close. Saw the slightly wide moment, saw an open gap, went down it and took a position by the end of it. So nice stuff there by Johns. He's now in 18th, Gifford in 19th position, a driver who's been involved in so much of the battling that we have seen over the last hour or so. So he has definitely kept us entertained up here in the commentary box, as well as the rest of them continue to battle. Now he's got 14.5 seconds ahead to Cleland, who is in 17th.
So right now we do have a couple of drivers who are teeing up for positions, but not going for it necessarily just yet, although say Dubois going for a challenge on Bird, having made up a ton of time and quickly asserting themselves to be a returning fighter in the field. We do have a drive-through penalty coming in for the number 30 car that was not long served a couple of minutes ago. That was for Ryan Worley in the KFC mobile, which we are lovingly dubbing it, and say if you know, you know on that one. I say Bird is going to get overtaken by Dubois on the start-finish straight with a great execution and overtake from this Ferrari, and you can see the lines from Bird are a little bit shaky, and so going a bit too deep in that first corner has had a knock-on effect. Now 1.5 seconds away, that has certainly harmed their confidence. Winding back the clocks though, this is Sam Knight. Now we got an indicator for an accident and we want to see exactly what that was. So it comes through the third corner, he just jumps ahead of one of the Ginettas, tries to come across, and it looks like there was a slight contact made as the Ginetta GT4 tried to power out the corner, and Knight was a little slow on the exit.
Absolutely, it was indeed. So that is how we saw that unfold out there on the circuit. as we've had 72 pulls of this circuit complete as of yet at the moment, and definitely a lot more to come your way as well as we sprint through this part of the race as well. In the background, Wally with a moment. We saw it here further back, and now we can see in our picture in terms of Wally recovering, but that is a disappointment. Having a moment further back and being able to continue on luckily.
Yeah, so Wally is repeating some of his previous mistakes and doing much of the same. This is, I think, the third time now that he has had this kind of occurrence. A bit of oversteer, whether that's lift-off oversteer or just a bit too much turn-in with too snappy of a front end. But either way, he's lost a lot of time coming out of that straight, and he's now sitting in P15 as a result for it. We do have, though, a little bit of a special guest waiting in the wings. You may have heard his voice at the start of the broadcast, and you would have seen him on track just now in the number 750. But Mark Raddenberry is in the waiting room, and we're going to actually drag him in just for us to get a little bit of an insight on exactly how things have gone and how things are teeing up to this point. So let's bring... I don't think I can actually... Yes, there we go. We bring you in. So Mark, hello, welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
Going great. Well, how's it been for you? Because obviously you've not long come out of the car. You've come out the 750 entry. How has it been on track?
Tough. We've slightly mucked up our tyre pressures, but we've now resolved that with a quick hop out into a single server, so Simon's a bit happier with the car. We were definitely losing a lot of pace near the end of that stint compared to the others.
So at least you got that much sorted. So, of course, looking at the wider scope of the event, because there's been a lot of work behind the scenes, hasn't there, to put this event together. Could you give us a little bit of sort of insight from your side on sort of what's gone in to make tonight possible?
Yeah, so we were first contacted last year by Dave Dingo, as people know him. He competed in one of our charity events last year that we run, and he was interested in seeing if we wanted to up the ante, do something a bit bigger. Myself and my business partner, David Ressel, we agreed. We met up with him at the fantastic National Transition event to discuss it all. And this is the result of a good 6-7 months of hard slogging and a lot of back and forth emails, chats, discussions to get to where we are now.
Yeah, and I say it must have been a long road, but definitely well worth it by the looks of things, certainly here, and the amount of racing, the quality racing that we've been having on the circuit right now. Since minute one, it's been brilliant to see. I mean, what does this event mean to you? Because there's been a lot of work, and there's a lot of sort of different faces, different names, all getting involved and sort of getting stuck in. But what does this mean to you, this event?
So, I've come from a family that isn't military based, so this is quite unusual for me to be working with the military and getting this off the ground. Saying that, my granddad was Royal Navy in World War II. So there is a link there. I've always had a lot of respect for remembrance parades, especially where I grew up. I'm actually from Sandhurst in Berkshire, obviously home of the Royal Military Academy. We were allowed in once a year, and I was always blown away by how the military operate. So it was kind of a no-brainer to say, yeah, we'll do this, we'll help out, and it's great that we're raising this money for Mission Motorsport. They're an awesome charity. The work they do that I've seen is absolutely incredible. I wish there were more charities like that. They don't take the money and just splurge it on stuff. They take the money and they reinvest it exactly how it should be done. Getting the veterans back on their feet, even helping out guys who are coming out of the military and working with them to further their own careers in the private sector.
Yeah, because of course, that's such an important thing, is that when you're coming out of that environment and sort of post-service, like you've still got to be able to lead your own life after that point, and that can be, depending on your experience and say your years of service, that can be such a difficult thing. So it really is amazing, some of the work that they do, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, seeing it firsthand at the national transition event. It was real an eye opener for me. I even ended up having a chat with my MD for the company I work for. So my MD actually owns Samco Sport as well as a few others, and off the back of all of this, he's now put in that he wants to go to the national transition event with Samco, and look into hiring ex-military personnel, because they've got the work ethics that they value and stuff. It's really, really awesome.
Yeah, and I say, I guess more than anything as well, it's just sort of like the heart of it all, and it's just sort of everyone coming together to put on something like this. It's everyone sort of back end who's got involved in helping run, but it's also everyone who's come here to race today, and it's something quite special, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely the racers that really make this event. Ignore all of us in the back room. We're just the nuts and bolts holding it all together. The racers are the guys on track putting on this awesome spectacle, raising the money. I did have a quick look before I came on. We've ticked over £1,100 now, which is absolutely incredible. Hopefully there's more people out there that are listening now thinking, oh god, I need to donate. Quick, get it done, guys, get it in there.
Absolutely. And again, if you haven't already, then just put it in both chats, but considering if you haven't already, certainly take a look at that Just Giving page and sort of support the heart of what we're doing here and why we're all doing this. But Mark, thank you so much for joining us in the box here. Any sort of other things you wanted to mention, or any other words you wanted to say to all the people watching at home?
No, mainly just a massive thank you to all the drivers, all of the people that have supported this event today. Obviously this was supposed to be a 24-hour, which we had to unfortunately cancel due to lack of numbers. So it was really, really awesome to see that we've got the numbers back for this 4-hour event, and it was the right call in the end. A lot of drivers out there having fun, enjoying themselves. The banter is excellent. Couldn't ask for more, really.
Couldn't ask for more myself, but thank you again, mate. I really appreciate you coming over and giving us a little bit of insight as well.
No worries. Thank you guys for all you're doing.
Thank you for having us. But we'll let you go, and thank you again to Mark. So that was the voice of Mark Radbury, of course one of the major players in this event, being possible for everyone here this evening. But as he said, we're the nuts and bolts, just holding it all together. The real story and the real stars of the show are those drivers out there on the ground, wheels on the ground, giving us this amazing racing spectacle right now, I'd say, Omi.
Absolutely. They've been putting on a show ever since the start, and they are what makes the event possible. But yeah, great to get some insight into the work that goes on, because of course we've got this 4-hour race today, but there's so much work that goes on prior and behind the scenes. So it is absolutely an overall effort. The drivers come together, and all of the preparation to make the event possible as well by the entire team behind the scenes. It is a great bit of work everyone does, and we end up with a spectacle like this as well. So it is going to now be the racing continue. We've had a few moments out there on the circuit, so definitely as we prepare to get into the final stages, the pressure is heating up, and we are starting to see some errors begin to come in.
Yeah, so this is where, particularly for the drivers who have gone for multiple stints, we will start seeing a couple of unforced errors, a couple of mistakes, just as holding this level of focus for so long can be quite the taxing endeavour. And so there is mistakes that will start to eventually creep in, inevitably so, because no driver is capable of holding such a high level of focus forever. It is inevitable that they will make some kind of mistake, but they also have the final stint that will be coming soon. I think for the likes of Dan Johns, it sounds like he's needing it because he's had a couple of offs. I'm not sure exactly what the story is behind it, but oh no, Jack Simpson! This has gone to toss for Simpson here, as what was previously an unscathed lead of the race has now quickly devolved. So what's going on here? Let's take aboard with the Helicam. So first off, making his way round one of the GT3s and 4s on the route to the Mistral straight, coming over the curb, and looks like he's running slow for some reason. And for some reason he's just say, dropping to a crawl. And I think he had some kind of technical issue that lost him control of the car. So now he's got visual and aero damage out of nowhere. And this is quickly going through. And it is going to be quite a conundrum to deal with.
Wow, dramatic moment. It all looked a little bit too smooth. And then we had that moment come into play, and Jack Simpson with a huge moment of the race, because now the gap all the way at 3.6 and getting closer and closer with every meter that we see Darville run at the moment. But yes, such a big moment out there on the circuit for our leader, and it could blow this race wide open.
Yeah, this is quickly where we're going to stay on board with Darville, because he can see that Lamborghini in the distance, and all of a sudden it's like a fire has been ignited underneath his driving seat. He's now within 2.5 seconds, just like that, and he knows that Simpson is on the back foot. His confidence has been knocked, his car has taken damage, and all of a sudden this race is back on for the McLaren.
Absolutely game on. This is now where you have to balance the risk versus reward. It is game on all the way up until the finish, but Darville now is going to have to get through a little bit of the traffic. But yes, he can see Simpson. He has him directly ahead. Now a clear road as he's been able to get through, and he's going to now see directly in the distance, just entering the mid-start straight, Simpson will now need to give it his all and try and control things. But Darville, a big moment. He's been given an invitation, and he is a driver who doesn't need an invitation. But there we go, off the road, a little bit slow, and the change of lead comes in. Darville hits the front.
Simpson has had a major issue, clearly, as it looks like what was an unassailable point of dominance has now quickly crumbled. He's twice now gone extremely slow through the Mistral Straight and is limping his car rather than racing it. But he's dropped behind Darville. He's managing to stay within a few seconds, so he's managed to get himself back up to speed. But it still makes me question, what is the mindset? What is the motive behind this driver right now? As he's gone from positions of, well, losing a ton of speed to now being able to quickly pull it back and just making a quick overtake over the likes of Patriarca, but then, say, yeah, completely steering off to the side. I think he's having issues with his wheel.
Yeah, something going majorly wrong. Yeah. And this was a driver who was dominating and was leading by such a distance, and that moment has completely changed things. When we mentioned that there could be dramatic twists, that's exactly one of them.
So a technical issue from Simpson's ruled him completely out of this session, at least for any chance of the lead right now. I mean, look at the front of that Lamborghini. It is torn up. That front bumper, the hood is poking out. He's definitely seen better days. And just like that, the dynamic has completely flipped. He's going to really have no choice but to limp that car forward and probably limp it into the pits now, which exactly is what he's doing. And he's going to have to take that car in for a bit of TLC.
Will do indeed. So that will be a trip into the pit lane to try get things sorted, to still try and salvage something from this race, which looked like was going to be giving so much. But that one moment that he had has led to a few then going on consecutively, and it is now a race lead that belongs to Darville, who has taken the opportunity, who put himself in the position to capitalise on any drama there could be, and now he is going to have a very good advantage at the front of the field. But once again, no one is safe in this event. You've got to try bring it home. You've got to do it cleanly. Any form of drama is still possible. It's an endurance race, and we've still got 1 hour and 23 minutes on the clock to go.
There's still time enough to get the cars racing back on top form, but it's going to be a tough one. So Simpson's going to be in the pits for easily over a minute and a half with the kind of damage that he's got. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2 minutes in the pits for this Lamborghini right here, and that's going to give an open door for Zoltarev and Burry to take second and third away from the previous Lamborghini holder at the top end of the field. Meanwhile, back on the GT4 side of things, Flanker is remaining in second place and 5 seconds clear of Wilkes in the 750, but that is still going to be a massive 26-second gap between Flanker and Wrench.
Will be indeed, as this race continues then, and Wrench currently making his way through in your picture at the moment, and will be just trying to continue things, has of course got a good advantage, an advantage that currently is just over 26 seconds to the back of Flanker as well, who currently runs second when it comes to class. 28th overall at the moment as well in time, and we are finding ourselves now with this race beginning to heat up, the drivers knowing and the teams knowing that they find themselves in these positions, and it's all about what can you do to try and improve it, because time is running out in terms of what you can do, so it all has to begin quickly, it all has to begin now.
There we go, and so unfortunately I didn't realise this initially, but on the Twitch side of things at least, it was forbidding me from posting links. It was just coming up as a few stars, so just split it out, and until the point at which we'll be able to get the full permission to post the link properly, if you just reconnect the spaces, you'll be able to go right to the site where you can donate to the Just Giving page, as we are currently £1,100 and we are going to be hopefully aiming to exceed 1,000 on the Virtual Race of Remembrance side of the fundraiser by the end of the evening. So thank you to those who have given us tips or giving us the information that it wasn't quite coming through as intended. Vernon Higgs off the side of the track in a curious turn of events and is rejoining, just going out of the first sector and coming into sector 2. A little bit of a wobbly run for him as he starts lap 80, but looking to the top, Scott Darville has just finished lap 81, and then on the GT4s they are just about to finish lap 75.
They are indeed at the moment, as they continue to push on then as well in this race, a race which there will be discussions definitely going on within the teams, and any form of communication that can be had will be had at this moment to give the important and useful information at this right time for those drivers behind the wheel.
It's all about the timing, it's all about the staging, and as we go into this sort of crucial final stint, we will be soon seeing two things. We'll see drivers come into the pit stop for the final time, commit their final driver swaps, and we'll also see a change of hands in terms of who is in the commentary box. So in a little bit we will see Omi take a step out, and Max will be coming into the fold. But before we do that, Omi, how have you been enjoying this stint so far?
It's been absolutely incredible. Of course, a big moment for the race win, but you know, that was a single moment that we had. We had a lot of great battling across the event. That is the great thing about this. As we've mentioned, the battling has been great, and there's always been something on the circuit to talk about. There's always been something going on and keeping us entertained, which is not always the case when it comes to an endurance race. You can usually have major lull periods, but we've had some great bit of battling all the way through, so it has been remarkable to watch. So yeah, the battling has been great to see and witness across my stint up here in the commentary box in what has been a very successful virtual race of Remembrance 2025.
Yep, and certainly we've still got more to go when it comes to that front, but at least for now we're going to make sure that we have everyone to get a chance at the time in the sun, and with that we are going to say farewell to Omi for now, and with that we are going to be bringing in a certain Max Ring. So I'm not sure if he's ready, if he can hear us, but Max, welcome to the box.
Hello everybody, pleasure to be here. Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Omi, for the past few hours of commentary. But yes, hello everybody, pleasure to be here once again, and yeah, it should be a very good evening for us here for the rest of the race.
Yeah, it should be good indeed. So Omi's just stepped out and say, Max, it's all you. Now, of course, you haven't been able to catch the entirety of the session. You have been here for the last... well, you'll be here with us for the last stint, so towards the end of the race. But there is still going to be a lot looking forward to. I mean, in the time that you've had, just sort of briefly to catch up and observe, any kind of things that you are looking to see?
I just want to see just some nice battling, hard racing, and these drivers just getting on well with each other on the circuit. I mean, we saw that huge moment just then near the end of that stint with Simpson having that unfortunate issue, and I mean, I hope that doesn't happen again, but if it makes that racing at the front of the field that little bit more spicier, I would not complain, because it means that coming into the dying embers, it gives us more of a reason to watch on, and for these drivers to be pushing even harder against one another, and it'll be an interesting battle at the front of the field if we do get it in the dying moments.
Yeah, as I say, we'll hopefully see a bit of a resurgence from Simpson, because he was otherwise performing so well towards the first half of the race, and he just, yeah, through what looks like, I say, a technical issue, because no driver just starts randomly turning all the way to the left and into a wall. We'll hopefully see that come as a bit of a resurgence towards the end. So he's got 25 seconds to make up to Coleman Evans in P4, but he could still have some chances to gain time back. And in the GT4 side of things, we've got Simon Wilkes, who is chasing down Jason Clark, who is currently piloting the number 40 GT3, and trying to use the GT3s as a bit of a slipstream to try and catch up to Flanker.
That is quite smart to use those GT3s, because of course it then gives him that extra little bit of top end down that straight, and it will gain him a few tenths each lap if he's constantly able to do that. But of course Flanker will probably be trying to do the same thing to give him that upper hand as well. But then the big issue is then heading into this next long right-hander, you're going to have, of course, less downforce in the GT4s, and you're going to be understeering further and further wide as you're carrying in more speed. So it's a big game of cat and mouse with that slipstream effect, but it does seem like he's potentially starting to close that gap down ever so slightly, as Clark has managed to find his way back past on Flanker. But for Simon Wilkes, we'll see what he is going to be able to do as that battle for second place in the GT4s rages on.
Yeah, so there is still quite a substantial gap between second and first place in the GT4 class, but Flanker's still been putting in a really good job in just holding the line and holding his pace consistently. He's running within a couple of tenths on average per lap, and that is best and last lap. So he's not showing any signs that he's losing pace. He's not necessarily gaining it, but he's just remaining consistent, which I think right now is exactly what is needed, at least until the last half an hour, where you start to think about whether you can actually push to gain position. We're seeing a couple of yellow flags though, as Freddie Wally is coming off of the track in those sort of next couple of corners, just coming out of the Mistral straight, and in the final sector he's lost the car a little bit there. Same to go with George Pausland, who has had a bit of a tumultuous race up until this point. Quite a few offs, and is just trying to do damage control.
Yeah, it certainly does seem like he is currently down in 15th place, trying to hunt down Worley in front. 14 seconds is that gap, but of course it's now going to be all about just how these drivers manage their tyres. Of course, they're going to be on heavy fuel loads as well, especially if they just come into pit lane not too long ago. Going to have a lot of fuel in the tank, and that plays a big part on the whole car's dynamics and how it all changes, and also how the tyres work. It's very easy to overheat on those front tyres on a heavier car, especially around a circuit like Paul Ricard, especially in that final sector as well. Burry currently sitting in that third place, trying to hunt down Zolotov for that second place, and we'll see if the Mercedes driver will get close enough. But again, that final sector is going to be a big difference in the rear engine card and the front engine cars, because through those longer corners, those front engine cars, they're going to have a bit more understeer through the quicker turn 12, and then through some of the more nimble corners, those rear engine cars are going to be struggling a little bit more on traction, whereas the front end can floor it straight away.
Well, it's even when you compare two front-engine cars, like with the Vantage versus the Mercedes AMG, they do behave very differently mid-corner. And we do know that the Mercedes AMG can be a bit of a handful to control. So certainly managing your throttle is going to be the name of the game with these cars. And some drivers who have used it for a long time, for example, Glenberry, driver who has been notorious in other series anyway, for just having technical issues mar what is otherwise a brilliant driving performance. It looks like he's been on good form today.
Yeah, it certainly has, of course. He's team up 2 places from where they started, now up into that 3rd place. And, I mean, 2nd place is certainly not off the cards, and you never know, something could potentially happen to Darville. There could be a massive upshot in pace over the next hour and 12 minutes, and we could see Bury potentially fighting for that race lead. You never know in endurance races like this, because any mistake can happen at any moment. You just get a little bit too overcompetent, complacent, and you start to make those errors. But we'll see. But he certainly has had a good race, and being up 2 spots from that 5th place starting position is exactly what they'll be wanting, and now potentially staring at a 2nd place as well. Be a good evening, all things considered.
Yes, a good evening indeed, and we can see there's Dubois in the number 28 car just making a yield for Glyn, who is making his way through. Of course, blue flag rules do apply in most scenarios here in order to encourage a clean racing environment. Certainly when it comes to the GT3s, passing the GT4s is so important to be careful of, because it's your responsibility to get around the slower cars safely.
It certainly is. Of course, they can stick to the racing line and they can just stay there, and you have to go around them, and you have to be the one that has to be smart about it. You can't just lunge it to the inside and expect them to dart it straight out of the way. You've got to be there and make sure you're going to get that move done cleanly, and they know that you're there. They know that you're there. You're going to be on the inside or the outside line, and you get it done. Like we're just seeing here from Bury on one of the GT4s, just easily done. Of course, more power and into the corner before even needing to go to the inside. But when you're into the final sector, where it's corner after corner, that's when things get a little bit difficult. And if you're in a battle like Bury is, or somebody else, the battle, of course, we saw with Wilkes and Flanker, you sometimes get a little bit desperate behind a slower car, and that then leads to you making a silly mistake, potentially having a collision or a spin yourself, trying to avoid, and you lose all that time you made up. So it really is swings and roundabouts on how you make your way through the traffic.
Yeah, and so you've got to be careful with how you navigate these situations, because one false move, one misplacement of the car, and you could have anything from just a loss of time all the way to a major off track or a major collision that could be, of course, a disaster depending on your current scenario. But looks like most drivers have spaced themselves out by this point, so there is certainly a lot of scope for things to change. I mean, look at Dan Johns right now. He's in the 101 car in P18 and trying to chase down Umantas Bird, but it's like things could quickly change, as it looks like there is Powsland off the side of the track in the penultimate corner. And this driver has not had much of any luck. It seems like he continually has a lot of steering issues in particular, or at least struggles to keep the rear end in check.
It could be just not enough downforce on the rear of that car, or potentially the car just overheating those rear tyres. And of course, if you constantly keep spinning, those rear tyres will be absolutely fried by the time you get to the next complex of corners. And that's where the mistakes, of course, kick in, because you're not going to have that mechanical grip from the car. Not only aerodynamical, but that mechanical grip as well from the rears that keep you planted, and you'll constantly just keep spiraling into more and more and more mistakes. And it's really difficult on ACC to cool down those rear tyres, because, of course, you're so dependent on the traction that it just constantly is making you spin out, especially into corners like this we're seeing with Jason Clark as he goes to the inside. I think that's of wrench as they head into turn 6. And to the inside goes the GT3, and he makes his way past all of the GT4 drivers and back onto the GT3 train. But we'll have to find a minute to the next car in front. Scott Darville is just behind him as well. Look at that, 97-second lead to the man in 2nd place. It has been quite fortunate, but you never know what could happen. Still an hour and 8 minutes to go for Darville. He just needs to keep it clean. Surely just bring this one home.
Yeah, just needs to bring it home indeed. It's his race to lose, especially considering his main rival had such a great technical issue to push himself over 2 minutes down. Pit stop combined with the time losses of just the mistakes themselves, and he's very quickly becoming a race to forget out of one to remember for Simpson at least. But still, P5 is an honourable position, and it's still one that he can make a good scenario out of. Now, one thing to note is that we do still have one more pit stop left. So 65-minute stints, that means that we have up till the 45-minute mark for everyone to have completed their third and final pit stop to go on to stint 4 and choose their drivers who will take their car entries to the end of the 4-hour virtual race of Remembrance. So one more pit stop, one more driver potentially, and with that, one more chance to turn the strategic tables.
Yes, one more opportunity. Potentially, have you been saving your quickest driver to the end, or have you just been able to build out that gap that the slower driver is able to hold on to? That is really going to be the question. And for Darville, of course, he will be bringing it into pit lane to McLaren off in the background, actually having a little moment himself, and that is of Vernon Higgs again at the first corner. So another mistake from the McLaren. Of course, we saw not too long ago, about 5 minutes ago, him skating across that first chicane. Now here, a few minutes later, into the wall, potentially with the front of the car, and that's going to damage the front aerodynamics ever so slightly. Some more understeer is going to be coming his way. And for Vernon Higgs, we're going to see potentially come into the pit lane and put on a fresh set of tyres, fresh set of fuel as well into the car, and try and take it to the end to repair that damage.
Yeah, I mean, look at that damage too. So that front bumper certainly seen better days, and that is going to be having quite an effect. You compare that to Bird's car, and you can see the difference much more closely. It's just much more difficult to control your car when you're having an issue like that. You will become a lot more skittish, a lot more skatey, or you become more understeery. It depends how the bumper has been exactly damaged as to what kind of time you lose. But here comes Larson around the outside. It's Ian Larson in the BMW is on the defensive, but the two of them are going to squabble back and forth a good chunk just to try and see who can come out on top. So far, the Lexus has been climbing a lot of positions, but say not to be outdone. Ian Larson is in a great form and is in a prime position to defend from that RCF.
He certainly is. A little bit wide though from the BMW, heading now into the Mistral straight. Are we going to see a move from Aidan Larson? Of course, going to be tucked into that slipstream all the way up into that heavy braking zone of turn 12. You can see how that slipstream is really helping the Lexus. A bit lighter as well than the BMW, so you can potentially draw alongside quite quickly. Looks to the outside line for the next right-hander. Is he going to get it done before we even get to that point? He's already ahead marginally on the road. And then Larson just, I think, lets off that one, allows the Lexus through, sees it's quicker, no, goes to the inside line, jinx it to try and scare Larson offline, but wasn't able to do so. I think that might have been a bit too eager because he could have got him back now into this next right-hander, but Larson is just going to have to sit behind and drops to 11th place.
Yep, so we did have a drive-through coming in for the 117 car of Alex Wood a little bit earlier today, so that is being applied, as well as a pit stop coming in for Bailey Vernon Higgs. I think following the issues that they have had, I think that they are going to be jumping into their final stint as soon as physically possible and not a moment later. 1 hour, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That means that any stop between now and the end will be within the range of final stint.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and they'll be taking the cars all the way to the end of the race unless something drastic happens and they potentially have a collision. Here's Toby Loven, who has come into the pits as well. In Larson, of course, stays out and gets past Vernon Higgs, but of course, if that McLaren is able to fix its front-end bumper quite quickly, we should be able to see the undercut come into play for Vernon Higgs there, be able to stay in front of Larson once all these pit stops, come out to play. And then of course you can see this massive train of cars with GT3s, GT4s all involved. I think Johns is also in that one as well, as Vernon Higgs drops a little bit further down in the pit lane. And then Larson, he's going to have to try and use this traffic to potentially catch up to Larson. I say that, Larson's actually been able to make his way through a majority of it before we even reached the end of the Mistral Straight.
So we'll see a lot of cars quickly converging on the straight here as some dip to the side in order to avoid further issue. There's Pausland, for example, pulling to a complete stop on the straight. It might be a similar case that we saw with Henry Walton previously in the BMW, where his ignition cut out mid-run. And it looks like that's been exactly the case. He's had to come to a complete stop to restart the car in order to get himself back onto the running. He pulls out just ahead of one of the GT4 McLarens and is able to get himself back in time. But a very dicey situation. He's not the first car to do this, so I wonder, is something going on here?
It could be. It could be the bumps over that Mulsanne Straight. Of course, if you go over a bump, it may just jig that ignition ever so slightly, because of course you really spike that rev limiter and it might just shut off the engine completely. So that could be the reason why. I'm not too sure, but Wilks, as he's trying to now still catch up to Flanker in front. Of course, he's trying his best. I think he set personal best final sector on that one. Has really brought that gap down now to 1.5 seconds. So we do have that battle for second place on the cards. And Wilks is looking very strong indeed compared to Flanker. And I expect potentially in the next couple laps, or even just after they come into pit lane, these two will start squabbling too. For now, as Bird comes out of pit lane and potentially has contact with one of the Ginettas.
So I'm not sure if it was contact, but it was certainly Dingo struggling to keep control of his Ginetta GT4 as he comes back onto the racing surface, and he's coming back with a bit of wounded pride. P5 still, but he's certainly going to have to keep his wits about him. Now, he's one of the drivers who's Ironmanning this whole thing, and he is running the entire event start to finish, so massive props. So that was going to be a heck of a run there, and is going to have the pressure on as high as one can physically muster. Now, just looking around the fields and just taking stock of where we currently are, I've got to say I'm quite impressed with the number 44 car. That is going to be the Lexus, because they are P9 right now, but at one point they were P26, so particularly after their first stop, their first stint being completed, they were 26th position, and they've managed to work their way up all the way to P9. If that's not a testament to sticking it out and to continuing the race even in the face of difficulty, I don't know what is. I think you couldn't really get a better scenario than that.
You really can't, and it just shows how endurance races work. That 1 minute you could look down and out, and then the next you're fighting inside that top 10. As Freddie Whaley now comes out of pit lane, know him quite well in that Legion squad, of course, with Harry Kemba as well, who's just taken over the number 94 car. So these guys will be looking to try and make their way further up the field, especially Kemba was running 11th earlier on this evening. Will be looking now to make his way back up after a pretty difficult stint from Bird, who dropped him to 20th place. So Kemba will be looking to try and make amends for that one. But Freddie Whaley, as he's now getting past some GT4 traffic, he'll try now to make his way up through the order and up into that 22nd place at least. 24 seconds between him and Danchev.
So there's a lot of work to do, but certainly there's a bit of time still to do it. Here's Dubois on the back of Mark Christopher, piloting the 191 car. That advantage, and say with Dubois back in the Ferrari, this is going to be his chance to make up for previous. Now, he was running really well earlier in the race, but his efforts were marred by multiple drive-through penalties being administered for most likely track limits. So hopefully this is his chance to really get himself pushing forward without those limitations. And I know he certainly, if not top 10, might not be feasible, because Christopher is 38 seconds behind the next closest car. Certainly looking for that P11, and it will be a good opportunity as Chris Woods is briefly flashing yellow, and looks like he had a brief excursion off the track, but no major incident reported.
Might have just been out of the final corner, and as Burry now comes into pit lane. Pausland is just going to stay out for once more as well, as John's once again flashing yellow, so there could be maybe a slight issue for him, or potentially a transponder issue for the number 101 Ferrari, as we see George now make his way through that first chicane, and carry on in that 18th place. 23 seconds behind at Walton in front, and just making his way past one of the GT4 Genesis to the inside. Lovely stuff. That's how you make your way through traffic. And Dubois still all over the back of Christopher as we now head up into the next left-hander. We're going to see a move from the Ferrari. We're going to see a punt from the Ferrari. Caught out under braking. And Dubois punted Mark Christopher straight off the road. And that's one way to get a position. But he's actually gave it back. Brilliant sportsmanship there from Dubois. And apologising as well for the headlights. Just caught out under braking into the back of Christopher. And that's going to be some big damage to both cars, surely.
Yeah, I'd say certainly a damage to the Pride, as both of them are fighting hard to retain their positions. Say Mark Christopher and Luca Dubois both have got a lot to play for here. To say Dubois in particular wanting to make up for some of the positions lost earlier on in the session, and Mark Christopher doing much of the same. But from equal positions, they're coming up with different approaches, and say Dubois going a little bit aggressive, I think, trying to get the move done before the switchover. You have a couple more cars now coming in. There's Cleland and Johns now coming into the pit lane. We'll see if there are any kind of swaps over as final pit stops are now quickly coming through. Glimberry is out of the pit lane and is in P5 and looks to be remaining till the very end.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to just Iron Man it all the way to the end. Cleland comes out of pit lane, I think just behind Walton there. You can see the BMW just peering through shots. So the Mustang has a little bit of work to do as John's also making his way out of the pit lane ever so shortly. But for Cleland, of course, having to turn those tyres back into a good optimal working window, increase those temperatures, whereas Walton has already done that somewhat. It's going to be very difficult to stick with the BMW as we see Wrench, the leader of the GT4s, come into pit lane. And of course, I think we've seen Flanker in as well. So for Wrench, it's going to be where he comes out in relation to Flanker and how far ahead will he be against his compatriot McLaren GT4.
You'll see where he comes out, and we have seen it a couple of times where he has been overtaken through the pit lane, but he quickly just gets that back in due time. So Wilkes is regaining the lead in the number 750, and Flanker is going to be in P3, but only a couple of seconds behind. So we might see a proxy battle for second place, and within that there will be a lot of back and forth. There's more cars headed to the pits now. There's Morgan and Worley joining the existing ranks of cars in the pits, and say there is Remco Ton in the 442 car as well, currently in the pit lane, and Worley in fact just coming out of the lane and looking spick and span in the KFC car.
Yeah, lovely looking Mercedes, even with that KFC design, but nicely done so far from Worley, up 2 places from where they started. About a minute behind Vernon Higgs, so going to be a huge margin to try and catch up as Morgan also comes into pit lane. So I think for Worley here, it's just about getting that car home in front of Walton. As Morgan is out, is he just in front of Newton? Yes, he is. That's just another BMW just making their way through. So he's going to just be 3 seconds in front of Newton, as that was Harry Walton making his way through on the McLaren, but will probably be passed quite quickly, as of course he'll be a lap down to that McLaren there.
See, we'll just put it in the Twitch chat as well, so YouTube have still got it in front and center. But if you haven't already considered contributing to the Just Giving page, then that way, with that link, just remove the spaces and you'll be taken to the page where you can contribute to Mission Motorsport, say the main charity that this is all for, of course, supporting their mission and what they do to support those coming out of service and rehabilitation towards being able to live sort of full active lives, as well as providing unique opportunities for service and military personnel. So we're £690 in with our £1,000 target, and then thanks to the Knicks team we've been able to push that to over £1,100, but we still want to reach 1,000 on the virtual race of Remembrance side of the page. We want to reach our target as well. And with that, if anyone hasn't yet already, do consider. But what a race this has been so far. And as we go into our final hour, we see more cars coming in. Mark Christopher heading into the pits alongside Ivan Zoltrev, Christoph Petriarca, Crispy Flanker, and then a couple more racers who have not long come out.
Yeah, this is now all where those strategies will converge, as Freddie Whaley has now gone off the side of the circuit on the Mulsanne straight, looking potentially like a spin out of that left-hander, just entering that back straight of the circuit, so potentially some damage going to be on that 98 McLaren. An unfortunate evening for him, as Danchev, of course, here in 21st, will be looking to try and make his way up through the order. It's where he started, but will be happy if he can find potentially to get a way to get past Fitton in front, about 30 seconds separating that pair. But of course, pit stops still potentially on the cards. You never know what can happen. And for Danchev, we're looking to see what he can do, as Coleman Evans is a lap behind Darville. And it really is, we mentioned it about 10 minutes ago, it really is the race to lose here for Darville. And it's going to be all about that battle for second place between Coleman Evans and Simpson.
Yeah, and I say Darville is going to be, of course, in the pocket of their own, but Simpson has done a Herculean job of being able to gain back time. They had their initial technical issues, but they've been running on average about a second faster than anyone else on this field. So whether that's due to their earlier pit stop, their slightly earlier run, or what, we'll have to wait and see. They will still lose time because their stop, I do believe, was ahead of the 65-minute window. So by race rules, they will have to come in pits one more time in order to reset that timer in some manner. But here's Mark Christopher into the pits, as well as Eric Inarsson, and the GT4s, I believe, have already satisfied most, if not their entire quota, although Simon Wilkes will probably be coming in one more time, I do believe, just checking the numbers, as he had 2 non-stint pit stops earlier on today. The drive-through coming through for the 718 car, so that would be, I believe, number 718, that is Darren Newton, who not long served that, so he's come out in P8 now, and say final stage is setting for the field to really show us what they're capable of.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed, as Newton. A big moment there, heading into the next left-hander. But up 11 places from where that team started. Be very happy with that one indeed. Of course, started in 19th, now in 8th. But they've got Larson really trying to hunt them down. Aidan Larson has been very quick in that Lexus indeed. I wouldn't be surprised if we could see him break into that top 8, potentially try and hunt down Morgan for 7th. Actually, no, Newton coming into that pit lane. So Larson will get an easy overtake. The Aston Martin will serve that drive. Will he serve that drive through, or will he come in? There's no Aidan Larson in as well. So I think they were just maximising the amount of time that they could from that first stint, and then they're going to be coming into pit lane, potentially swap over, or if not, especially for Larson, he's going to be trying to hunt down the rest of the field, as Simpson has found a second over the previous lap.
It's a whole second, and that's going to be the ticket right here. It's just peeling away more and more of that time. He's going to use GT4s as pseudo slingshots as he's pushing into the 6th gear, 280 kilometers per hour almost, and he just kisses that 280 mark before sliding down the gears and onto the curbing out of the Mistral straight. So P3, but could quickly, very easily become P2. As Coleman Evans is going to stand in his way. Larson and Newton, as we said, in the pits. Inarsson is going to come into the pits again for some unknown reason, as Vernon Higgs is going to be once again in the runoff of the track and off the side. Going to rejoin just behind, trying to see exactly who that is. And let's say one of the Mustangs. That is Luke Cleland in P15. So a lap down, but still comes out behind him, and he's going to be a bit of a roadblock.
Yes, certainly will be indeed. And actually, talk about battles for position, I think I can see on the timing tower there, Kemba versus Ara for that 17th place. The 101 Ferrari versus the 94 McLaren as they now head down the Mistral straight. We can see potentially a move from Harry Kimber to move himself up into 17th place and try to recoup some of the positions that have been lost from that 94 for McLaren as they now head into the right-hander. Will it be late on the brakes from Harry? Is he going to get this move done on the Swedishman? No, just going to have to sit behind Keir and wait for another opportunity. But with this Ginetta going wide, that might... Oh, Keir all over the road, and that's potentially just opened the door for Kemba to go around the outside. You can see Kemba's teammate of Whaley just getting out of the way. But look at this from Kemba. Can he hold it on the marbles? No, he cannot. And that Ginetta will have to be overtaken again by Keir, and it might just give him that breathing room into this next chicane.
Yep, and that's going to be a little bit dicey, but that is going to be the heart of racing, is mistakes made, who can capitalise, but who can still race hard and fair. We do see Dingo going off the side in that Ginetta GT4, just gives it a bit of space, doesn't want to get himself involved, wants to keep it nice and clean here, but here's Keir Ara being chased by Harry Kemba. And both of them really hunting hard for this space, this position, as they are not going to relent for even a microsecond. In the same breath, here's Coleman Evans on the defense as a returning Jack Simpson. He returns to form and he returns to fight. That Lamborghini on the outside right now, and so taking the inner line throughout these last couple of corners, trying to see exactly where he can place his car to get the advantage on the Porsche. So a little bit of time lost there. He might lose the opportunity to poke the nose into the final corner, but no, he holds on to that apex, power a little bit faster, and just like that, he is excelling in the drag race, and he's managed to push himself all the way back into the good graces of the racetrack, but not to be outdone is Coleman Evans. He goes all the way to the inside, dips out wide, then back in again as Jack Simpson goes defensive. The two make contact, and just like that, he's going to collect wrench in the crossfire, and Coleman Evans is backwards.
Oh, Coleman Evans, I think that was a bit desperate to the inside line. Tried lunging it, saw Simpson was going to be held up by traffic slightly, and for wrench, he was just an innocent bystander in all of it, and that could be disastrous for that battle in the GT4 race lead. He's got a 23-second advantage as Darville just comes out of pit lane after he stopped. And of course, still going to be well over a minute ahead of the rest of the field, and Dubois following out as well. But for Coleman Evans, disaster there, sent into a half spin at turn one. I think that will certainly be reviewed after the race, and I think it was just 3 into 1 will not go, as I think there could be an issue for Wally as well.
Wally not long, say, for this stint anyway. I say he's has been pushing hard, and he really has been piloting that machine with his utmost best of his ability. We have seen a couple of driver changes and driver swaps. We've seen Corneve take back the reins of the 555 BMW. We have also seen Owen Goldsmith take away from Aiden in the 44 after an absolutely stellar stint by himself there, and gaining himself from P26 to P9 over the course of his tenure with the Lexus. So great job. Tuzet is back in the number 28 Ferrari, taking out from Dubois, and then Inarson is back into the pits as well. We have Keir Ara, who is taking over the 101 Ferrari, as well as a couple of other driver changes around the field. So just checking in, Roddenberry is back in the 750 car now. So Renchi's taken his final pit stop also, and has equalised things, as Peters is still and is back in the 331.
Yeah, Peters trying to hunt down flanker in front as Coleman Evans comes into pit lanes. Potentially was in that battle after not making his stop. And that could maybe be just a bit of a silly decision to fight that one with Simpson, because Simpson will potentially have to come in again. So I think he'll just be short of that stint, and unfortunately just overshoot it ever so slightly. Have to make one more stop into pit lane. We've got Darville and Simpson back at the front of the field. Corneve now heading his way down the Mistral straight in the BMW. You could potentially see him close up to the back of Simpson potentially over the course of the next few laps, as Keane now takes the wheel of that Porsche from Coleman Evans. And are they going to come out in front of Van Excel? I'm not too sure, but for Corneve, he's in a net second place at the moment, Ben, and he's got Burry just behind him, about 10 seconds back. So as long as he's able to keep this consistent and on the road, I expect that BMW to be certainly a fighting chance for that top 2 result.
Yeah, so this is where it's going to be that final opportunity, and where the pressure is going to be mounting higher than ever, personally from experience is that when you get into those final half an hour, those final 20 minutes, 10 minutes, you feel that extra jump, that extra push to try and go for the moves that you otherwise would not go for. We see Keane taking back control of the number 75 Porsche, and with that I believe that is most, if not all, of the driver changes complete. As we are in the final 45 minutes, that means that anyone who has yet to take all of their stints at this point will be subject to penalty. However, it looks like, at least from my count, everyone has done exactly that. So final pit stops will be for repairs only, and the pit window is more or less open to the end of the race, but all stint changeovers should be now finalised.
Yeah, certainly hope so. Hopefully no one miscalculates their stint times and unfortunately picks up a penalty alongside that, as Keane's now under some pressure from a car a little bit further back. Can't see exactly who it is. It's one of the Ferraris who is going to be a lap down as now to the inside lines. She goes to hug it. It's actually Kiara who is held off Harry Kemba quite well. Has actually extended that gap to the McLaren behind, so Kemba potentially struggling with the front of the car, as Ara might use Keane to get in between himself and Kemba, as we see Wally having a huge spin through the fast right-hander, somehow being able to keep it onto the blue side of the circuit, but I think he might have dropped it on the inside and then ricocheted back across the circuit trying to save it, and that's going to really damage his tyres and be a real struggle come the end of the race.
I think we're seeing that drastic fall off, as this is not the first time he's done this, and I think that corner in particular is such a pain point for the number 30 car that it can almost be a case of a self-fulfilling prophecy. You make enough mistakes there and you're second guessing yourself into the corner, meaning that it's almost inevitable that you're going to do the same thing again. So Wally in P12 right now, over a minute away from Tuzet in 11th position. So I think his best port of call right now would just be to get some consistent running and finish his race in a strong P12. Kemba, meanwhile, was on the back of Kia Arrow, winning the second, and he wants to make this one work as Sam Knight heads into the pit.
Sam Knight into pit lane, and look at that, Kemba trying to get the run now down the Mistral straight. Of course, Ara will have that slipstream from Keane in front. As are we going to see the McLaren get close enough for a lunge to the inside into the next long right-hander. It's just not going to get close enough at the moment with that slipstream. The Ferrari just pulling away ever so slightly. That gap now half a second between the pair. Potentially can go up to 6. You can see that Ferrari just a little bit quicker down the straights, either less fuel or just a bit more engine power coming out of that car. Through the right-hander we go. There's some traffic in the way of Keane and the GT4. As to the inside goes Arrow, and the GT4 just have to keep out the way, but Arrow slides up wide, and this might now just give Kemba the opportunity to make a lunge to the inside line. He's to the inside of the Ferrari. Is he going to be able to get the move done around the outside now once again? No, Arrow just going to be able to hold on for now, but it's going to be all about the run into the next chicane. The up and under could have been on for Harry Kemba, but just not going for that move. And they make their way past Keane, who was just keeping away from that car, just making sure not to get involved in any unnecessary incidents. And Ara still just able to hold on from now against Kemba, but these two are in a fierce battle at the moment.
Yep, strong, hard fight, but not undeterred, as the two of them are going to pose quite a challenge to the other. And even if not directly, the GT4s are also proving to be a bit of a spanner in the fight between these two. Danchev in the number 41 is going to be jumping into the pit lane as we speak, and it will be one of the last most likely to be jumping in, unless anyone has any major technical issues. The only exception to that rule, I believe, is going to be Jack Simpson, because of his early stop. With the damage that he received and the technical issues that he underwent, he will have to inevitably take another one in order to equalise, meaning that it's most likely that he's going to be finishing somewhere more to P4 than to P2, unless he can create a miracle out of this next running.
Yeah, it really is going to be just Simpson on damage control at the moment. He will have to come in once again. And we'll just be looking to see this race out. He'll be very disappointed. I think he'll be quite disappointed with a 4th place, because of course he was leading quite comfortably up at the front of the field over Darville before those technical gremlins came into play. but of course still a respectable 4th place even after all that damage he sustained, as Fitton's still into the pits down in 20th at the moment. Going to be passed probably by Freddie Whaley for 21st, as Wrench still leads Roddenberry up at the front of the GT4 squabbles. And it seems that Roddenberry is doing quite a nice stint here just in front of Flanker and Peters, as we see Wrench get overtaken, and Roddenberry 3.1 seconds ahead of Flanker. We could still see a battle for 2nd place on the cards. It all depends if Crispy Flanker can get close enough for the move, but with 38 minutes on the clock, time is starting to run out. We need to start making these moves or pushing on a little bit more. We'll make your way further up the order.
Well, time is of the essence with 38 minutes remaining, and so that will mean a lot of drivers are now considering how they want to play out their final stretch of the race. Now, there's 2 schools of thinking that drivers could take. They could either take the opportunities as they come, or try to push even harder to create an opportunity for them to gain more positions, although that does run additional risk with less chance of recovery. Or you go for a bit more of a conservative finish to the race. If you've got, say for example, if I was Kier Arrow right now, if I was having Kemba on the back of me, I would focus on putting on a good defense to retain my P16. If I try and push ahead, I've got to make 40 seconds in 37 minutes. That's about a second a lap. And in this company, even if it may be possible on the surface, it is going to be extremely difficult. Wouldn't be worth it.
No, it wouldn't be worth it at all. So you just got to focus and get this one to the end. Of course, we're past that 100 lap mark now, so a century of laps have been on the board. As I think that's Darvill just starting at lap 103. Excuse me, but yeah, for these drivers, it's just about making it to the end, getting that car to the line, and it's all about just trying to hunt down that car in front. But of course, if you're in a situation like, say, we'll go with Cleland, who's 14th, 22 seconds behind in front of Powsland, and then 16 seconds behind in Arson. You've not really got that time to be able to close that gap down. So if anything, it's just slow it down a little bit, maybe not push as aggressively, get this car to the end and finish in that 13th place. It's a good result. You've made it to the end of the 4 hours, sorry, and it's exactly what you need to do. So for these drivers, it's all just now, if you're close to the car in front, push on, but if you're in a bit of no man's land, just stay there and just see this one out, because you'd rather finish the race and see yourself in the wall.
Yep, and that's going to be the crux of it, is that with 36 minutes to go, you just want to see it out to the end. And for a lot of these drivers, particularly ones who are double stinting or going all the way from the start to the end, after this much effort and after this much commitment by the whole team, with over 100 laps completed so far by some of these drivers, you just want to see it through to the end. You want to see the good work of everyone be rewarded with a finish, and that's all it really needs, is just to make it to the finish now. So we have, of course, drivers who are running fairly close and will be squabbling for fights and positions. Like Flanker could be making his way up to Roddenberry quite soon, but more than anything, it's just about wanting to see everyone make it through. We do have a couple of drive-throughs that have been administered, so there has been a drive-through issued to Bailey Vernon Higgs in the number 50 car once again. We also have a drive-through being administered to the number 41 car, which is going to be courtesy of Jordan Danchev. That's why they headed into the pits earlier, to serve that in particular. So that brings us up to speed, as well as a stop-and-go penalty being given to the number 51 of Sam Knight. So at the bottom of the GT3 order, but it hasn't got any better for him, sadly, and that is going to be another strike against his performance this evening.
It certainly is really unfortunate from Sam Knight to see this performance, and it's just not gone his way at all. I'll be looking to just make amends in the final parts of this stint, but of course we've still quite a little while to go. 34 minutes left on the clock. Can still make up that time, as of course he's a lap ahead of Wrench, so he won't have to worry about dropping down behind those GT4 cars, as Harry Kemba still on his charge to Ara in front. But at the minute, it's still 1 second between the pair. He's just backed off slightly, potentially saving those tyres for another attack within the next few laps. But for Kemba, will be looking to make his way up to 16th. I think that's as high as he's going to finish, with it being 36 seconds to Powersland in front.
Yeah, and it's all about that limitation of damage and that limitation of issues. I mean, look at Simpson. He's managed to get himself up to P2, which is amazing, but he's going to be dropping back down under Corneve and Berry by the end of this race, no doubt. With an additional pit stop, you're going to be looking at anywhere from 30 to 60 seconds, depending on if he actually stops in for any length of time. It could be, by all means, a quick splash and dash, and that will keep him in the good graces well enough. But minimum stop time is 30 seconds, because that is the time that a drive-through penalty takes. So if you're actually stopping in the lane, that's probably more 35 to 40. And he's going to have to pull out even more time than he already has if he wants to negate any of those effects to the likes of Corneve and Berry. He'll be ahead of Keane, no doubt, but it's the other two that I'd be worried for.
Yeah, certainly would be. He's not really dropped Corneve as much as he probably was hoping. So that gap around 6.5 seconds will be now looking to just try and push on ever so slightly until the end. And if anything, he leaves the fuel in the car. If he's good on numbers, he can leave the fuel in the car and potentially just change some tyres to maximise that 30 seconds and then get back on his merry way and reset the stint that way. So that's what he's going to be hoping for. And if he's on some fresh tyres and some fresh rubber, he can potentially claw that time back up as Harry Kemba, once again, we're on board with. Getting a little bit closer this time around to Ara in front. This, of course, as I mentioned, for that 16th spot. He's starting to eke back into that gap. Is Harry Kemba, of course, up an unfortunate stint from Bird in the last one. Just dropping down a few places, no fault of his own. Kemba is trying to make amends. And for Ara as well, he was trying to catch up to Powersland in front, but this squabbling he's had with the McLaren behind him hasn't allowed him to do so. So it's going to be leads to till the end of the race, and some GT4 traffic is not going to be what Ara wants in the slightest. It's actually allowed Kemba to go up the inside line as Ara goes wide through the right-hander, and he's going to be on the marbles, just drifting further and further wide, and that door finally opened for Harry Kemba, and he moves his way up into 16th place, and he's just in front of the Ferrari, but we know it's got oh so strong straight line speed as Worley makes another mistake.
Yeah, and this time Worley is going to be off on the first corner of the circuit and taking to the infield. So he's going to drop a position to Einarsson in the Beamer, and with that is also going to be a counter-attack for Ara, as Kemba is going to be overtaken through slipstream on this occasion. And the race is once again equalised between the two. So these two are very much going to be fighting back and forth for a good chunk of the race. I think Kemba's going to be looking to try and box him in behind one of the GT4 entrants. He goes for a little bit of a harder push, and it's going to be a return to sender, as Ara is going to do the exact same thing in reverse. And you can see try and squeeze all the way out. Contact made. Switchback coming in from the McLaren, as the both of them are just trying to get each other into an unfavourable position, trying to both manipulate the field and use that GT4 car ahead of them as a tool to solidify their position. Both of them ending up being stuck behind and losing more and more time. Ara now up ahead, but there's Kemba right to the inside and getting boxed in and all the way to the edge of the left side of the circuit, or at least from our perspective, as they're both of them drag racing. There's a flash from the GT4 car in frustration as they put him almost in a dangerous position, but Ara on the apex of the corner. Kemba taking a bit more speed, getting it through turn 2, and the two go neck and neck over the sausage curbs, but the McLaren is going to keep going as the Ferrari is unfazed, and he keeps the position held and the McLaren in tow.
Brilliant racing between the two. Hakkinen and Schumacher, eat your hearts out down that main straight. One to one side of Rattenberry, the other to the other side. And it was so good to see, just hard racing. And that's exactly how you need to use the traffic. It was perfectly exampled at that very moment. As you can see, wide there again from Ara after trying to overtake one of the Aston Martin GT4s. And this might now open the door once again to Kemba. They're both using the traffic absolutely perfectly to attack and defend, trying to box the other one one in, but a Ferrari just seeming that little bit too strong against the McLaren. You can see just slowly edging away, but we know into the long right-hander. Harry Kemba seeming so much more confident on the brakes just to hold it to the inside line and get that move done. It does seem that McLaren potentially worse through down the straights, better through the corners, and are we going to see the move once again from Kemba? I just don't think he's going to get close enough. He's going to have to regroup and go again.
I think he's going to have to regroup for a couple of laps and then go for another attack later. I think that's the only viable way to do things. And in lieu of that, we'll check in on the GT4s. We have Wrench, who is 2 laps between himself and Knight. To be expected between GT4 and GT3, but the biggest story is between him and Roddenberry. 19 seconds between the two. Now, that may sound like a lot, but that's actually less than what it was earlier. So it shows that Roddenberry is bringing some good pace to the table and is challenging as best as he can to try and fight forwards. Flanker, though, isn't going to be so easily deterred. Currently in P3 and within 2 seconds of attacking Roddenberry in the 750 car. Then it's Gus Peters going down the Mistral straight, and a lap later is going to be Dingo, who is just entering said section of the course, down on lap 98 right now. James King, along with Tristan Dasser, Robert Besant, Dixon Hurst, Ben Beams and Remco Ton going to complete your set of GT4 cars. But something has happened, as Ara is now 12 seconds behind. A yellow flag is called, and I think actually we're going to jump aboard with the helicopter to see what went down.
What actually happened between the pair? Did Kemba go into the back of him under braking? No, I don't think anything. Oh, it's just a spin on the exit of the corner. Just got a little bit too hot on the throttle pedal there. And for Ara, unfortunately for him, sees himself spinning around and dropping behind Harry Kemba. And that is just one of those mistakes that happen when you're put under all that pressure. And unfortunately for Ara, after defending so well for a good part of, I would say, half an hour, he's just seen himself throw it all the way. And a very, very rookie error on the exit of turn 2. And Van Exel is all over the back of Keane, potentially for this 5th place. So we could see a squabble between these two now.
Yep, and we'll see what they have. So Van Exel now piloting the 102 car is on the back of Keane, and we'll see exactly how it plays out. So unfortunately, it looks like Ara is having more issues as they go out wide from Mistral, and is going to be losing yet more time. Luckily, there's a whole minute between themselves and Patriarcha, so the most that they could lose was against Woodward. But it just, yeah, looks like it's just struggling so much for control. And all of a sudden, this Ferrari is looking like it's been put on T-trays.
It certainly does. It's an absolute diva at the moment. It's just because he overheated those tyres with that spin. And it's just now starting to really pay its price. Once you start overheating, as I mentioned just earlier on, about half an hour ago, that once you start to overheat those tyres, you start to lose that mechanical grip. And into corners like that, you need that rear mechanical grip, not only with the downforce, and it's just not working into Ara's favour. And unfortunately, those tyres are going to get hotter and hotter, and that could see him fall further and further down the order. Van Exel potentially going to look to the inside of Keane. Is he going to get the move done? No, just going to sit behind for now. But we know that Ferrari is oh so strong down in a straight line compared to that Porsche. So this could be Van Exel's perfect opportunity to get by with a good run onto the Mistral straight. And we could see the number 102 Ferrari move themselves up into 5th place as we got Keane just in front. That slipstream now being played. Surely this is Van Exel's perfect opportunity to get the overtake.
Yeah, and it looks like he's teeing up for just that. He peels to the left. Little bit of slipstream at his disposal as he gets the nose out ahead of the Porsche. But is it going to be able to stay? Has he got enough of a slingshot to get past Keane here as they come to the end of the straight? He goes out ahead of the number 75 and is going to cart their way through, and it looks like Keane's gone very wide outside, just trying to get a better line, and I think just washing out of the dirty air. So that's going to be dropping them down by at least a couple of seconds, and Van Exel is up into P5. So that's good news for this next team entrant. Meanwhile, the 101 car having to rejoin in P18, having struggled to keep their car together. And I do feel for him, I really do. But I think this was a case of not only that spin was dropping them down positions, but also hit them in the confidence. I think the confidence was shattered, and like you said, with the tyres getting hotter and hotter, through those spins, it can almost be a bit of a positive feedback loop that makes your driving even worse.
It certainly can, because of course you're then dancing with the car. You're constantly scared to throw the car in, because is it going to go around on you again? That is the big question, especially through turn 2, where we saw that original moment happen. That's where you're going to be scared the most. That's where you're going to have that real lack of confidence, because it was the unexplainable one. It's the least characteristic of the lot, and unfortunately that's where we see drivers potentially lose 2-3 attempts over the course of the lap until you regain that confidence one more, until you regain that trust within the car that's going to stick. So you start to lose a bit of time, and then a few laps later you'll be back straight on the pace. But for Darren Newton, he's doing quite well in 8th place, but still 100 seconds behind Morgan, as Woodward is in front of Ara and is potentially going to try and hunt down Kemba, but that kept around about 20 seconds. I think we're going to see this one out. But up 6 places from where that team started. We're very happy in that number 8 outfit. I think just getting to the end was the main goal for most of these teams. But if you're able to make up a few places here, Ben, over the course of the race, is exactly something to be quite happy about.
Yeah, I think there's certainly big winners, big losers in terms of that. I mean, for one, say, Powersland, despite everything that they have faced this race, they've still made up 12 positions since the start. Same goes with the number 44 car, currently piloted by Owen Goldsmith, and then Darren Newton as well, saying 11 positions up since their start of the race here today. And even in the GT4s, we have seen some heroics of that nature also. We have Chris Blanca up 5 positions, Dingo up 5, and then a couple more in the GT4 category doing much of the same. So there's a lot to be proud of, and a lot of racers who, even if it weren't necessarily on the top step, can come out of here with their heads held high.
Yeah, they certainly can do, even if it's, say, you've started 25th and you've moved yourself up to 19th. It's something that you can certainly be happy about, and certainly take in good stride and help your team or yourself just move forward potentially in the future. But for Flanker, he's lost a little bit of time over the past few laps to Roddenberry in front. So unfortunate to see that from the McLaren driver, but I think just holding on to this 3rd place, getting on the podium in the GT4s will be exactly what he would want. It will be something he'll be looking on very fondly at the moment. We actually see Ara come into pit lane potentially to change those tyres because they're just so hot and he's just got no grip from them. He's going to come in to change those, and for Flanker, as he tries to hunt down Roddenberry in front, he's going to make sure he just keeps it nice and smooth to at least bring this 3rd place to the end of the race with 21 minutes to go. So as we now head through the right-hander on just before we head onto the Mistral straight, Flanker doing everything he can to just hold on to this 3rd place. Be looking very happy for that podium in the GT4s. I've not driven the GT4s myself on this game, but I expect they're very difficult to drive with that very big lack in downforce, as Burry is about 30 seconds behind Simpson. And it's going to be quite close, I think, actually, here, Ben, come the end of the race, between Simpson and Burry. We've kept it away from him for the past 20 minutes. But by the time Simpson comes in, and it has to be stationary for 30 seconds, by the time he gets out of pit lane, it'll be about 40-45 seconds. Sorry, well, 10 to 15 seconds, should I say, between Burry and Simpson. And in those dying embers, we could see that Lamborghini catch up at the very end.
Yeah, it's still very much on the table. And I mean, in terms of the GT4s, they're a little bit floatier. They're floaty compared to the GT3s, but they're still quite a hoot to drive, I've got to say. They are very good fun. But yeah, looking at Simpson, I think it's safe to say that P1 is out of the realm of possibility unless there is a major issue, a major upset with Darville. Not too dissimilar to what Simpson himself felt, which dropped him out of the position to begin with. But he's still got Corny, he's still got Berry to consider. Van Excel was too far away to be within the window of if he had to take that pit stop, but he's still pushing forward nonetheless.
Yeah, he certainly is indeed, as we see Simpson. I thought he just went a little bit wide. They were just making his way past some GT3 traffic, and again, I think that pace has certainly steadied for Corneve as well. He's really been able to keep up with Simpson over the past few laps. That gap was six seconds, I would say, about 6 laps ago, and he's really been able to keep that gap stable. It was 2 seconds when Corneve came out of the pit lane. It's just shot up ever so slightly since that point. But for Corneve, he certainly is finding his feet, potentially just seeing the lines that Simpson's doing ever so slightly in the distance and just trying to focus on them and be able to just manage that pace quite nicely as he's now making his way past some GT4 traffic. And for Corneve, doing really well indeed to potentially bring home this 2nd place. But there's contact. I think that's between Keane and one of the GT4s, and Keane is sent into a spin, and that is not what she would have wanted as they now cut across the runoff. And there was some contact there with the GT4, and Keane unfortunately losing more time to Van Exel and potentially into the clutches of Morgan come the end of this one.
Yeah, so rough time coming out from here as the field is going to be getting a little bit more desperate to make some runs and to make some moves. The big concern for everyone here is, will they be able to make it to the end? And of course, some of them are going to go for those last minute pushes. Here's Jack Simpson jumping into the pits rapidly and trying to get that stint retimed and reset as soon as physically possible. This must feel excruciating for the number 29 car as he is crawling along with the pit limiter. Here comes Glyn Berry across the start-finish line. He is going to jump out ahead of Simpson, who is just escaping the pit lane now. So luckily not too far away, but still going to be a significant amount of time down. And in fact, I think he's an entire lap down to Scott Darville, who just crossed him up over on the exit there.
Yeah, unfortunate for Simpson to think. About just over an hour ago, he was the man comfortably leading this race and was very much in a sense of dominating it and carrying it all the way to the end, and then some technical hiccups that can't be avoided, unfortunately, come into play, and he sees himself drop down to this 4th place. Now be hunting down Berry in front. And of course, this does make a driver angry. It's an angry driver going to be behind that Lamborghini's wheel. He's going to be trying his best to claw his way up through the field and just do anything he can to bring that gap down. With 16 minutes left on the clock, it certainly could be done. It's only 8 seconds, that gap, so he certainly could bring that back down. But the question is, has Berry just got the upper hand? Has he just got the answer to the Lamborghini? And it's all going to be about how Simpson now reacts to this setback that he has got. Van Exel picking up a little bit of a warning there. Potentially could have had some contact a little bit further around. That gap between him and Simpson is about 70 seconds, so nearly just over a lap between him and Simpson. Of course, 11 seconds between Keane and Van Exel. That gap's still around about 7 seconds between Simpson and Berry, as the Lamborghini still tries to hunt down that Mercedes in front of him. This is going to be late on the brakes, surely to the inside of this McLaren. Yes, it is. Late on the brakes he goes, and he gets by nice and easily onto another one of the GT3s as he makes his way down that main straight once more. Of course, not long left to go. Really is crunch time at this stage of the race. 15 minutes left after 114 laps have been completed. It has certainly been a very fun race. Make sure, if you haven't donated to the Just Giving page, make sure you do, just to help, of course, those veterans coming in to having a normal life once again after their work that they have done for us, and just to make sure that they are able to stay on their feet. So make sure you do check out the links in both the YouTube and the Twitch chat to give us, it could be even a small donation of even £1. Anything helps here, and it can certainly go a long way indeed. So Simpson, that gap now 6.5 seconds, really does find that time in the first sector here, Ben. And that's what he's going to need over Berry. He's going to have to find at least half a second to a second per lap if he wants any chance of being able to take that 3rd place back.
Yeah, well, he's got 6 seconds on the clock that he needs to make up, and it looks like he's going to be on good form if he can keep his usual level of pace. Now, he does have a unique advantage in the sense that he has come into the pits, and I'm not sure if he got tyres or not, but if he has, that this is going to be playing right into his hands and is going to be quite the opportunity for him. Just needs to play his cards right here. So you've got Wrench, who is just being passed by there, but it's a leader of the GT4s, and 20 seconds still clear of himself and Mark Rattenberry. So in a similar position to Scott Darville, it's his race to lose, although not to the same extent. So Simpson is going to push hard here. Let's see what kind of time is he going to muster on the board here as he comes across the line. Is there going to be any fireworks? It's 55.9, which is about 2 seconds or say 0.2 of a second faster than Corneve, and almost an entire second faster than Berry. So keep this up, and he might be able to be locking horns with him in the final laps.
Yes, he certainly might be indeed. Of course, some traffic there in the way of Berry as well. Heading through that first sector might just give a few extra temps to Simpson. And it's really going to boil down to this. You can see they're both now in the same shot as he's exiting out of turn 5. Simpson is entering into that chicane. And it is going to be all between these two drivers for third place in the GT3 category. Who can come out on top in the podium? What team will come out on top on the podium? The 87 up 2 places. Of course, Simpson down a few places after dominating this race for the early portion of it. Those technical mishaps coming into the way, but Glenn Berry doing really nicely indeed. The thing is as well, Ben, it's one thing to catch up, in the wise words of Murray Walker, it's another to overtake.
Yeah, it's one thing to come to the back of the car, but yeah, as you rightly mentioned, oh no, says Flanker. We're just going to interrupt your public service announcement to bring you Flanker going off the side of the track. So let's see exactly what happened here. So rewind back the clocks as the number 7 car of Patriarcha coming up to the back of the GT4. What happened here? Let's find out. And you can see it's just, oh no, unfortunate contact from Patriarcha is going to spin Flanker round, just resets his car, resets his mental before getting back onto the course. So sadly losing about 10 seconds out of that, and I'm not sure he's going to be a happy bunny after that one, but he's still got P3.
Yes, he certainly does. Indeed. Just had that gap over Peters behind, that gap about 100 seconds, so even another spin he could still hold on to that P3 in class. Of course, the top 4 in the GT4s are all McLaren, so that McLaren GT4 working quite nicely indeed. As we now carry on heading into that chicane, you can see, I think that is one of the Ferraris in the GT3 division just making their way through. That's of Darville, the race leader, as we now make our way through the final corner. That brought that gap up to Roddenberry to 14 seconds. And for Flanker here, Ben, it's just going to be bring this one home. No more silly mistakes, and make sure you make it to the end.
Yep, no more chaos, no more dramas. Let's just take it home now at this point. Say Simpson, in a way, is getting a bit of a time-shifted perspective, because who's next to him? It's none other than Darville. And despite being an entire lap divorced of each other, they're still going to be fighting as if they were never leaving. So Simpson is going to be fully using the slipstream of Darville to great effect, and I think we'll be using him as a bit of a tow, if nothing else, as a means to catch up to the likes of Berry and maybe not so much Corneve, but certainly getting that podium.
Yeah, he's going to just try and catch up to Berry. That 27-second gap will not be brought down between Simpson and Corneve if he is able to get past that Mercedes in front. Of course, being behind Darville as well, he's a quicker driver. Of course, Simpson was leading the way as well, so these two can now potentially really start to work together and allow Simpson to catch up a little bit wide from Darville through the first of the right hand. He's going to the inside of the race leader is Jack Simpson. That's an audacious lunge to the inside. Very brave to make sure you can pull that one off cleanly. And he moves up into 4th place. 4.6 seconds is now that gap between Berry and Simpson, as we have 9 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, and Darville might be going straight back to the inside to get by, but no, not going to be close enough for that move, and just playing it safe. And this race really is on between Simpson and Bury. As you can see, Simpson is quicker than the man leading this race. So he's arguably the fastest car on the circuit at the moment and is looking to potentially bring that gap down once more, nearly teetering under 4 seconds.
I think Darville's been waiting for this because he's been running on his own for a good while. He hasn't really had any major challenges, and whether that was him in second place behind Simpson or him in first place after the incident, he hasn't had anyone to go toe-to-toe with him. So in a way, I do think that Darville has been waiting for Simpson to come back and challenge him on the course again. Even if it is a lap separated, I think it's just injecting a bit of excitement into his own race.
It is. It just adds that little bit of thrill to your own race, and it just makes it a little bit more fun. It makes you dial in a little bit more. It gives you that focus back, and you're able to just hang on and just make sure you don't lose that concentration till the end of the race and make a mistake that could cost you this race victory, especially when you're so far in front of the next car around you. But as Simpson brings that gap down to now under 4 seconds, it really is starting to get closer and closer. But will he get close enough come the end of this race? That is going to be the real question. And will it have to be potentially a final lap lunge if he gets close enough for the attack? 8 minutes and 17 now left on the clock. About, of course, a 2-minute lap time around here in Paul Ricard. Just under 2 minutes, should I say, only a few seconds. We are really getting into the dying embers. There'll be 4 laps to go once Darville crosses the line, and Simpson will want to just be able to stay in front to be able to make sure he has that extra lap to attack Bury if he's going to get close enough.
I say if he's going to get close enough is the operating part of that sentence here, as say Simpson 3.6 seconds and counting, but at this current trajectory he's not going to be able to make it. He's bringing the time down and was about 0.8 of a second faster, but he still needs more. He's going to need over a second difference between the cars in order to be able to make it to and around Bury before the race closes. So it all comes down to this. Bury, meanwhile, has gained about 3 seconds since we last checked up on him, but again, it's not going to be enough to go challenging for P1. So I think his strategy here, combined with Flanker being briefly sideways on the track, is just securing that really strong P2 that he currently has, as Tristan Dasser is in the 38 car and is in the pit lane very close to the end of the race. I wonder if they mistimed their stints from earlier.
They might have done ever so slightly, as that's Fitton just holding on to that car. A wonderful save there from Craig Fitton to hold on to that number 77 McLaren. Was really sliding out of course, the second corner, was just able to keep hold of that car from going into a full 180-degree spin, and he's actually going to the inside of another one of the McLaren. So actually, that's someone round as well. Not sure who that was. I think that was Roddenberry who might have just gone round. And that might now, he has gone round. It was Roddenberry who went into a spin, and that might now change everything with his battle with Flanker, as we now see, of course, a replay of what happened. So Roddenberry, of course, now heading into the next right-hand. You can see the 2 McLarens just behind, gets caught out ever so slightly by a GT3, and gets tagged by one of the McLarens. Unfortunate there for Roddenberry. That's going to cause some damage to the rear end of that car, make it a little bit more floaty than what it once was. And Flanker might be licking his lips at an opportunity for second in the GT4s.
Yeah, but saying that, he had a brilliant recovery, Roddenberry. He practically perfectly span himself back round using the momentum of the initial tag. So he's very much minimised the damage that he could have received there. We'll say that Stephen McDonald going across the exit of the Mistral straight and nearly collecting an entire car. Luckily narrowly avoided, and say no major avoiding action needed, but scary stuff there, really scary stuff. And say the last kind of position you want to be finding yourself in, but here is where things get interesting, because for whatever reason Glenberry lost a lot of time last lap, and that has allowed Simpson to now be within a second as they go down the Mistral straight, and is now going to put Glenberry in the Mercedes AMG on notice.
It certainly is. It's going to be under all sorts of pressure. I think we're going to have 2 laps to go in this race between these two when we cross that line, and it is going to be all down to if Simpson is going to be able to go for that move. That gap now 1.3 seconds. That Mercedes will be on high alert. We know it's quite quick down the straights, as that Mercedes is very much a powerful car, but quite heavy through the corners, and that is where we might see Simpson get that upper hand, get that advantage into his hands as well, as we now see him head into the final chicane. Van Excel's done really well to get a break away from Keane. That gap now 34 seconds, and Morgan is really starting to catch up to the back of that Porsche for 6th place in his McLaren. This is the battle all eyes will be turned to. That battle for the final podium spot in the GT3s, and it's less than a second now, Ben.
It's going to be real close as they come through and finish lap 119 and go on to lap 120 now. It's really going to be down to the wire as the final 5 minutes have descended upon us. 4 hours of racing tonight, cut down from 24. But now, it's those final minutes, and it's all going to come down to this.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be down to this. It's all in the dying embers, all in these final few moments, all about how the drivers now attack these next few laps. Only a few more miles to go as well after all this relentless racing. A BMW gets all crossed up in front of Burry, and this might now open the door for Jack Simpson to go around the outside onto the Mistral straight, but no, will not be close enough, but we'll use that slipstream, use that overlap, and for Burry, it might have all just gone up in the air, and that 3rd place might have just been stolen off him through no fault of his own as we now head down into the next right-hander. Is Simpson just going to draw himself further enough ahead to draw back over to that left-hand side and take the racing line? Yes, he is. He's able to take that race lead now as we head up into the next right-hander. You can see just defends that inside ever so slightly, and for Burry, he'll be feeling so hard done by. It was just a mistake from the car in front, I think, of Inarson, who unfortunately made that error, and for Burry, drops down to 4th place and just had no chance of defending that one.
It was the couple of kilometers per hour on the top end that made all the difference there. Helped out by a little bit of slipstream and by a hiccup on the track from Inarson in the number 39 BMW. All of that perfect storm of events led to Glenn Berry ultimately conceding P3 to Jack Simpson, and now it's all going to be about that defense as the leader is soon to cross the line. The question is, will he be crossing the line and this be the final lap, or will it be the next one? Looks like we'll have 2 more laps of running as he has just crossed the start finish line, and we will be completing 123 laps of racing today.
Yes, we certainly will be indeed, as Darville will lead us to those final couple of laps as we now head down into turns 3 and 4 before heading into the right-hander of 5. You can see that gap Simpson's now got over Berry, that being 1.8 seconds. Absolutely flying in 3rd place is that Lamborghini, and it's a story of what could have been for him, as he of course was leading for so long. It's really unfortunate to see that we weren't able to see that battle between Darville and Simpsons. I think it would have been a really strong battle as well, but it was just brutally taken away from us through no fault of Simpson's own. Just a technical hiccup, which unfortunately saw himself drop out of contention. And if maybe there was a few more laps to go, he could potentially get past Corneve, as Morgan a little bit slow down the Mistral straight. And he said the Mulsanne, we're not at Le Mans, we're at Paul Ricard here, Max. But for Aaron Morgan, seeming a little bit slow on the exit of the left-hander onto the Mistral. Potentially some issues coming in the way of the McLaren.
Well, at least he didn't come to a complete stop, so that tells me they didn't bump the ignition button. At least there's that. But he's still, running quite slow, and does bring up sort of concerns about how he's running here. He managed to pick it up now. I think that might have just been a brief issue, but still not what you want to be seeing right at the end of the race in particular. Fitton is trying to chase Kia Ara down, and with 1.3 seconds, now 1 second in between the two cars, there could be a last-minute overtake on the cards for the number 77.
There certainly could be a last-minute overtake on Ara in front, but we know that Ferrari is quite fast down the straights. And of course, as you can see, Darville just making his way past Stephen McDonald on the final lap of the race. Now, this is it. The final lap has begun. And Scott Darville is going to be the one that takes us to that checkered flag. 123 laps of racing action have been completed here this evening when we cross that line for the final time. And Darville now is just trying to make his way through all of this GT3 traffic in one piece.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey there, as you can see in the background. It's a couple of the GT3s struggling. We had the number 8 of Jake Woodward as they go across the circuit and I think losing control before having to regain it. You can see that Darville is currently tucked in behind a certain Glenberry as well, using him as a bit of a tow as they both progress forward. Harry Kemba is running a bit slow coming out of the Mistral straight as well. Going to be joining the ranks of drivers who have done that one before. And looking at the rest of the field as well, looks like there's a couple of chances for the GT4s to go for a run here, but say Renchi looking completely untouchable in the GT4 side. He has done a near perfect race, hasn't put a foot wrong, and now with the timer about to elapse the final 30 seconds and coming out and into the final sector, it's Darville who is going to come out on top.
He certainly is indeed. When his rivals have faltered around him, he has been the one to pick up those pieces. And since he's got that race lead, he has been able to just keep it composed, keep it calm, and he has been as cool as a cucumber inside that McLaren. An 105-second lead to Corneve behind. He's absolutely dominated these final 2 stints. Scott Darville, after a very strong start, will be able to capitalise on it and take the victory here at Paul Ricard and win the virtual race of remembrance. What a performance from pole to the race victory, and as well for David Wrench as well, who's in on his victory lap 2 in the GT4 division from 3rd place on the grid in the GT4 class. Will finish this race in at 1st. And it will be a very strong performance from himself as well, of course, of the past few stints. Just like Darville was just absolutely dominated out in front. No one has seemed to come close. For David Wrench, it's been a perfect opportunity for him as well to also cement a wonderful victory.
Yep, it's a beautiful finale to a beautiful event. And honestly, I have been seriously impressed with everyone's driving, but in particular those who crowned the top steps. So Renchi, as we see him come through that final set of corners, 25 seconds clear of the next closest racer. And we have, of course, beautiful liveries across the entire field. But everyone's making their way through now to finish their race and to finish the virtual race of Remembrance 2025. It's going to be David Wrench who comes across the line to take the crown for GT4 and is going to be one of the highlights of the evening. Alongside many amazing battles, we have our 2 winners. Mikhail Kornev is going to be coming in soon to finish as 2nd place holder. And then, of course, we will have Jack Simpson, who fought long and hard through trials and tribulations. He's going to come through not long behind and then into 3rd place. 2nd and 3rd for the GT4s, it's going to be Mark Raddenberry, and who's going to be piloting the number 750 car along with Crispy Flanker. Few seconds behind, but still a very strong P3. And the rest of the field you can see in its glory on the timing board on your screens right now. First the GT3s, and then we'll switch it to the GT4s. There you go, folks. 37 finishers, 41 starters, and a amazing masterclass of a race to finish things off. So there's Remco Torn finishing the session off alongside, but it looks like apparently he ran out of fuel, so that's why he's still displaying as being on track, despite everyone else finishing. His team has taken a creative opportunity for a photo op, which I gotta say, pretty smart going, but certainly will be one race to remember for many of these drivers. With that all being said, folks, it is going to be drawing us to a close for the evening, but before we do anything of that sort, we of course have to talk to the man himself. Of course, he's been on the track, he's Iron Man this entire thing, but he's also been a major cog in the whole event going together. You heard him at the start of the broadcast, and he's here once more. Dingo, welcome.
How are you doing?
What an event! What a race! Beautiful racing, and well, what did you make of it?
I'm so happy. I couldn't thank everyone enough for coming down. It's amazing to see all the support we've had. Did we? I'm yet to see the total count. When I last saw it, we were just below £1,000. So it will be. My goal was to try and raise £1,000 through this event. But no, that was some great racing. So plenty of drive-throughs as people started to get more and more tired. But no, that was brilliant. That was so much fun, and yeah, I loved every second of that. And yeah, I just want to say a massive thank you to you guys for coming and doing this amazing commentary. Positive Perception for all their back-end support. RAF Esports for allowing us to use their server. Royal Navy for supplying us the Remembrance video. And then Mission Motorsport as well for allowing us to use the name of this event and to be able to do something to give back to them. And yeah, thank you to everyone that's come along and watched, everyone that's going to replay this. Please come and join us in Anglesey on Remembrance weekend, because we'll have some trophies up there for our podium finishers. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone. That was fantastic. Thank you.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Amazing stuff, amazing work to yourself and everyone who's been working behind the scenes as well, because I know we had Raddenbury here, and he said this is about 6 or 7 months in the works. And thank you to everyone watching at home as well. Whether you're watching on the YouTube, watching on the Twitch, it's been an absolute blast to have you in the box as well. Everyone giving us sort of little tips, little insights, and everyone who's been contributing up until this point. So I'm not going to spoil it, but I think you'll have a pleasant surprise when you see that Just Giving page, because I think we've had a few generous souls jump in there.
Yeah, I'm just going to flash up now and just have a little look to see. Let's have a look. So the final count. Wow, there we go. We did it. £1,187 raised. That's absolutely amazing. And yeah, thank you to every single driver who's gone and pushed things out. Well done to Nick's Racing. I know they did they've raised a colossal amount just through their own server, over £450 by putting made-up sponsors on their car and doing it as an auction for different parts of the car. But no, it's amazing. I can't thank everyone enough. This is brilliant. And yeah, please, if you've enjoyed it, please go check out Mission Motorsport on the social media. Go and see the amazing work that they're doing. And yeah, come get involved, because we're hoping to do more events like this in the future. And if you've enjoyed it, if you want to see it again, let us know, and we can start looking towards next year and seeing who may want to come on board and potentially do this all over again.
Oh, it's been amazing to see, and to say, for more events like this, absolutely need to be a thing, because it's just been an absolute joy. And I want to say a thank you personally, Dingo, because to come on for this event, and even if we had an early hiccup, we can thank a local power cut for that one. Even with an early hiccup on the stream, it has been a massive privilege to be able to come on and deliver the broadcast, and hopefully everyone's enjoyed it. And so see about coming down to Anglesey for Remembrance weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and thank you so much to you guys. You know, I've discovered you guys through doing the Armed Forces Virtual Challenge, or whatever we decide to name it, and you know, it's great to have you guys on board. You've brought an amazing professional edge to this event.
And we somehow managed to get a hype train in all of this.
Oh, I think I'm going to go and hydrate and then lie down for a minute.
I think well earned. But
cheers. Thank you guys. Cheers.
Oh, thank you very much, mate. Thank you. And yeah, there you have it, folks. It has been an absolute blast. Hopefully we've got Max back because he had a little bit of a tech hiccup of his own. There he is. There he is. But yeah, what a race this has been. And of course, the impact of tonight's race and all the effort that's been put in cannot be understated. Almost £1,200 being raised for Mission Motorsports, and hopefully that ticks over even further now that the event has been completed. But again, I cannot stress enough, if anyone is considering and has not yet donated to the Just Giving link, I'm going to whisper it to Crow because I cannot post links, but I'm going to whisper it over in the hopes that it can get posted to this chat without me having to do some fancy shenanigans. And with all that being said, I hopefully can say to everyone here tonight, thank you for joining us. It has been an absolute honor. And to everyone watching, to everyone who's raced, take the utmost care and enjoy the rest of your evenings. Again, consider donating if you haven't already, and we will see you all in the future. You may see us on this channel again, who knows, but if not, it has again been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to everyone for the support. So we'll see you very soon. We'll see you very next time, and for now, goodbye from us all at the team. Thank you to Positive Perception, thank you to RF Esports, as well as everyone else. So Mission Motorsport, of course, the target charity, and everyone who got involved. We'll see you next time.